Yeah, just tell me 3 minutes. Good morning and welcome to the Senate Judiciary Committee meeting of April 25th, 2024. We're going to start the day by opening up the public hearing on House Bill 396, and we're going to call the prime sponsor, Representative Kofalt. Before we start taking testimony, I want to announce to the folks here who would like to speak. We've got a lot of people who want to speak, and I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak. So what we're going to do is, number one, if you have written testimony, please do not read your testimony. Try to paraphrase it as best you can. Hand your testimony into the committee secretary. We'll all get copies of it. This bill is not being execed today, so we will have plenty of opportunity to read what you've submitted. Secondly, please do not repeat what others have said. We really would like to hear new ideas, different thoughts. Just don't repeat everything. And thirdly, because we have so many speakers, everyone is going to get 3 minutes. Sorry, could you say that? 3 minutes to speak. Senator Chanley is going to help me keep time. I have a bill I've got to go testify on over at the House. Senator Gannon will take over for me while I'm gone. And you'll be told that your 3 minutes are up. We do give a little more time to the prime sponsor of the bill because we want to hear why this bill has been filed. So that being said, Representative Kofalt, welcome to the Senate Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for hearing my testimony on this bill. I will try to be efficient in my presentation. For the record, my name is Jim Kofalt. I represent Hillsborough County District 32, which is made up of the towns of Wilton, Temple, and New Ipswich. As legislators, we're often faced with difficult situations where we have to figure out how to balance the conflicting rights, the sometimes conflicting rights of different groups. The best example I can probably give is property rights. I have a right to do with my property what I wish, but the abutters to my property also have a right to be free from the adverse effects of my activities there. So this bill addresses a similar situation in the sense that we have some conflicting rights between the rights that are very specifically accorded to transgender people in statute and the rights of everyone else, including young women and girls in particular. This bill aims to clarify that young women and boys, for that matter, should be able to enjoy privacy rights in bathrooms and locker rooms. But it also acknowledges that a one-size-fits-all approach does not necessarily work. So specifically, this bill allows for local control and discretion with respect to 3 very specific scenarios. The first is intimate spaces such as bathrooms and locker rooms. The second is prisons. The third is athletic competitions. In this respect, I see this very much as a middle-of-the-road bill. This bill does not dictate any single approach. For example, it does not dictate that biological males be excluded from female athletic competitions. Rather, it clarifies that some reasonable judgment may be brought to bear, that it may be reasonable in some circumstances to distinguish between biological males and biological females. For example, a local school district might determine that a transgender student in the 5th grade be allowed to participate in sports based on their gender identity. But they may also decide that juniors and seniors in high school should compete against other athletes according to biological sex. This bill does not decide that. This bill preserves local control and allows, in this example, school districts or athletic leagues to decide that. This bill, above all, acknowledges that an all-or-nothing approach does a poor job of addressing the very legitimate concerns the various parties have brought to the table when it comes to these 3 scenarios. So we've seen a handful of situations in New Hampshire in which this all or nothing interpretation of the law has led to quite a lot of conflict in school districts and turmoil in our communities. Many transgender students, when asked, seem comfortable with the idea of using the bathroom that corresponds to their biological sex, or if they prefer a single person bathroom. In other words, I believe that a lot of people, both transgender and not, simply want to figure out how we can live together as we navigate new territory. Unfortunately, though, we've seen some situations where this is not the case. In Milford, for example, a transgender student, a biological male, insisted on using the girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. And according to some parents, that person would enter into the girls' locker rooms, would approach young girls as they were changing and ridicule them. This, according to the parents who testified, said this was, the girls felt utterly and completely violated, and I absolutely understand that. One mother in particular testified at the House hearing for this bill. She explained that she herself was a survivor of sexual violence and that all she wanted to do was to protect her 12-year-old, who was one of the girls who was bullied in the locker room. In that case, there were some activist groups that descended on the school district and threatened lawsuits in the event that the school board should decide to make a decision to put an end to this. And in a rather bizarre twist, the Milford School Board determined that covering the urinals in the boys' bathrooms would be a way of resolving the situation. It turns out it was not. In Milford, New Ipswich, and other school districts in New Hampshire, school boards and administrators and school staff are caught in the crossfire. They have to sort of stand between two opposing points of view and try to deal with this situation. This bill would give them the latitude to work with all stakeholders in their community to try to come up with solutions that work. This bill also addresses athletic competitions, which have also been a hot topic. As I noted earlier, this bill does not dictate one or another approach. It does not dictate a one-size-fits-all approach to things. Prisons, likewise, would be able to distinguish between biological males and females. In fact, our DOJ already is exercising its discretion on a case-by-case basis when dealing with transgender inmates. And finally, I will add that Title IX has been very much in the news lately, and regardless of how that plays out, I believe that New Hampshire should be prepared to assert its position that this kind of all-or-nothing approach to balancing rights and points of view simply does not serve us well. So while changes to Title IX are being made through executive action, they can also be unmade through executive action. Moreover, Title IX is focused on education. This bill extends to other situations as well, such as prisons. So I believe that this is a balanced solution. I believe that this is the sort of compromise bill. This is the bill that asks the question, can we all get along? And how do we find a path forward to that? So with that, I urge you to vote ought to pass on this bill, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative. Are there any questions? Senator Chandler?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Kofalt. I want to follow up a little bit about the situation you described in Milford, and I'm going to, as I understand it, you said that a trans girl approached other girls in the locker room and ridiculed them. And if I had that right, how, it seems to me that behavior would be unwelcomed and inappropriate under any circumstances. How would this bill address that situation? We do have laws about bullying. Schools have rules about acceptable behavior. How is this bill, how does that pertain to the situation you described?
in this particular situation, I think the ridicule was specifically aimed at girls who were undressing, and they were 12-year-old girls at a stage in their life where their bodies are changing and they're very self-conscious. And this was an older student, 15 or 16, I believe, coming into the girls' locker room and doing this. This bill would have afforded school officials the opportunity to prevent that situation and say, we have a locker room for biological males, we have a locker room for biological females, and if they so choose, we have other facilities that any student may avail themselves of as well.
Follow-up?
It's actually not quite a follow-up. Second question. You mentioned our prison system. Have you worked with the Department of Corrections? Did they reach out to you, or have you reached out to them?
The Department of, I have not worked directly with the Department of Corrections. The Department of Corrections has issued a letter clarifying their position on how they deal with transgender inmates. I apologize, I don't have a copy of that letter with me. I'm happy to forward a copy to you. But essentially what they say is that, in order to ensure the safety and security of transgender inmates and other inmates for that matter, that they look at each of these cases on a case-by-case basis. In other words, they are applying human judgment to the situation to determine what is the safest option for everyone involved.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions?
Sure, just a little
Senator
question.
Gannon?
Thanks for taking my questions. I appreciated your balanced approach, trying to be more level than some people when they address this. And I appreciate you mentioned like a fifth grader. I've coached a lot of kids from 1 through 5, and those ages they tend to be able to play together. There's no physical difference so much. Then you get to high school, and we had, if you're familiar with the case in Massachusetts a few weeks ago, a basketball game. 3 of the girls on one team were injured by trans on the other sport. Just he was much bigger, much stronger, and they stopped playing. They forfeited the game. So what's going to happen when we have one community that's politically different than another, and they're going to say anyone can play on any team, that's our choice, and then they're going against the other schools who have a totally different policy, and so you're going to have like a trans athlete on a soccer team who they may feel is not at the same physical level as the girls team that they're coming, which is all biological girls. How are we going to handle those? It's going to happen a lot. Are they going to all say, okay, we forfeit those games? Or are we not dealing with that in this bill?
Thank you for the question. The shorter answer is we're not dealing with that in this bill.
Okay.
But when you get to high school sports in particular, well, I think lower sports as well, but there are athletic associations, there are leagues that establish rules and guidelines for the schools that are going to participate in those leagues.
Okay.
This would leave it up to those leagues to make those decisions.
Thanks very much.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. If you could forward that letter from the Department of Corrections to our committee secretary, we'll all get a copy.
I will be happy to do that, and I'll
Thank
send
you.
my testimony as well.
Thank you very much. The chair will call Representative Horrigan. Just hold on 3 minutes.
Thank you,
Oh.
Representative Horgan. Good to see you today.
Thank you. So I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, and I happen to sit on the House Judiciary Committee, which heard this bill in the House. And I was a member, well, it was 10-10 out of committee. I'm just speaking for myself, certainly not for the majority, but the bill is introduced. It certainly came in the context of a lot of what I might call anti-trans panic. And there's the situation in Milford that Representative Colfault alluded to, and we wasn't clear to us exactly what really happened, aside from when a student happened to be a trans girl was being obnoxious in the locker room. That's unfortunately something that young people of all genders do to each other. I certainly experienced, I was on the receiving end of a lot of bullying, some of it even sexual in nature when I was in school. And there were no trans, trans people existed back then when I was that age, but like we didn't know about it. These were all just cis boys, most of them probably straight, who were harassing me. So this isn't something, this bill, that's sort of like a common problem in schools, and this bill does nothing to prevent that, probably makes it even worse. The bill is introduced, made some modifications to like the vital records law and the motor vehicles laws. It was not exactly clear what, if anything, it actually did, but it was certainly directed against trying to marginalize trans people. And also both versions of this bill lack an actual definition of biological sex, which is probably maybe just as well, because whenever you try to define it, it's one of those things that seems simple until you actually try to like write it into the laws. So I don't blame the sponsors for not actually trying to define it. So, and I think also in any case, what really counts is your gender identity, what you perceive yourself to be, what others perceive to you, not like what was marked down on your birth certificate, what was assigned to you at birth. And of course, we also now recognize non-binary people, and not clear where they fit into the scheme of that bill. So there was sort of unanimous opinion, like regardless of our opinions about trans people, or the issue that the bill was introduced, like didn't make any sense, and didn't, insofar as it did anything, it did nothing useful. So it was an entirely partisan effort. I think that, so some of the Republicans on the committee tried to write what's actually before you, which makes it's even more problematical, and it assigns the enforcement of it to the Commission on Human Rights, which is not really equipped to do with it. It's also, if you want to talk about unfunded mandates, it doesn't give the Commission on Human Rights any additional funding or really any guidance at all how to actually do whatever it is they're supposed to do in this bill. So get back to the three things. Athletic competitions, I think those organizations should be able to regulate themselves. So, and the same thing goes prisons. They've been dealing with this for decades. They've been dealing with this forever. They don't necessarily do a good job of dealing even with non-trans people, but they've been dealing with it. And so that's about it. People are being threatened with lawsuits, but anytime you guarantee people's rights, if those rights are then infringed upon, people can sue. That's one of the ways. So anyways, I urge you to ITL this bill. There's really really no way to fix it, and it's just the best thing to do is just ITL it and be done with it. So thanks.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Nancy Bernard? If I pronounced it right? Yep. Brennan, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
You're fancy at the
say-
end. You have a nice swirl at the end. So.
I was a teacher and I flunked board writing, so, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I am passing around some testimony, which is specific and has,
Just say your name and
oh, I'm sorry, Nancy Brennan Ware. So the testimony I'm passing is not what I'm going to say. I'm going to make a general statement and then you have my details. HB 396 is an act permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances. I would like to rename it an act permitting discrimination, because that is exactly what it does. And I hope that the sponsors and everyone who votes for it will be willing to own that and to own the consequences. After quoting the current RSA, the bill states, "It shall not constitute unlawful discrimination based on sex and gender in these circumstances." I'm sorry. Discrimination is discrimination. Throughout our history, discrimination has been legal in a lot of cases, but that doesn't make it right, and that doesn't make it fair. This body and everybody who hears these bills need to know that since the introduction of these bills over the last few years, I have witnessed such an increase in bullying online and in these very halls. And I don't know if some of these people think they have a right to discriminate, to harass 1% of our population, but it has got to stop. In 2018, a Republican-led House, a Republican-led Senate, and a Republican governor passed the Transgender Non-Discrimination Bill. Nothing has changed. The trans community hasn't hurt anyone while they just try to exist. I urge you to let them be. No human being should have to beg the government for their right to dignity, respect, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? I'll have a question for you, just because I like to engage. And so just, we'll forget the bathroom part, we'll forget the prison part. We'll just go to sports, the part. It's the easiest for me to understand. I think I understand the others, but so me and you, if we were in a physical competition, just size-wise, a trans girl tends to, on average, have 50% less, higher upper body strength, and they have stronger lower body strength also by like junior or senior year in high school. So in physical competitions, we'll just even say running. My daughters they're going to go up against two trans athletes in the New England meet, and they were not, and the year before they had run as boys. So they're very fast on a girl's time. And we see that in all sports as you get older, different types of things, men and women, their bodies are different. Why isn't that little part of the bill okay? Where is that wrong?
Well, I will tell you, at the elite level, at the Olympic level, there's a lot they are doing. There are certain sports where they are, testing testosterone and so forth. But we're talking about kids here. And I was a runner and I coached cross country, and I was not an elite runner. My fastest time was a 6:10, and I did a lot of road races. I beat a hell of a lot of boys. When I was 30, I beat a 20-year-old college kid who was so mad when I passed him on a 5-mile race that he threw up his hands and said, "This race is bullshit." And he walked back to the starting line. Now, I'm not that good, and I understand how you feel about your daughters, but if you will look at some of what I have given you, and I'm actually going to email them because I have a whole bunch of links, and I'm going to email them as well, so you can just click on them rather than have to type them. But you will see a number of reports there that show that overall, and I know this is hard to believe, overall, trans girls do not have an advantage. That there are so many things. I mean, look at Michael Phelps, whose wingspan is higher than his height and he's hyper jointed. So he has an advantage. And we're always, always, always going to find this. I think, in our minds, those people who don't want trans boys in girls' sports, picture the football player wrestling the little blonde 100-pound cheerleader. And I think that you're going to find this does not happen. And, I don't know what the rules should be, but I also find it interesting that the same bodies that say no girls in sports say, yeah, no puberty blockers or hormones until they get to be 18. So those things that might make a difference. I don't know. I love sports, but my heart is with the kids that all should be allowed to play.
I'll just quick follow-up, because we're both runners. I ran at St. A's, my daughters are running in college, and they're running in high school. And so my one was running in college, and even my times were okay for a guy. I could run in college. I wasn't going D1 or anything, but The girls who, my freshman year, we had a girl who made nationals. Should there have been a boy who transitioned, our times were certainly, we were 4:30s, 4:40s. Our mile times were so much better. They would not be able to compete with a mediocre trans runner who's a guy is going to dominate against biological women.
Well, some of the lawsuits, like in Connecticut, where the girls sued because of a trans boy beating them, or a trans girl, I'm sorry, beating them, they then turned around and beat her. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a case, but I'm going with the majority. I'm going with the kids being involved.
Okay. Thank you
Personally.
very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Marcia Garber? Good morning, Ms.
Good
Garber.
morning.
We're doing
So-
3 minutes, so. just so you
Excuse
know.
me, what?
We're doing 3 minutes.
I know, I heard.
Okay, thanks.
So my name is Marcia Garber. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire, and I am testifying on behalf of Parker Tyrrell. My name is Parker Tyrrell, and I come before you today not just as a 15-year-old freshman from Plymouth, New Hampshire, in District 5, but as a voice for fairness, inclusivity, and basic human decency. As a transgender individual, the implications of HB 396 deeply trouble me as they perpetuate a culture of discrimination and exclusion that has no place in our society. Let's address the supposed concerns about public bathrooms head on. When I enter a restroom, I'm there for the same reasons as everyone else, to attend to my biological needs, wash my hands, and maybe to check my hair. I'm not there to cause harm or discomfort to anyone else. Like countless others, I simply want to go about my day with dignity and respect, free from unnecessary scrutiny and fear. Let's also talk about locker rooms. I've shared my story in various forums to provide insight into the experiences of transgender athletes. I'm happy to share more details about this experience if there's time and you have questions. Soccer has been a passion of mine since I was 4 years old. And joining the 8th grade girls team was a pivotal moment of acceptance and belonging for me. Contrary to misconceptions, locker rooms are not scenes of nudity and immodesty. Rather, they're spaces where individuals, including myself, change in private stalls out of respect for each other's privacy and comfort. HB 396, like many similar bills, seeks to marginalize individuals like me, forcing us into spaces where we feel neither welcome nor safe. But let's be clear, legislation aimed at policing bathroom usage does nothing to address genuine safety concerns. It only serves to perpetuate stigma and discrimination against transgender individuals, while doing little to prevent actual harm. Instead of perpetuating fear and division, let's focus on solutions that uphold the values of fairness and inclusivity. There is no need for legislation dictating which bathroom people should use. What we need are policies that foster understanding, respect, and support for all members of our community, regardless of gender. I urge you to consider the real impact of HB 396 on individuals like myself and to reject this harmful and unnecessary legislation. Let's work together toward a future where everyone can live authentically and without fear of discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Lynn's Jackhouse. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lynn's Jakehouse and I live in Dover. I am the co-founder of 603 Equality and I strongly oppose this bill. From 2017 to 2018, I managed the campaign that updated our statewide non-discrimination law to include transgender people. This only happened with strong bipartisan support, passing the Republican-controlled House 195 to 129, passing the Republican-controlled Senate 14 to 10, and signed by Governor Sununu. The relief and joy on the faces of our transgender community members and their loved ones was overwhelming. We only won non-discrimination protections in employment, housing, and public spaces through many educational events and house parties where trans people shared their own experiences of discrimination and explained what it meant to be transgender to representatives who were often learning about it for the first time. Now 23 states, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and D.C. have these comprehensive protections. This bill sends a dangerous message that biological sex is more important than gender identity by asserting a need to differentiate based on biological sex in athletics and other spaces. Time and time again, attempts to ban trans people from participating in athletics have failed in this state. It's no coincidence that 50 individual school districts, the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletics Association, and our state legislature, several times over at this point, have all arrived at trans people deserving full inclusion under the law. Kids, whether they're trans or not, participate in sports to find belonging, get exercise, and learn teamwork. It would make no sense for a trans girl who is treated as a girl in every part of her school day to be told she must join the boys' team when she wants to play a school sport. The perception that trans girls are dominating sports is simply not true. One brand new study that came out just about a week ago reported that physically active transgender women performed worse in certain cardiovascular tests and had less lower body strength than their cisgender female counterparts. When we were working to pass the non-discrimination bill, some people raised concerns that transgender people were a threat to privacy in spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms. But in this nearly 6 years since the law was passed, there's been no increase in public safety incidents in restrooms, which is also true for the other 23 states and more than 300 cities with full and comprehensive non-discrimination protections, according to Freedom for All Americans. Transgender people use restrooms and locker rooms the same way and for the same reasons as everyone else, and equally value safety, privacy, and modesty. And that's why public safety officials and women's and domestic violence advocacy groups like the New Hampshire Coalition on Domestic and Sexual Violence and the New Hampshire Women's Foundation fully supported the non-discrimination update. Transgender people exist everywhere and need to be able to use the restroom just like anyone else. There is no right to be free of a space that includes transgender people. If non-transgender people are truly uncomfortable sharing any space with a transgender person, they can access a single stall restroom. They do not get to dictate that that's the only option for others. Finally, by writing an overly simplistic definition of biological sex that is assumed to be binary, this bill completely erases intersex people whose sex is neither male nor female. Intersex is an umbrella term used to describe a wide range of natural variations that affect genitals, hormones, chromosomes, or reproductive organs. Sometimes these characteristics are visible at birth, sometimes they appear at puberty, and sometimes they are not physically apparent at all. Although intersex can take many forms, about 1 in 1,500 or so people are born with ambiguous genitalia and are not assigned either a male or female sex. Often intersex babies undergo surgeries that force them into a male or female box, which they may not fit into as adults. If we believe in the autonomy of every individual to make decisions regarding their own bodies and lives, we must recognize that many people do not fit into the boxes they are assigned at birth.
Okay, if you're going to wrap it up.
Sure. Yeah, that's
okay,
I was
I
done. Good timing.
Thank you very much.
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You said you worked on the legislation that passed a few years ago. Is there a definition of something, just identifying what exactly a trans person, like what makes a person trans? The law.
A trans person is anyone who does not identify with the gender that they were assigned at birth.
It's the law. And is that in the current New Hampshire law?
I don't recall like offhand if there's a definition in that bill, but I would assume that there is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Is it Nancy Biederman? Good morning. Okay.
Good morning, Nancy Biederman from New Boston. I'm a mother of 2 and former teacher of 15 years for grades K to 8, and I support HB 396. In February of this year, I was contacted by a concerned parent in my town who told me her 10-year-old son, 10 years old, was told by her 10-year-old son that a girl who thinks she's a boy was in the boys' bathroom at school. Her son did not continue to enter the bathroom that day and told his parents that night what had happened. When the parents addressed the issue with an administrator, at first they were told this was not true, but upon contacting the superintendent, the parents were told the administration could not talk about an individual student. No empathy was shown to either the parents or to their son, even to this day. When the parents did ask about a bathroom policy for the school, they were directed to RSA 19338, discrimination in public schools. This policy states you cannot discriminate based on certain characteristics. Biological sex is one of those characteristics listed, something a lot of people seem to forget about. After numerous school board meetings, the school board refused to enact a bathroom policy, and multiple 10-year-old boys are still refusing to use the bathroom on a daily basis and have stopped drinking water during the school day. There are many other students who are suffering silently because they don't feel like they can express their concerns out of fear. Numerous parents have written to the school board and superintendent asking for the bathrooms to be safe again. The New Hampshire School Board Association has even rescinded their bathroom policy, JBAB, because of the 2020 U.S. Supreme Court case opinion that stated it is impossible to discriminate against a person for being transgender without discriminating based on biological sex. By adopting gender identity theory as the basis for regulating access to private facilities, you are violating sex discrimination laws by not protecting students based on sex, but instead imposing an individual's subjective perception of their gender on other students who value their privacy based on anatomical differences between the sexes. Our state's non-discrimination law 354-A state law prohibits discrimination based on gender identity. I'm not, nor are the parents asking for safe bathrooms proposed that we differentiate based on how people identify. We're proposing the opposite of that. We're suggesting that we don't even look at how someone identifies and that we instead differentiate based on biological sex only. Please explain to me how differentiate basing on biological sex is discrimination of gender identity. It's not. Appeals courts in different parts of the country have found that biological sex separation is allowed, including the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals and the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. All forms of sex-based discrimination, including sexual harassment, are prohibited in New Hampshire schools. Like most forms of sexual harassment, there is an unhealthy power differential between schools and the students who are pressured to share private facilities in this way. Many students are exceedingly uncomfortable, but at this young age, students would often rather endure the sexual harassment than risk the harassment and stigma that comes with going against the authority of their school on this issue. Students should not have to navigate, especially 10-year-olds, sharing private facilities, places that are set apart for the removal of clothing outside of the presence of the opposite sex. Allowing the opposite biological sex to use bathrooms in any
Wrap it up.
in any New Hampshire public school is sexual harassment. Finally, Governor Sununu, we know that we all make mistakes and we make decisions based on knowledge and understandings we have in the moment. We also know that we need to fix those mistakes when we have better knowledge and understanding is acquired. Please, when HB 396 is passed by the Senate, we implore you to sign this bill into law and fix the mistake you made in 2018. Make bathrooms and sports safe again for all children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Yes, Senator Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. I just want to clarify your testimony. What I understood it was that you believe that if you separate bathrooms or whatnot by gender identity, that would result in discrimination towards biological sex?
Yes.
Thank you.
Has been by the 11th Court of Appeals and the 10th Court of Appeals in different cases. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anne Marie Banfield. Morning, Ms. Banfield. How you doing?
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Anne Marie Banfield, and for the record, I'm a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire, and I have been for over 20 years, and I focus on education. I sent you written testimony last night. However, I was asked, I asked an 8th grader at Northampton, where I reside, her opinion on this because she has gone before the school board there. She does want her name kept private, which I have agreed to do. And I've also talked to her mother about this. So here's what she has to say. Having gender-neutral bathrooms in schools would change many things for the worse. There is already enough fear around using bathrooms as they are, so imagine how afraid young girls would be if boys could simply walk into their bathrooms and no one would stop them. The girls I know would never feel comfortable using the bathroom with boys in the room, and this is true for girls everywhere. The cracks in between the stall doors are quite big, and if someone tried, they could easily see into the stall. If boys were using the bathrooms at the same time girls were, this would give a young girl no privacy or security, and it would be extremely scary. Girls would stop using the bathroom, and they would not be able to take care of their personal hygiene, which could lead to health problems. There's enough threat in this world for young girls already, and gender-neutral bathrooms are just another step towards making it easier for girls to be harassed, assaulted, and abused. Because she is anonymous, I am happy if you need to clarify this or confirm this to put the chair in touch with the parent. For me personally, and I will turn her statement in, for me personally, women and girls have been historically marginalized. We know that through history. We've been told to stay silent. Culturally, we've been told, and even today, ignore emotional distress. Today, many women and girls refuse to stay silent. In the face of what many are describing as bullying, this describes how these decisions face us. This is what her opinion is. And as a parental rights advocate, I have heard from parents across the state over and over again. Coming here and facing what they are going to face is not an option for them. They're in school. They're going to get bullied. They're going to be harassed. So I just am asking you that there are two sides, and I do think that this is more of a compromise bill that would certainly address both sides. So I do urge you to pass this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, you have a great day. Debbie Crozel. We thought we did all of them. Okay. Figure out who it is and I'll call them next. I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you for having me today. My name is Debbie Crozel. I'm from Pelham. And as a mom and a substitute teacher in southern New Hampshire for approximately 180 school days of the past 2 years, I've spent a lot of time with school-aged children. We need to pass HB 396 to clarify that nothing in New Hampshire law prevents our schools and public facilities from differentiating between biological sexes. Case in point, in February, we learned that a transgender identifying student was using the opposite gender bathroom at Pelham Middle School. In this case, a girl using the boys' bathroom. Parents were never informed, and many parents and students have been adversely affected by it. And I'll list a couple of examples. Imagine a mom finding out 3 weeks after this event that her son was uncomfortable when a girl was in the bathroom with him, and the mom was never told that it happened. Imagine a boy being suspended for putting up a sign, "Boys Only." Imagine how the boys and parents felt when the boys were labeled transphobic because they spoke up that they were uncomfortable having a girl in the boys' bathroom. The boys' bathroom had always been a safe, private place, and now some boys are holding it, not going to the bathroom all day because they don't want that encounter again. Current policy simply lacks common sense. Many families have testified asking our Pelham School Board to institute a policy where this particular trans student can use a gender-neutral staff bathroom while preserving the personal privacy of 175 biological boys, to no avail. Middle school is such a critical time for impressionable adolescents. Why are we so intentionally sacrificing the majority's sense of privacy and safety? Our superintendent and school board have received questionable legal counsel, which intimidates them into sacrificing the comfort, privacy, and safety of 99% of the students because they are afraid of being sued by one. Parents, students, and taxpayers all need to have a voice here. It is not right that we are railroaded by school boards and superintendents because they can say the law prevents separation by gender. Please, please pass HB 396 unamended in any way as an important first step to clarify the state's ability to differentiate based on biological sex and thereby provide privacy and safety for all adolescents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, you have a great day.
Thank you.
Serena Varley? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Serena Varley, and I'm a resident of Concord, New Hampshire, and I'm here to support this bill, HB 396. I'm a mom of 7 children. I have 5 girls and 2 boys. Several years ago, one of my daughters, as a minor, was put in state custody. During that time, rather than receiving the protection that she needed, she was assaulted. She has received no recourse, no compensation of any kind for that incident. The state failed to protect her. At her most vulnerable, when she needed the state's protection, she became a victim and was put on an even more dangerous path for her life, from which she has not recovered. The state has a compelling interest in protecting the physical safety of its people. It has an obligation to protect the most vulnerable. It has the obligation and it has the duty to discriminate. To discriminate means to tell the difference. To tell the difference between boys, men, and girls and women. We are adults. We have to discriminate in order to make decisions that make sense in order to protect women and girls. This duty has been recognized for generations. Girls and women have traditionally been recognized as vulnerable due to their youth. In the case of girls, due to their physical strength. In the case of women, I urge you to support this bill so that women and girls will be protected from biological men in their most vulnerable places, in locker rooms, in bathrooms, in prisons, and in institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great day. Rep. Jerry Cannon? Morning, Representative.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Representative Jerry Cannon. I represent Stratford County District 12, which is Somersworth and Rollinsford. I'm also a leader in the transgender community and been out for over 15 years. I knew as a 12, 13-year-old that I was different. That was back in the 1960s. You didn't have a choice back then as to the use of facilities or school or anything like that. I had to hide. I had to bury that deep inside, and it was very difficult and impacted me as far as my mental health. To this day, I still suffer from depression and anxiety. And I know that many children that are transgender have to deal with those on a daily basis. There's also the challenge of not being accepted by society in general because people don't know who they are or how they're thinking. And you know what? We don't do a good job of really explaining the challenges that transgender kids face as well. Most of the people, transgender people that I know, are incredibly supportive of female and male people who know that they are male and female. And the transgender people just want to fit in. Part of the thing about the school systems and even locker rooms and just going to healthcare or the gymnasium, They want to fit in. I know that when I first went to a gym and wanted to use facilities, the gyms, I asked them, which facility should I use? I'm a transgender woman. And they said, use whatever you feel comfortable with. So they showed me there were two locker rooms, one for families and one for adult women, as well as just a single-use restroom. I elected to use the family room to start off with. I was embarrassed. And I know that many of the trans people I know, the first time they go into a situation is they're really concerned how they're going to impact others. And I felt really awkward because how women and their children were just sort of freely going around, which was fine, but it made me feel awkward. Go any part of my anatomy, and it was private. At the time, I hadn't had my surgical procedures, so I've had to make sure that I hid any part of my male anatomy, and that's what transgender people do. They hide. It's only 2 years ago that I actually had my surgery and can feel free to go anywhere I want. But it's something that we accept. We don't fit in, but we try to fit in. We try to be careful and respectful of everyone else.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no questions, you have a great day.
Thank you.
Representative Alicia, is it Negus? Negus. He tells me the wrong way. You'd think he'd know. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Alicia Lekas, Hillsborough 38, Hudson and Litchfield. And I just wanted to say that, well, we all know different people are different, and that includes kids as well. I don't think I would have been bothered by unisex bathrooms growing up, but I can tell you that my granddaughter is extremely private, and she refused to go to gym class for 2 years because the head of the gym department's office was in the girls' locker room, and it was a male. She doesn't like talking about those things. She doesn't, and the idea, if there were biological males, and this was anyway, in the women's restroom, she would not go. Same thing, there are boys that are equally shy, and if they thought a biological woman was in the restroom, they would not go. On the other hand, we have to take into consideration people like Jerry, right? People who aren't sure where they're going to go. So it seems that this bill does not say you can't have a unisex bathroom. It just says you have to have a boy one and a girl one, right? Male and female. So it seems like the solution is to have all three and allow each individual child to decide what fits them. If they're not particularly shy, if it won't bother them, use the unisex one. But if they are, use the one that fits there. At any rate, that's all I wanted to say. Take into consideration all the options and not just either or. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. No questions. Thank you. Amy Manzelli? Manzelli? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Acting Chairman Gannon, Member Whitley, Chanley. Thank you. My name is Amy Manzelli, and I'm here on behalf of my husband, Chad Trammell, and myself. We are from Pembroke, New Hampshire, and we are here to, Senator Abbas, I had forgotten that you had arrived. Thank you so much. We are here to urge the committee to ITL 396. as I mentioned, we live in Pembroke. We've been there for about 16 years, and we wanted to share a bit of our family's story. We have a 14-year-old daughter named Iris, and it is clear to us that she has always been a girl, though she was identified as male when she was born. Around age 3, we started to get our first clues. As soon as Iris could string together words and make a sentence, at around that age they do, she started asking Santa to turn her into a girl, to make her a girl for Christmas. That's what she wanted for Christmas. Iris being our first child, we didn't really get the message for a while. We just kind of like, whatever, kids say things. We didn't pay too much attention. Iris will tell you about how she eventually came out. She's here to talk with you today. She eventually wanted to start to wear girls' clothes. She'll tell you about how she fashioned a blanket out of a skirt, had a little fight with us about that. She eventually wanted to transition to female pronouns. I'm not going to do my horrible British accent imitation with you. You can thank me for that. But I did it with Iris one day, and I called her sir.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not. But she said, no, Mom, you should call me ma'am. And then we talked about it, and that's when we realized she, viewed her as someone who should use female pronouns with her. And when she got old enough, of course, to start playing sports, first kind of like in town leagues, spring kickers, soccer, and all that, she wanted to do that on the girls' teams. And she has. And I want to be really clear on this point. There has never been any issue with Iris being on the girls' team. Never. The gold standard for medical care for transgender girls is to block puberty before onset. So there is absolutely no truth to there being hormonal, physiological, physical, or any advantage at all to trans girls over cisgender girls. And that's certainly been our experience with Iris. If we didn't tell you Iris was transgender, you wouldn't know. Sometimes things are not great for Iris in our lives having a transgender daughter. She's had a peer try to go up her skirt. She's been bullied, and she has one particular person who has bullied her for so long and so severely that she has a safety plan, which is something that's called for in the bullying law. The school resource officer has had to get involved. We've had to tell her that her transgender camp counselor died by suicide earlier this year. And for the 5th year in a row, here we are. Our family has taken time off of school, taken time off of work to testify for Iris's basic human rights. We have been so proud to live in this state where lawmakers such as yourselves have protected Iris and her rights as a transgender person. And we implore you not to roll back that progress. Please, ITL 396. I welcome questions. I especially made a note, invite Senator Gannon to ask me what he asked Ms. Brennan, why isn't the sports part of this bill okay? And I thank you for your time this morning.
Sure, I guess if I ask.
All right, thank you. So the foundation of your premise is wrong. There is no physical difference between these kids nowadays because of the gold standard of medical treatment to block puberty before onset. Sports are inherently dangerous. Kids get hurt all the time. Cisgender girls on cisgender girls, cisgender boys on cisgender boys. And in the exception where someone transitions during puberty or after puberty, we have our professional associations who are managing that on a case-by-case basis and who are, I would submit, are more qualified than lawmakers to manage those situations. And I welcome other questions.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. In respect to sports, if they are separated by biological sex, I guess my question is, if there's a biological male, but it's a trans girl, is that, wouldn't that trans girl still have the opportunity to play on the sports team that has other biological males on it? So I guess my question is, why must they play on the girls' team?
No, they don't have that opportunity. That question is just untethered from reality because they're transgender girls are girls. And no girl is going to say, oh, go play on the boys' team. Just go over there. So in terms of how teens and preteens act, girls just don't want to play on the boys' team, generally speaking. As Representative Cannon testified about so eloquently, kids just want to fit in. Girls want to, if teams are segregated, girls want to play on the girls' team. But the other thing is, because of that gold standard of medical care, because puberty is blocked before puberty onset, transgender girls don't have any physiological differences between cisgender girls. So they would be physically out of place playing with the boys.
Go ahead, Senator.
And just to follow up, so in the situation you just described, would that child have gone through the surgical procedures as well?
Well, in my understanding of sports, and I'm not an elite athlete, genitalia doesn't have anything to do with it.
But I understand, but what I'm asking is to follow up.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstand your question.
I'm just asking though, in this, you described the circumstance, I understand what you're saying with the genitalia. I'm just asking, would that student or that child have gone through the surgical procedure as well?
I guess maybe we need to talk about what you mean by surgical procedure, please.
You want me to, you asked me to clarify?
Yeah.
I mean, if the person's gone through, they've had the gender reassignment surgery.
Generally, no. As I understand this law is proposed, we're talking about up through 12th grade. Generally speaking, most trans kids are not having a gender reassignment surgery in high school. So generally speaking, there would not have been a gender reassignment surgery. But I want to clarify, gender reassignment surgery is a completely different thing than hormone therapy. In the hormone category, there's two types. There's puberty blocking, and puberty blocking is what prevents a transgender girl from going through male puberty. It's a transgender girl going through male puberty that might create those physiological differences that folks have talked about. Then there's a second step, which is a transgender girl taking female hormones. And that causes a transgender girl to go through female puberty. And so that would involve development of breasts, development of a curvy body, development of a rounder face, softer skin, attributes typically associated with female gender. Those are things that a puberty age transgender girl receiving standard, gold standard gender affirming medical care likely would be going through in a K through 12 scenario. So does that help answer the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Follow up with me. Just help me. So with puberty blocking, what percentage though, of how many girls in high school or trans might just be identifying? They just come out like sophomore year, they decide, and then junior year, they want to play in the girls' sports team. So they've already, isn't that the majority?
Right.
Isn't puberty blocking at an early age a very small amount?
No, that is the gold standard of care. That is what the majority of transgender youth are doing.
Okay.
It's the minority of folks who are transitioning later. And the more important point there is for anyone transitioning after puberty, the professional associations, the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association, are better equipped to answer those nuanced, fact-specific, case-by-case situations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Iris Trammell. I'm an 8th grader from Pembroke, New Hampshire. And first off, this is supposed to be my break. I should not have to be doing work, like schoolwork and that sort of stuff during this break. So this is really annoying that I have to do this during this break. I'm a trans girl. This is who I am, and nothing can change that. None of these bills can. No one can say that I'm not. I've lived in New Hampshire my whole life and want to be able to stay here. If these bills become law, then that might not be possible. I've always known that I was a girl. When I was 6 years old, I finally told my parents that I was a girl. I remember that week because I had a fight with my parents. I came downstairs dressed in a blanket that I had fashioned into a skirt. They wouldn't let me wear the blanket to school no matter how much I wanted to, but they did ask me if I wanted to start wearing girls' clothes, and I finally felt happy. That weekend, we hit Target and started my new wardrobe. Legally, I'm female. I have a female name, I have a birth certificate with my female name and female gender marker. I have a court order that says I'm female and orders my female name. My passport says I'm female and has my female name. My insurance card says I'm female and has my female name. My name is Iris and I am female. So when I think about these laws you are considering, I feel so disgusted at humanity's treatment of transgender youth. For HB 396, what would this mean for me? I could still try to play on the girls' sports team. I could still try to use the girls' bathroom still. I could still try to use the girls' bathroom still because I'm girls' locker rooms, God words. Because legally, I'm female. But really, I probably wouldn't use the girls' bathroom at school anymore. Who knows about sports? I would like to keep you all to protect. I can't talk today. I'd like you all to keep protecting LGBTQ plus rights, including mine. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Senators. Thank you. My name is Chris Urchel. I'm an attorney at GLAD. I'm a New Hampshire licensed attorney. I'm here to say this bill would significantly roll back non-discrimination protections that were reaffirmed by this legislature in 2018, as you've already heard. It does this by carving out exceptions to the law against discrimination, to RSA 354A, for those who would wish to discriminate in certain areas of public life. It would take us backward in our understanding of sex discrimination more broadly by focusing on biological sex, which flies in the face of decades of work to understand that sex discrimination includes so much more, including sexual harassment, gender nonconformity in the workplace and in public life more broadly. Very briefly, I want to note that the New Hampshire Department of Corrections manages issues involving housing of people who are incarcerated in this state, and there has never been a state law claim against a prison or jail in New Hampshire based on the housing of a transgender inmate. If a claim were to arise, it would almost certainly turn on federal law, not state law. The few cases I know of nationwide rely on federal disability discrimination law. The Federal Bureau of Prisons and many state prison systems have developed nuanced policies for addressing the needs of transgender inmates. And while the New Hampshire DOC does not yet have a written policy, I've been assured that it's in the works. In short, there's no need to legislate in this area at this time. But I will note that transgender women are among the most vulnerable of all prison populations, often unable to access necessary medication, subject to harassment and violence, including sexual violence. And sadly, their pleas for help frequently fall on deaf ears as personnel look the other way. In the context of sports, as you all know very well, this session already has seen a number of bills about excluding transgender girls from girls' sports teams. You should know that last week, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit reaffirmed what we already know, which is that excluding girls from girls' sports teams just because they're transgender violates Title IX and puts schools at risk for federal litigation and loss of federal funding. Moreover, the NCAA and the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletics Association, along with every professional sports association, already have policies for addressing eligibility for transgender participants. There's no need for legislation in this area either. But the issue I find most jarring when we look at this bill is the way the law invites New Hampshire employers to discriminate against transgender employees in violation of Title VII. This is not merely a conflict between the operation of federal and state laws. The New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights is charged with enforcing federal employment discrimination claims under Title VII. Historically, New Hampshire law has always provided greater protection than federal law, but this will mark the first time that New Hampshire law would provide lesser protection. It's unclear to me how the HRC can respond to a complaint, say, from a transgender woman who alleges that she has been turned away from a bathroom at her workplace. Unequivocally, Title VII prohibits discrimination against transgender employees, as the Supreme Court made crystal clear in a 2020 decision, Bostock versus Clayton County. Despite the conservative majority of the Supreme Court, there's no dispute that Title VII applies to protect transgender people in the workplace. And under federal law, the HRC would typically, the New Hampshire HRC would typically have an obligation to investigate a claim by a transgender employee. But under state law, if this bill were to become law, there would be an exemption that categorically lets the employer off the hook. And so the federal-state conflict is uniquely disruptive. This bill is wrong because it singles out transgender people, deprives them of full legal protections that are available to many other classes of people. And the federal and state constitutions cannot abide writing discrimination back into law. Please vote ITL. I'm happy to answer Senator Abbas's earlier question about the definition of gender identity in 354A if you want to hear it. Okay. There's a definition of gender identity. So 354A prohibits discrimination based on gender identity, and it defines gender identity as a person's gender-related identity, appearance, or behavior, whether or not that gender-related identity, appearance, or behavior is different from that associated traditionally with the person's physiology or assigned sex at birth. Yes.
Different one, not really on that stuff. Maybe we'll get into compelling state interest another time, but the percent that start, it was new to me to hear that they start puberty blocking before. The majority was testified that the majority start before high school.
I don't have data about what percentage of transgender students, but what I do want to say is that barriers to access to healthcare are a real issue for many transgender young people. And everything that we can do to make sure that transgender young people have access to the gold standard medical care that you heard about is something that we should be doing to make sure that as many transgender people are getting medical care that they need. But the reason that many people don't have access to medical care is because of barriers to accessing it. And I also want to say that, well, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Urchel. Oh, no, we have one more question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Sharon. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let Senator Abbas go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that the Fourth Circuit made a ruling on this, which it wouldn't be binding on the First Circuit. Is there any cases that you're aware of pending in the First Circuit right now that would address the Title IX issue that you raised?
No, there's no case currently in the First Circuit that addresses whether or not transgender people are covered under Title IX or under Title VII. But the Fourth Circuit decision is a pretty straightforward application of the 2020 decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on Title VII, right? Bostock versus Clayton County. So the new decision out of the Fourth Circuit simply applies what the Supreme Court has already said, which is, the Fourth Circuit is the one who most recently did it out of this West Virginia case, but the Ninth Circuit did it not very long ago in a different case out of Idaho. But that case was differently postured because it was about a preliminary injunction instead of a final case on the merits. But regardless, there's unanimity in the courts that have decided the question.
And what is your understanding of the intent of Title IX when they first?
The intent of Title IX? The intent of Title IX was to protect people from discrimination based on sex.
Thank you.
Linda Shanley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think you began with noting that if this bill were to become law, it would really roll back the protections that were put in place in 2018 and then expanded to our students in 2019. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
About how it rolls back those protections? Okay. It explicitly carves out an area. So basically, that's the way the operation of this bill works. It carves out this area. You know, we know what the 3 pillars are, which are identified on page 2. But on page 1, it lines 19 through 26, it sets out an exemption for people who discriminate in those specific areas and says they're not subject to our law against discrimination on those big grounds. And so that's how it operates. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I guess what would be the practical implications?
The practical implication is that today, a transgender student, a transgender adult in a workplace, you know, anyone who's facing discrimination in public life can walk into the HRC, file a complaint, and then have the HRC investigate their complaint and follow through with potential remedies for discrimination if it did in fact occur. If this law were to change, then that person would be without a remedy under state law. Again, federal law would be in conflict, and it's unclear to me. In the school setting, you could still bring a Title IX claim against your school, and the school ought to be able to investigate it. But again, it puts schools in a weird position to have conflicting federal and state law. But I'm particularly concerned about how that would operate with respect to employment discrimination in with the HRC being the chief enforcer of Title VII for the U.S. government.
Thank you.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So it's being said that it's discrimination to separate bathrooms or divide sports based on biological sex, and saying that that's discrimination against transgender individuals. So what I'm asking is, if that's the case, what do you say to the people who feel that they're being discriminated against based on their biological sex? There's plenty of examples where.
Thank you so much for that question. It's a really good question.
Protected rights are protected classes, conflict with each other. Often religion can conflict with other. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I disagree with that latter point about religion. We can talk about that separately. But in answer to your question, first, I did not say that classifications based on biological sex are per se discriminatory against transgender people. I did say
other members said that. Let me clarify the question.
Right. What I do say is excluding a transgender person from a bathroom solely because they're transgender is discrimination based on sex. And in response to the heart of your question, which is what about the rights of people who are not transgender, there is case law on this. And there's actually direct case law on this very question from the Third Circuit Court of Appeals and from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, where parents and young people have brought claims against their school districts claiming that the presence of transgender people in their bathrooms and in their locker rooms violates their privacy rights and discriminates against them. And in those cases, courts have unanimously have said that there is no privacy right and no right to be free from having transgender people in your bathrooms or locker rooms, particularly because, and I think this is a uniform rule, and it ought to be a uniform rule in New Hampshire schools, when somebody needs more privacy for any reason, in their bathroom or in their locker room setting, they should be able to go and ask school officials or anyone else for a place with additional privacy to meet their needs. And so there's no one who's being harmed in the way that you're laying out.
And thank you for taking my next question. You mentioned obviously a Fourth Circuit case. Now you mentioned the Third Circuit and Ninth Circuit. Could you send those case citations to the committee?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just a quick question for you. So if someone sophomore year, decides, they've worked it through, they identify now as female, a male, now identifies as female. And so at that point, they're biologically developed to a certain point. Do they at that point, that day, have the right to go into a woman's bathroom?
These questions are really fact specific, okay? And I will say...
Maybe not the day, but would there be, like right away, if I came out tomorrow and said, I self-identify as female, would I be able to go in that bathroom tomorrow?
Right. So the question, as I hear it, or as I would rewrite it, is whether or not a school or some other institution has the right to exclude someone. And the question is, can they exclude that person solely for the reason that they're transgender and want to use the bathroom consistent with the gender identity? If that's why they're being excluded, then that's a violation of the law. If they're being excluded for other reasons, then that's a different question. And so if a school sets forth a reasonable policy to try to evaluate who is eligible to use a bathroom, nobody has as far as I know, nobody has made any claims that such a policy, if it's based on the reasonable circumstances of individuals and it's not based on their status as being transgender, then that's not a violation of the law. I've never seen a claim succeed on the basis that reasonable limitations on a policy are
We all set?
unlawful.
Thank you for all your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Peter Bax. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Bax. I'm from New Boston. I'm here as a parent of two children attending an elementary school. Close to the beginning of this school year, one of the students began using the opposite sex bathroom and the opposite sex sports teams, pretending to be the opposite sex. Since then, students have complained to their parents. Several parents have written letters to school administration and school board. Only a few have been brave enough to actually address this publicly out of fear of being called names or shaming on social media, etc. And I had discovered not so long ago my son had stopped using the bathroom at school as he's embarrassed when a girl comes in to use the bathroom at the same time. Again, this is elementary school. I've also realized he'd stopped drinking water as his water bottle returns home full at the end of the day. There's no telling how many children may be having these issues. These sorts of bathroom habits can be medically harmful, and I'd like to submit an article from the Urology Care Foundation for your consideration. I'd like to ask you to support HB 396. This bill will give our school board the ability to set boundaries to place a common sense bathroom policy that gives school-age children an expectation of privacy that represents biology and reality and not other parents' ideology and fantasies. This bill also will protect the original Title IX before it was changed recently, making sure no one in either women's or men's sports have an unfair advantage, disadvantage, or worse, run the risk of serious injuries, which are well documented contrary to other statements. I didn't know this would be so much information about this affirming care, surgeries, drugs, etc. I happen to have a summary of an article, which I had the whole thing, that goes against gender affirming care. It is not beneficial to youth. It's a very updated study using 60 to 90 different studies. And it is using the scientific method. It's very professional, and I'd like you to consider that. And as far as gender transitions, treatments, hormones, etc., I'd like to just point out that Europe, typically more to the left of us, are headed in the opposite way. In fact, UK, it is now illegal to do such things to minors with the drugs, surgeries, etc. What they found, it is unhealthy for bone health, many other things. And many of the children end up being sterile. And when they start hormone blockers, etc., at a young age, when it does come time to do some sort of surgery, their genitals have so much atrophied, they don't have enough tissue to actually get what they want. And it's pretty sad. That's all I have for you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, yeah, if you could turn your stuff into our aide, she'll give us copies. Thank you very much.
Okay, the chair will call Cameron Munns. Good morning.
Hi. My name is Cameron Munns. First, I'd like to thank Iris for her testimony. I always appreciate when I can look up to the younger generation, so thank you. I'm wondering if folks sponsoring or supporting this bill are physicians or scientists. If the term biological is centered. I'm also wondering why sponsors do not stay to hear public testimony. So I'm not sure what I can say today that will have any effect, but I know those who support these bills are not tempered by logic or science. In third grade, I entered the girls' room as I was assigned female at birth. I was ridiculed and told on by peers. I did not use the bathroom at school or in public until my first year in college. I am now 40. Like all of you, I pee and poop. And if you're uncomfortable with those terms, that's what a lot of us are actually talking about. In fact, I'm pretty nervous right now, so I'm kind of holding in both. I am trans. When I leave here, where would you like me to go to the bathroom? Do I choose the door with the boring, nondescript person on it? Or the fancier, nondescript person in a dress or skirt? Or is it a cape? Or is it a kilt? Which is very popular on St. Patrick's Day, and also in these very chambers on State Tartan Day. If I poop sitting, like everyone else, does it matter which stall is gracing me with the privacy we all deserve? Are you only concerned with whether I stand or sit to urinate and the details of my urethra? Which we all have, by the way. I'm not up to date on the state of health education these days, so I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I'm wondering what this looks like, not on paper as a bill form, which is on par with the number of bills introduced by Republicans pertaining to sex and gender, which makes me wonder who is actually running the transgender agenda that we're all up in arms about. But what does this bill look like in action? Who would enforce this fascist propaganda? I'm sorry. Sometimes my brain autocorrects. Who would enforce this bill? If someone were to make it their job to enforce this and know, like really know, the physical, anatomical, hormonal, and genetic characteristics of someone else in public, wouldn't the, not Republican, bigot, wouldn't that person be the problem? And Dems, I haven't forgotten you, but I almost did. Speak up, make noise. Pins and stickers do not count. Ally is a verb, not a noun. And I urge all of you to stop your fixation on other people's genitals. It is none of your business, and I urge you to oppose this bill. Please give me questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call Alice Wade. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Alice Wade. I'm a resident of Dover. I'm a trans woman, and I serve on the board of 603 Equality. I'll get right to the point. This bill helps no one, hurts a lot of people, just for the sake of targeting an already vulnerable group. Why are we rolling back the clock to a time where discrimination was normalized? Why are you singling out trans people as a threat to society and saying that discrimination of trans people is justified? It's harmful, unnecessary, and just plain wrong. I did not choose to be transgender. Before and throughout puberty, I hated what my body was becoming. I hated how people viewed me. Transitioning was my way of bringing my body in line with my brain. Gender dysphoria was the problem. Transitioning was the solution. If I hadn't transitioned, I probably wouldn't be alive sitting here talking to you right now. Why would I choose to be transgender when a good portion of society hates me for it by default? I already have to live in fear that my employer or coworkers would figure out that I'm trans and retaliate against me for it. And here we are talking about taking away my rights that New Hampshire signed back into law in 2018 and 2019. Simultaneously to this bill, there are over 30 other anti-LGBTQ bills filed this year alone in New Hampshire, all because we become an effective political weapon to rile up your supporters with. I could pour my heart out up here, tell you about all the discrimination and hardship I faced during my transition. I could tell you about the times I contemplated suicide because I was worried that my friends or family wouldn't understand or accept me. I could tell you all about how happy I've become since my transition and how much it's improved my life. It probably wouldn't affect your vote on this, though. I live every day knowing that a good portion of society who have never met me think I'm a danger to others, that they would be terrified if their kids turned out like me. I know that there are countries around the world that would send me to prison or stone me to death for living for how I am. And to put it in the mildest possible terms, that sucks. Just 3 days ago on Monday, Moms for Liberty New Hampshire posted about a hearing and called people testifying against the bill child predators. They're probably here today as well, and I'd like them to briefly pause and think about the life choices they made to get to this point. Videotaping children without consent and calling complete strangers child predators for trying to defend their child's right to exist happily is just not okay. I don't know how much I can emphasize that it doesn't have to be this way. There's nothing stopping you from doing the right thing here today. I want to get to a world where I don't have to come here and testify on a Thursday morning to protect my basic human rights. I want to get to a world where kids don't have to fear abuse by their parents for coming out, and to keep New Hampshire a state where I can go to the restroom without worrying that I'd be sent to jail.
Ms. Wade?
Yes.
3 minutes are up.
I'm just finishing. There's currently a travel advisory out for transgender individuals, warning them to avoid traveling to Florida due to their bathroom ban and discriminatory laws. Don't make New Hampshire the next state that people avoid traveling to. I urge you to vote ITL on 396.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Joanna Brown. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, I got it. Okay. Let me know when you're ready so I can start the clock.
I'm ready. Thank you. Joanna Brown from Manchester, New Hampshire. Please support HB 396 with no amendments. It is not discriminatory to keep biological boys in the boys' bathroom when it comes to high school students. My daughter is a junior in high school, and there is a drastic difference between the boys and the girls at this point in life. In addition, Manchester is a mess. I had to pull my daughter out of the public school system because they've lost control of the students in the high schools. Do you know what students are doing now? They're taking their cell phones and holding them over the stalls in the bathroom or under the stalls in the bathroom and taking pictures of other students. They're allowing students to self-identify with no parental knowledge and no parental acknowledgement. Biological males are faster, stronger, and have more stamina than females. My daughter shouldn't lose her spot on the varsity team to a biological male. She shouldn't be forced to compete against boys. There is no requirement that transgender students start their hormone therapy at an early age. And there are also boys who are taking advantage of the open door policy. So in an ideal world, transgender students could be protected and acknowledged and accounted for. But with this open door policy, things are getting out of control. When schools turn their back on girls who complain about privacy issues, it doesn't take long for some males to take advantage of the lack of control over bathrooms and locker rooms. The school's policy on self-declaration of gender is leading not just to privacy issues, but is spiraling into harassment and threats by biological boys. 5 Manchester males were suspended for making sexual threats to a girl. 5, all at once, against 1 girl. Very recently, this is what's happening in your public school systems because it's a completely open door and the students recognize this. On a separate but related note, last summer, a transgender woman violently assaulted another woman. She was convicted in Manchester, but immediately released to the streets because the prisons did not know which prison to put her in. The worst place for a violent criminal is on the street where everybody's safety is at risk. Finally, I asked my daughter to come with me today because she is who I am fighting for specifically, but she was too scared. In fact, many more high school girls would be here to support this policy, but they are afraid of the backlash.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Anne Marie Banfield. I'm sorry? She already spoke, okay. Okay, Natalie is it Brankin? Okay. Let me know when you're ready so I can start the timer.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Natalie Brankin. I reside in Manchester with my husband and 4 children. In addition to my family, I speak on behalf of many families I know that could not be here today or didn't feel comfortable coming today. When I was here in January, I testified on a similar bill, and I shared the story about when my daughter was born. Her older brothers were quizzically asking, they were used to brothers and they wanted to know when their sister would grow a penis. And of course, I had to explain that girls would never grow penises. That's not possible. And we began many conversations with my children about the differences between male and female, as is the obligation of parents to do as such, to tell their children the truth. And my daughter's older now and she wants to swim, but I have these questions, right? If she decides to compete competitively in swimming, will she have to go up against a biological male? Will she be forced to change in a locker room with a biological male? It seems outlandish that we have these questions, but this is a reality in our country. It feels like a dystopian novel that I perhaps had to read when I was in college at St. A's, as a matter of fact, Senator Gannon. Just this past January when I was here, I made my way to the restroom to go to the bathroom before I had to leave. And there was clearly a male who was dressing as a woman in front of the women's room talking with someone. So I kind of waited because I didn't want to interrupt their conversation. And then that male went into the women's room. I am a woman. I don't feel comfortable being half dressed in a closed space with other men. So I decided to hold it, which as a mom of 4 is actually really difficult to do. And then as I was making my way to the parking lot by myself, another person who had testified actually gave me the middle finger. So I don't understand why this is even a question in our society today. Males are males and females are females. We have a lot of confusing laws in our country. We have a lot of confused people in our country. And I think it's the duty of the state to recognize objective reality, not cultish ideology. And it is imperative that legislation such as this pass so that institutions that want to provide safe spaces for women and females like myself and my daughter are not under any sort of legal trouble for doing such. I thank you for your time and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Chandler?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking this question. I'm a little bit confused that you said there was a man dressed as a woman.
Sure.
How would you know?
Oh, he had testified earlier that he was a male who went about his life as a woman.
Or, if I might follow
up.
Sure.
And I'm not going to argue a point, but I think I'm curious because we don't know when we look at a person what genitalia that person may have. So I'm still confused as to how
that he testified that he was a man and that he lived his life as a woman.
That was the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
He recognized reality and spoke as such.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
The chair will call Talia Greason. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Talia Greason. I'm a 29-year-old woman of trans experience. I am a parent, I'm a veteran, and I'm here speaking to you in opposition of House Bill 396. I started my transition journey about a year and a half ago. But it wasn't until recently that I felt comfortable using women's spaces. The reason for this is because I was afraid of the harassment that I might receive coming out of a women's restroom, appearing, being so early in my transition and not quite passing as well, or going into a men's space and dressed as you see me today. This fear is of harassment and discrimination is strong in a lot of trans people. A lot of times we hold back, we hide, we try to blend in with people because we're afraid of being discriminated against. Trans people and trans women in particular are painted as predators, and that we seek to wish harm against other people, when in reality all we wish is to exist. We just want to change in the locker room, or use the restroom, or participate in sports, or have fair and equal treatment when being punished for a crime. This bill will perpetuate this fear. It will create a hostile environment for trans people and encourage that discrimination against them, and potentially increasing violent acts towards us. If we are continued to be allowed in the spaces of our gender identity, it will create a safer, more welcoming environment for LGBTQ plus people as a whole. We pose no extra threat. We don't seek to dominate other people's spaces. We just want to live our lives happy and peaceful without the fear of discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Sam Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
Get just started.
My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For the record, NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in opposition to House Bill 396, and I will abridge my written testimony, which will be passed around. As you have all likely heard, LGBTQ plus young people, including those who are transgender or non-binary, often experience negative mental health outcomes, including high rates of anxiety, depression, and suicidality. Crucial to addressing this crisis, however, is understanding its cause. In part, our mental health reflects our environments and the conditions within which we live. Within all aspects of one's life, it is crucial that one can live fully and freely in accordance with their identity. For transgender and non-binary individuals, their very personhood is often denied, and they're forced to live as someone they're not. There is not an intrinsic link between one's existence as an LGBTQ plus person and poor mental health. Rather, it is these direct experiences with stigma, discrimination, and exclusion that ultimately contribute to the negative mental health outcomes LGBTQ plus individuals often experience. Our policies should promote mental wellness and create accepting, affirming environments for everyone. House Bill 396 would do just the opposite, severely limiting the environments in New Hampshire in which transgender and non-binary individuals can live freely. NAMI New Hampshire has grave concerns that this would have a negative effect on the mental health of trans and non-binary individuals across the state. To ensure mental health for all, our policies must ensure freedom for all. For these reasons, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to recommend ITL for House Bill 396, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, the chair will call Roger Blue. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready to start, and we will press the button.
Press the button, you said?
Press the button to get the timer started.
What?
No, you're fine.
Oh.
It's for me to start
okay.
because we have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Roger Blow. I live at 1620 Union Street, Manchester, New Hampshire. My next door neighbor is a lawyer, Bill Gannon. He's retired. You? Yeah. Anyway. Okay. My wife and I met at St. Anselm's College, where she proceeded to become a nurse, and I flunked out and got drafted and went to Vietnam. When I came back from Vietnam, we got married 5 weeks later. The thing is, I was homophobic until my daughter turned 20 and came out to me, and I was shocked. Because I remember when I was 6 years old, my dad said, okay, Raj, there's no more kissing me. You're 6 years old now and boys don't kiss boys. So that's the framework that I grew up in. I put down that I am here for myself, but actually I'm an ally to the LGBTQ. And I'm opposed to these bills. Monday I testified in a couple of bills because I feel like the LGBT community is being pounced upon. There's something wrong with you here. There's something wrong with you here. One of the ladies that just spoke said, we want you to look at the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is transgender people feel that they are the sex that they identify in. They really do, just like I feel like I'm a man. So I'm afraid I don't like these bills because I think they hurt them. That young woman in high school that got beaten and then committed suicide a couple of days later. People want to feel accepted. They want to feel they belong. And I feel LGBTQ community people are as lovely as we are. They're as good as we are. They deserve all the respect. Now, I do understand the part of a lot of women and young girls that feel uncomfortable, like in the bathrooms. That makes sense to me. So to me, there should be accommodations made so that the transgender person could still be on teams and still go to locker rooms and not offend anybody or scare anybody. I have a transgender grandson, and you couldn't tell that he used to be a girl. You couldn't tell. And you want that nice young gentleman to use a ladies' room because that's the sex he was born in? No. So there are so many great LGBTQ people that I could mention. Their reality is they are who they are. The identity is transgender, it's their identity. Lesbian and gay, that's who they love. Altogether in America, where we're supposed to be free, in this state, it's live free or die. I want freedom for all of them. I want respect for all of them. I don't want abuse by any of them. And I don't want them discriminated because, we can't do discrimination against you because of that law. There should be no excuse of discrimination. So I please oppose this law, protect our LGBTQ community. It's better for everybody.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call Michelle Foisey. Let me know when you're ready to start.
Good morning, Chair and honorary members of the committee. Thank you for listening to our testimonies today. My name is Michelle Silly Foisey and I live in Temple and I'm a mother of 6 and also a physical therapist. I'm here today in opposition of HB 396. Up until this past August, I never had a close family member within the LGBTQ+ community, though I have always been an ally for all human rights. Excuse me, I must amend that statement. Up until this past August, I was not aware I had a close family member within the LGBTQ+ community. I cannot help but think of how much my life has evolved since last summer. There have been many discussions this legislative session surrounding safety. As a mom, I have always prioritized my children's safety when making decisions and always considered their safety as one of my primary concerns from the moment they entered my world. This past August, my now 17-year-old expressed how they have been living in a body that does not feel like their home. Their father and I did not hesitate to support them from the moment we learned of their gender dysphoria. But that is not to say we did not fear for their safety. To transition from the body that was biologically present at birth to the body they feel is their own, we understood that their outward appearance may not match what they know to be true. We understood that their safety could and would be at risk at times, especially when encountering others that may not have the same understanding that their friends and family do. What I did not expect, as their mother, was for the Granite State to become an unsafe place for them to live as their true self due to the essence of this bill. While our journey supporting a trans teen has been difficult at times, I cannot imagine the added turmoil a ban such as this would bring. The isolation that trans youth endure is inconceivable for most. Separating and excluding a small group of athletes from their friends and teammates further exacerbates this isolation. Supporting and promoting the blatant discrimination of transgender athletes is not the 603 way. Sport should be a place where we embrace diversity and teammanship. Trans girls are girls, and they belong playing alongside their fellow non-transgender female athletes. I share this personal perspective with you to emphasize the intense emotions that this bill creates inside a person, especially as a member of the LGBTQ+ community or as a family member of someone within the community. It has always been very difficult for me to understand the ability for one to discriminate against any person or group of people. I consider how when I was young, the numerous times I was misgendered due to my very short hair and the dejection this created. I consider how when someone sees my person and assumes my gender, they use their judgment and conceived notions to determine what I am or am not capable of doing, or what I should be allowed or not allowed to do. I also think of the color of my skin and the privilege and ease with which that brings to my life, and how for others that is not often the case. Viewing someone and determining their biological sex by their physical appearance to categorize what bathroom or locker room they should be allowed to use is plain and simply discrimination. Being able to share who you are with the world is incredibly important to all human beings. Feeling accepted and uplifted by others when sharing who we are is one of the healthiest experiences we can have as people. Discriminating against an entire group of people for any reason is never okay. Discriminating against someone for their
Ms. Foisey, you're
true identity. This is
past the
my
3
last
minutes.
sentence.
You're past the 3-minute mark.
Okay. Just wanted to say that within the Granite State, if this is passed, it is incredibly dangerous. Please vote ITL for HB 396.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, I do see that you have sent us
An email.
written, yeah, we have
I
your
did.
email and your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the chair will call Sarah Terrell.
Good morning.
Let me
committee
know when
members.
you're ready to go.
I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Terrell. I'm a resident of Plymouth, New Hampshire in District 5. I'm here today to speak in opposition for HB 396. I just want to share a quick example with you. My daughter is here with me today. Earlier, this testimony has been rather difficult for her. Earlier, she stood up and said, "I'm going to use the bathroom," and she walked out before I could ask any other questions, and I was waiting to testify. And the sheer panic I felt with my daughter walking around in this building and not feeling that she was safe to use the restroom that she identifies with was a scary moment just this morning. And so I just wanted to share that with you. She came back, she was fine, but I did ask another person to go out and be with her because I was afraid for her safety in the bathroom where she chooses to be. Senator Gannon, I want to thank you for being here today. I heard you speak on the Senate floor a few weeks ago and mention some slight concerns for your youngest daughter and her size in playing soccer. And I share your concerns. As you can see, my daughter is a similar size, and I have concerns for her as well on a soccer team. I have even more concerns if her only option would be to play on a boys' team. She's not a boy. She doesn't look like a boy. She's not physically made up like a boy. She doesn't belong there. She also doesn't belong in an adult man's restroom. She's not a boy. This bill only seeks to put her in more dangerous situations. And as you can see, there are so many parents here today that are worried for their children, as I'm worried for my child. And I really ask you to please vote ITL on this bill and help me keep my daughter safe.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call Jennifer Black.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Sure. I guess I'm ready. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jennifer Black, and I live in Wyndham. I come here as a former female student athlete and the mom of 6, including 3 female student athletes. I am here in support of HB 396. Before I start, I hope you consider amending the bill if that's possible to include school overnight field trips and women's shelters. Today, however, I'm going to focus on women's sports. When I was 7, I went to my first Red Sox game, and right then and there, I decided my destiny was to be a Major League Red Sox player. I informed my mom and dad, and the only thing they told me was that I had to practice, practice, practice. So I did. Things were great for a while. I was chosen to be the only girl on the Little League All-Star team, and later was the only girl in the local Babe Ruth League. Then I went to high school. I was horrified that my only option was softball, so I asked if I could play freshman boys baseball, and to their credit, the coach and principal said yes. I joined the team, but it became disappointingly clear very quickly that I would not be playing in the major leagues. The boys, seemingly overnight, had become much faster, stronger, and taller. I realized I was literally out of my league. I made the difficult decision to switch to fast pitch softball. We were good, winning the state championship my junior year and runners-up my senior year. I graduated with a school record .550 batting average. Despite the fact that we were state champs, had any one of those freshman boys decided to play on our team, his ability would have surpassed our best female player. Have you noticed that this trans phenomenon is overwhelmingly a one-way street when it comes to athletics? Biological boys are taking away opportunities purposely carved out for girls and young women who, until relatively recently, traditionally had few to no options to play sports. Now I'd like to speak as a concerned mom of female athletes. Last year, my girls were in a volleyball league where an opposing team had a 6'2" individual born as a male play on their girls' team. Our girls' coach told our players to get out of the way and give the other team the point when this male player was preparing to spike the ball because she feared for their safety. This individual has been documented to have hurt opposing female players while playing against them in other sports. He was also subsequently suspended for taunting a girl in the locker room about her breasts. Every girl and woman is all too aware of their vulnerability when it comes to biological boys and men. To put our girls in positions where they are subject to injury and sexual abuse, whether verbal or physical, is deplorable. Is this what we want for our daughters? Are we going to squander the legacy of our mothers and grandmothers who fought long and hard so women could have leagues and spaces of their own? Allowing athletes born male to take those opportunities away from girls and women, as well as to put them in physical danger due to boys' relative size, strength, and speed, is turning back the clock to a time when women's only option was to cheer on the boys and men from the sidelines. I ask you to stand up for women and girls by supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I'm attaching an article about the boy convention.
Thank you.
Testimony. Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call Stephanie Cawley.
Good morning.
Are you ready to go?
I am.
All right.
Okay, and Senator Gammon, if you have any questions, earlier you had raised a few issues. I'll be happy to try to answer some of those. So anyways, my name is Stephanie Cawley. I live in Center Conway, New Hampshire. I am a transgender woman, and I'm here in opposition to HB 396. I oppose this for several reasons. First of all, I did pass in a copy of a study recently released in the UK, which shows the relative athletic capacity in multiple areas of transgender women versus cisgender women. And the quick summary of that is there is essentially very little difference. In fact, most trans women have less capacity in some of the major areas of study. It's a limited study. It's not the final word. But moreover, I think it points out, because you can always cherry pick in individual studies. But if done properly, there's basically very little difference between cisgendered and transgender women. So I submit that study is evidence of that. Secondly of all, there was been these anecdotal conversations about incidences in locker rooms and bathrooms and so on. And all legislation should be aimed at behavior and not categories of people. So these outright, banning of trans women from using the bathroom they identify with based on somebody's bad behavior, as opposed to dealing with that person's individual actions, which just doesn't make sense. We don't ban people based on race because of maybe one person's bad behavior, and I don't think we should do it based on their gender identity. So that's another point I'd like to make. Second of all, I just want to tell you a little bit about my own self. I've been an athlete my whole life. Back when I was young, of course, this was back in the 1960s and 70s, I played football. I was a weightlifter and a shot putter. Did everything macho I could possibly get my hands on to disprove I was who I was. Eventually, I came to understand better that I was not that. I also became a runner. I've run 3 marathons, about 20 half marathons, as well as innumerable 5 and 10K races. These days, because of some back and knee issues, I primarily hike, and I hike a lot. Like Senator Bradley, I'm a member of the New Hampshire Grid, meaning I've hiked all 48 peaks in each month. I will tell you, most of my hiking friends are cisgendered women, all about my age, and every one of them have me lead, not because I'm the fastest, because I'm the slowest. Because whenever I hike with them, they always say, I don't feel exhausted when I hike with you because you're not running up the hill real fast. You keep it at a
Ms.
nice
Colley,
steady
your
pace.
3 minutes are up.
Okay, so if there's any questions, particularly you raise the issue of the person who suddenly changed gender. It's not the way that works in reality. It's a long process. It takes, months and months of counseling and therapy to get to that.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms.
Okay.
Colley.
We can pick up there if I can follow up
You have a question?
real quick.
Yep.
So you were saying it doesn't happen, but in Connecticut 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, junior boys who were mediocre at the state level were winning at the state meet. They transitioned, they said they identified senior as female.
Right.
And they dominated and won almost every single category at the track meet.
Right. And people bring up Leah Thomas as well, who won the NCAA swimming championships. What they fail to say is that she lost 3 other times. So she won once and lost 3, but they sort of forget that issue. And in regards to those other ones, again, the NCAA and the Olympics have dealt with that by basically saying you have to be on cross-hormonal therapy for about a year and suppress your testosterone levels to those levels. I don't know what the NHIA rules stipulate, but it seems to me something in that nature could be looked at as a way to make sure that testosterone levels is sufficiently suppressed to bring about a fair playing field.
Real quick follow-up? What type of shoes are you wearing?
Right now I have oboes.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to buy them for hiking, but they're not, they weren't very grippy, and the White Mountains are very slick at times, so I switched them out, but they're very comfortable on a day like today.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair will call Kate McCarty. Morning. Good morning. Just because I know you were outside, we're allowing people to speak for 3 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I announced that at the beginning, but I know you were outside, so I just want to make sure you know that. So when you're ready to go, let me know and I'll get the timer started.
Okay, appreciate that. Yep, I'm all set.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Kate McCarty. I thought all day yesterday about what I was going to say this morning, and between every task, I went back to my Word document, but the words just wouldn't come. I probably drove Lynn Jakehouse crazy texting with them yesterday because I don't want to mess this up. This is it. The trans community's future lies directly in your hands because they've been made other, separate from their peers. There is no other group that has had to lay bare their most personal issues to a committee and with the public in attendance too. Their genitals are discussed. How humiliating, how dehumanizing. And the mothers that have come before you, the ones who have lost or nearly lost children to suicide, these bills are forcing parents to rip open wounds that never really heal so that their child's suicide will have some sort of meaning by saving another parent from a pain no parent should feel. And now you're going to vote on whether or not these people deserve equal protections under the law. On my way home from work yesterday, maybe 1/10 of a mile from my house, there was a car tire lying in the road. I'm that person who stops and moves things like that so no one gets hurt. But it was still light out and the tire was easily visible and I just wanted to go home, so I passed it by. And immediately remembered my daughter would come home this way from work later after dark, so I went back and I moved it. Sometimes it has to affect you before you do something about it. It's selfish, but it happens. So please just imagine how these bills affect these families when they lose each other, when they lose a child. Please stop singling out and governing one small group of people. That's an extremely dangerous door to walk through. You know, there's a reason we come back every time a bill comes up to legislate these people out of existence, because we believe everyone deserves equal protections under the law. Please stay true to the last 5 words of the Pledge of Allegiance: liberty and justice for all. Please vote no on HB 396. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The chair will call Jennifer Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right.
So I'm going. I've been testifying at this legislature since 2015 after I retired a couple of months before. I am a rather elderly trans woman, excuse me. And I have been only out since 2016 because it was so uncomfortable. But Jerry Cannon and others made it a whole lot easier for me to just say, hey, I've been living this hormonally for a quarter of a century, and why don't I just be who I want to be? But things like this would make it totally unworkable. You're talking about allowing some places to create these spaces where I'm not welcome, and other places I would still be welcome. What am I going to do? Carry an app that has to be constantly updated? And I play on a women's tennis team. And by the way, I am neither the strongest or the tallest by a long shot. You know, it just doesn't make sense. And that's where I feel comfortable. Could I play with men? Yeah, sometimes I do. I have a good friend, former legislator here, who I sometimes play with because he lives near me. But, you know, this doesn't make sense. And Senator Gannon, not on this bill, but a previous bill, I sent you a lot of information about the hormonal things that you've asked about. And I'm more than happy to talk about it. In fact, in that letter, I specifically asked you to either have an email conversation or a phone conversation with me. There's a lot of misinformation. Women have testosterone. And there are variable levels. In fact, a fairly large number of elite athlete women have much higher levels than their peers. That's a common condition, and it really is overrepresented among elite female athletes. And, you know, someone talked about a 6'2" trans female spiking the ball. There are 6'2" female volleyball players who are not transgender. We all have different abilities. Speaking from experience, my times as a runner, I was a distance runner, dropped remarkably after I got off of testosterone, had none in my system. So don't assume that you already know these things. And some of the stories, I would ask, you know, if someone is actually pestering someone in a locker room, whether that's because they're trans or because they've got some kind of psychological problem, that needs investigation. And a girl could be harassed by an older girl just for any reason whatsoever. And are you going to exclude any girl who harasses another girl? I just don't think you want to do those kinds of things on the basis of allegations.
3 minutes are up.
Okay. And I'm happy to take questions. I'm also a medical physician, by the way.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Oh, seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Grace Murray. Let me know when you're all set and we'll get the timer started.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Grace Murray and I'm from Amherst, New Hampshire, and I oppose HB 396. I have many concerns about this bill and how it will affect the people that I care about, and I don't feel like this legislation accurately reflects my values or the values that New Hampshire prides itself on, namely our motto, live free or die. HB 396 is a direct threat to the people I know and love, as well as thousands more New Hampshire residents. Rolling back discrimination protections puts the continued safety and dignity of all transgender residents at risk. We should be welcoming different perspectives and people into our state and not trying to make their existence harder or more dangerous. While this bill touches on many different spaces, I want to focus on one in particular, and that's detention facilities. Trans people are at a higher risk of being sexually assaulted while incarcerated. This is an uncomfortable and scary truth, but it's one we must face anyway. This bill takes away from thorough federal and state policies created to ensure the safety and dignity of all inmates, and it neglects to acknowledge that trans women in prisons are at a heightened risk. Please do not ignore the risk of sexual assault when considering this bill. All people deserve respect, dignity, and safety. I love this state. I've spent my whole life here, but this legislation is not reflective of my values and the ones that I grew up with. I urge you all to oppose this bill and protect all granted staters.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair will call Beth Scare. Okay, I know you were outside, Ms. Scare, but everyone has 3 minutes. So let me know when you're ready and I'll get the timer started.
Thank you. I'm ready. My name's Beth Scare, and I'm a grandmother from Nashua, and I'm here in support of HB 396. This is the live free or die state, and Governor Sununu made a terrible mistake in 2018 when he signed HB 1319, prohibiting discrimination based on gender identity into law. He thought he was integrating lunch counters in the Deep South, but what he was really doing was stripping away the privacy and safety of women and girls. An estimated 91% of victims of rape and sexual assault are female, and 9% are male. Nearly 99% of perpetrators are male. And in a Swedish study in a population of individuals who had undergone sex reassignment, the researchers state male to females retained a male pattern regarding criminality. The same was true regarding violent crime. A large percentage of trans-identifying males, also known as trans women, are sexually attracted to women. They transition because they have a sexual fetish called autogynephilia. If a person has one sexual fetish, they are very likely to have other sexual fetishes. Here in Nashua, we had a male state rep, Stacey Lawton, who identified as a woman, was sexually attracted to women, and who was charged with soliciting and distributing pornographic pictures of local toddlers. Thankfully, he is being housed in a men's prison. Should men with autogynephilia and other sexual fetishes be given access to women's and girls' spaces of intimate privacy or women's prisons? Segregation by biological sex can be a good and necessary thing. It's not like racial segregation. The Libertarian Party of New Hampshire officially supported HB 1319 in 2018. They thought they were giving freedom to trans-identified people, but they were really taking away the freedom for businesses and organizations to choose whether or not to allow men to access their women's restrooms and locker rooms. Let Planet Fitness choose to allow men into their women's locker rooms. Women can choose whether or not to join that gym and risk seeing a man undressing or a man watching them undress, or they can join a gym that respects their need for privacy and safety. My testimony against HB 1319 has been immortalized in the Hulu documentary Changing the Game, and it is still relevant today. Do you trust women to use their own intuition about who is safe to be in a woman's restroom or locker room? Do you respect a woman's right to privacy? Do you respect a woman's right to protect herself? Do you want to see women left vulnerable in restrooms or locker rooms to sexual assault, especially young girls? If you respect women and girls, you don't want them left vulnerable. please vote to pass on HB 396.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
And I have my testimony from my husband, Steve Scare, and he asks you to please read the cast review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The chair will call, I think it's Finn Stauber. I think it's FYNN. No? Okay. The chair will call Shauna Muhanan. Is there someone named Shauna? Ooh. Okay, all right. The chair will call Courtney Reed. And let me know when you're ready, Ms. Reed.
That was good. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Senators, for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Courtney Reed. I'm with the ACLU of New Hampshire, and we oppose this bill. You heard from transgender granite staters, their loved ones, from civil rights advocates, and you'll hear from educators and so many other community members that this bill has no place in New Hampshire, and that's because HB 396 impermissibly promotes discrimination because of one's transgender status in various avenues of life. We've heard in the past from the Attorney General's office the ways in which this bill promotes segregation and discrimination based on one's transgender status and how that violates various state and federal laws, including, which we've heard today, the 2018 and 2019 gender non-discrimination laws in New Hampshire, which explicitly prohibit discrimination based upon someone's gender identity in public accommodations and in schools and beyond, in housing. Recently, there have been a few developments to strengthen Title IX, which would be another concern where there could be violations in the state in regard to allowing discrimination and prohibiting a transgender individual from using the bathrooms in schools, as well as in athletics. And in regard to how this bill permissibly allows discrimination in the placement of in jails or in prisons, there are already federal guidelines from the Department of Justice and Corrections about this, as well as the Prison Rape Elimination Act, which have specific and thorough procedures in place for considering someone's gender identity and ensuring safe housing for all. And this bill would ignore these processes, or it would allow jails and prisons to ignore these processes, and it would be in conflict with numerous state and federal laws. And I'm happy to elaborate that a little bit. There was a question in earlier testimony about the case law in which individuals asserted that they had privacy rights. I just wanted to note that the legal citations for those are at the bottom of the first page of my testimony. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair will call Bill Blum. Bill Blum? He's right here. Hello? Hello, good morning. Let me know when you're all set and we'll set the timer.
Sure, let's go. Good morning. My name is Bill Blum. I use they, them pronouns. I'm non-binary. Other titles I wear is parent, small business owner, and also I'm on the board of 603 Equality. I can speak about a lot of things. The first thing I'm going to talk about today is this is discrimination. It's discrimination against people that are within my community who are simply trying to exist. We talk about bathroom usage. You all have probably already used a bathroom with a trans person, you just haven't noticed it. because we use the bathroom to go in and use it as it's designed for, and we leave. There was talk about Planet Fitness, great New Hampshire company. They picked this up and quickly put it down. And what they said is the person who saw the trans person in the bathroom, who took the pictures and publicized them, was actually in the wrong. As a trans person, we do not seek attention. We seek the opposite. It's for safety. If I were to use the male restroom, I would face ridicule and potentially could be assaulted. So I hope that makes you feel safer, knowing that I might be at risk because you might feel that if you take your cell phone and hang it over my stall, you might see something that is different than what you're expecting to see. As far as surgeries go, trans people, each person's experience is different. There's no end game, there's no starting point other than their decision to work with people, professionals, family members themselves, to get to the point where they can comfortably live authentically. I did that 2 years ago, almost to this day. I lost my job, got a divorce, lost employment, and had difficulty finding it again. So I started my own company, been very successful. So I'm here to tell you that trans people are good people. The reality here is we've heard from the experts who say that this is a bad thing. We've heard from the mental health advisors that this is going to hurt people within our community. We look at data and we can sit there and see people are actively losing their lives because of this harmful attacks. This is a national effort. This is not anything New Hampshire is. I was on a call last night that actually brought up a good question. This is the live free or die state, right? But for whom? For you who feel comfortable living in your skin, but not for me. So I'm very challenged with that. My gender identity and medical procedures are my own personal secrets. I do not ask you if you had your liver removed or your kidney or whatever other medical procedure you had. That's your information. You do you, I'm doing me. Finally, I would like to say that there's a huge parallel in attacking our community with, this is not about bathrooms, the same as many, many years ago, it was not about bubblers or fountains. We are at this point right now, and there is no place for this hate in this state of New Hampshire that we all love to be in.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Okay,
Any
great.
questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The chair will call Emma Savigny.
Good morning, Honorable Chairwoman Carson and members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. For the record, my name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that solves problems through policy change. I am here today in strong opposition to House Bill 396 because it permits discrimination against transgender and non-binary young people. Discrimination is a social construct that creates the same harmful in both physical and mental health, same harmful impacts as adverse childhood experiences. So in addition to the higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidality, amongst other mental health outcomes that you've heard about, adverse childhood experiences, or commonly referred to as ACEs, have impacts on physical health as well. And so typically when you hear about ACEs, you hear about divorce or familial incarceration, but discrimination can also have similar impacts, and discrimination in any form can have serious consequences on one's mental and physical well-being. Specifically, in the LGBTQ population in New Hampshire, 39% of youth have seriously considered suicide, 55% have experienced symptoms of depression, and 68% have experienced discrimination. And so these are stark reminders that our state needs to do better to protect our LGBTQ youth and this bill is just further discriminating against them, further creating opportunities for poorer mental health outcomes. When LGBTQ youth feel supported in their communities and feel welcome within their families, schools, and sports teams, they have mental health outcomes on par with their peers. And so for those reasons, New Futures asks this committee to ITL House Bill 396, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Ezra Brown. Okay, let me know when you're ready, and we'll start the timer.
I'm ready. Hi, I'm Ezra Brown from Rochester, New Hampshire, and I oppose HB 396. This bill allows for discrimination against trans people in bathrooms, sports, and prisons. Discrimination is always wrong, but the writers of this bill justify discrimination for the supposed purpose of upholding safety and privacy. I agree with the authors that the state has a compelling interest in protecting the privacy and safety of all people. Unlike the authors, to me, all people includes trans people. We are equally deserving of safety and privacy, which this bill would decimate for us. The reality is, this bill doesn't protect anyone. Sports first. My entire childhood, I played in a co-ed soccer league. In no way did this compromise the privacy or safety of my experience. I would have been insulted at the idea that I couldn't compete with boys as my equal. When a boy was better than me, I was driven to work harder and become a better athlete, and I did. Playing co-ed taught me very clearly the way to succeed as an athlete. Skill, dedication, and teamwork. Gender had nothing to do with my ability to work hard and succeed. It is insulting to allow a few sore losers to dictate sports for all girls. Trans kids pose no specific threat of safety beyond the general risk any kid brings inherent to youth sports. While failing to improve the safety of youth sports, this bill radically reduces children's privacy. I grew up in a very observant Christian household with strict modesty practices. Like 10% of people born female, I have PCOS, which leads to elevated testosterone. Puberty brought some facial hair to me. I likely would have been suspected of being assigned male at birth. If this bill had existed, my religious parents likely would not have allowed me to be subject to invasive exams to prove my gender. This bill would have humiliated me as a child self-conscious already of the way my body looked, as it would for every child subjected to it. Myself and many Christian girls I knew would have lost access to a sport we loved because of this invasion of children's privacy. On prisons, we know as a fact trans women do not increase the danger to cis women in prison. Trans women are the most likely to experience violence in prison. The solution is improving privacy for every incarcerated person, not endangering trans women. On bathrooms, we need to acknowledge that biological sex is a myth the authors of this bill uphold in defiance of medical science. This bill doesn't even bother to try to define it because they know they can't. In practice, this bill deputizes every citizen of the state to be a gender cop, intimidating and threatening any person in a bathroom they think doesn't belong. Privacy? No, this bill is a license to massively increase surveillance. Safety? Research consistently shows bills like this increase the amount of violence done to trans people, including a 250% increase in sexual assault of trans girls, per the NIH. Data from schools and police have shown that non-discrimination policies do not increase the risk of violence to cis people. As such, the clear and obvious choice to increase safety is non-discrimination. In conclusion, this bill does not increase the privacy and safety of anyone. All it does is allow discrimination. Please vote it down and ask your colleagues in the House to do better next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Shannon McGinley. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, great.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Shannon McGinley, appearing representing Cornerstone in support of HB 396. I want to talk about the Federal Department of Education's recent final rule, which is 30 CFR Part 106, and how it might relate to this bill. Although I'm not an attorney, the facts can be readily verified with any knowledgeable attorney. First, there's some misunderstanding about what the final DOE rule actually claims to do. Some media reports have described the rule as prohibiting all differentiation based on biological sex. Actually, in several places, the Biden DOE is now saying Title IX allows people to be separated based on biological sex as opposed to gender identity in quote, separate sex-separate living facilities and sex-separate athletic teams, unquote. You can see this in the DOE's own final rule summary on its own website or in the final rule under section 106.31, subsection 2, which actually uses language pretty similar to HB 396 as passed by the House. This should be important to the Senate for at least a couple of reasons. First, you can see that the position taken by the Biden DOE in this new rule is significantly more conservative than the views of the New Hampshire Department of Justice over the past 2 years. The DOJ has repeatedly shown up at committees and falsely claimed that federal law somehow prohibits sex separation in student athletics. The fact that even the Biden DOE now disagrees with that vindicates what Cornerstone has been saying over the past years, that the DOJ has been taking a progressive activist position, not giving a straightforward description of the law. Secondly, when you look at how much overlap there is between HB 396 and the DOE rule, you can see that it would make no sense to try to weaken the House bill as a compromise. HB 396, as introduced, which simply clarified that using biological sex is allowed, was already so moderate that it would have sounded like a joke and a piece of satire even just 10 years ago. But this House version you have now is already an even more watered-down version of that bill. The text in front of you is the most watered-down thing that could possibly be effective at affording any protection to women and girls. Weaker language would actively worsen the situation of girls in Milford, Interlakes, and other districts who are being bullied and treated unfairly and whose privacy is being violated right now. Finally, let me mention the most objectionable part of the Biden DOE rule. On page 1,270, yes, there's 1,500 pages to the rule, of the final rule, it says that while teams and athletic facilities can be sex differentiated, girls in restrooms and locker rooms must be forcibly exposed to the genitals of males. While we obviously strongly oppose that policy rule, the policy in the rule, it does not create any legal problem for this bill or even a legal challenge. This is a bill that says that New Hampshire state law does not prohibit sex separation in these circumstances. If the Biden administration was right to say that federal law does prohibit sex separation, there would be no contradiction or grounds for any legal challenge whatsoever on this bill. You can see that if you just simply use logic, there would be a contradiction and challenge only if the state law mandated what federal rules prohibit. 2 more points. If schools...
Ms. McGinley, your 3 minutes are...
All right, I will wrap up, Chairman. If schools do choose to go against the DOE rule and set up a legal challenge, this bill is not requiring them to do that. That could happen tomorrow with or without this bill. Lastly, of course, Cornerstone hopes that it is the new DOE rule will be eventually struck down. But in the meantime, passing this bill will not create any conceivable grounds for any kind of federal legal action against New Hampshire.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
I do have my written testimony that has all the references and footnotes for that.
Thank
and
you
that
very
also I'm
much.
giving you some testimony of someone who was unable to be here.
Okay, thank you. The chair will call Ben Bradley. Okay, let me... Yeah, I can't.
Madam Chair, I intended to cite him. No.
Okay, yes. Ready to start.
Okay, good morning, Senator Carson. I'm happy to be here addressing the committee this morning. My name is Deborah Howes, and I am president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I am here on behalf of our 3,700 members across the state to oppose HB 396. We oppose this bill because fundamentally it will impede the rights of all Granite State students to equally access their public education. Every Granite State student has the fundamental constitutional right to a public education. Not just some of them, not just the majority of them, every single one of them, including the ones who have had to come repeatedly over the past couple of years to justify their existence and testify against bills they're seeking to limit their rights. Every Granite State student has the right to access this public education free from discrimination and harassment based on who they are, discrimination against them based on who they are. And that is further bolstered with the protections in the New Hampshire non-discrimination laws under RSA 354A, as well as the federal Title IX regulations. And the purpose of Title IX, for one who asked earlier, is to make sure that all students have equal access to their educational programs, including all school activities. That would include any clubs, sports, and outside activities that the school allows students to participate in and runs. Because this bill deals with facilities, including bathrooms, as well as sports teams, we object to the categorizing use of those based on biological sex at birth, and we find that that would discriminate against some of our students based on who they are. We do understand that there's been some testimony about individuals and behaviors. That is something to be dealt with based on behaviors. You do not discriminate against a whole category of people based on the behavior of one. So for that reason, we think that HB 396 is inexpedient to legislate because it would take away rights from a whole group of people. And we do not legislate discrimination in New Hampshire. That is not the Granite State way. And we urge you to find it inexpedient to legislate. Thank you very much. Okay.
Sure. My name is Holloway Testerman. I'm a social worker and a therapist in a school setting. I actually work in the Manchester School District, so I'd like to correct some misinformation from someone who commented on that district earlier. There's not an open door policy for the restrooms. Students have to ask for a bathroom pass. I also want to challenge the narrative that many have presented that trans people are a danger in the bathroom. I actually have many trans students who opt to not use the bathrooms at all during a 9-hour school day, counting bus transport because they're rightfully afraid of being harassed by cis students. As a social worker, I'm responsible to the core values of my field, and the specific one that is applicable here is every person's right to autonomy and self-determination. This means that other people are allowed to make their own decisions for their lives and bodies. This value intentionally breaks down the assumption that we know what is best for other people. Non-discrimination laws uphold this value on a greater scale. I could go on about how rolling back these protections would hurt my students. I could go on about how all the skills kids learn in sports are applicable to adulthood. But truly, I'm struggling right now because I don't understand why trans people need to defend themselves to you. I want you to appreciate the number of trans people that have come before you today and laid bare their medical histories, their personal journeys, and just really vulnerable information. I want you to appreciate the parents that have brought their kids here to testify, and I want you to appreciate that they have had to balance their children's privacy and safety with trying to convince you that their children deserve privacy and safety. I want you to think about that, and then I want you to imagine how if folks came and laid that bare and then look at the empty chairs to show like who hasn't taken the time of day to listen to them today. They should not have to convince you that they get to exist with autonomy and self-determination. Please oppose this bill.
Hello, thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Kat Laguerre. I'll be speaking on behalf of someone who couldn't make it today. I'm also an organizer with the ACLU of New Hampshire. Good morning, Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Maëlle Jacques, a 16-year-old girl from Newbury, and I'm here to testify in opposition to HB 396. Throughout my entire life, sports have been an integral part to my sense of belonging. I've been playing soccer since the age of 3. Today, I play on soccer and track and field teams at Kearsarge Regional High School, as well as Lightning Soccer Club in the springtime. When I began my transition in 6th grade, my school welcomed me onto the girls' teams. Being able to play on the teams I belonged to allowed me to skip through the phase of social ostracization, as the other girls accepted me for who I was, welcomed especially by the locker room rituals, like when we would go around and give one word of how we want to perform that game. Being part of a team allowed me to be seen as normal, where elsewhere I was always seen as a pariah. In the locker rooms, I'm just a girl who needs to change into my sports uniform like anyone else, who wants to take the space to bond with my team before and after games, to talk about our days, to do each other's hair, and most importantly, to prepare for the upcoming practice or game. I didn't join sports with the goal of dominating or competing or being better than anyone else. No one would go through the amount of bullying and self-hatred of transition purely to win a sport, especially women's sports, which are underappreciated in our nation. If banned from teams and locker rooms, joining the male teams wouldn't even be a choice for me with the amount of bullying and threats I'd receive, let alone the mental anguish I'd go through being forced to be someone who I'm not. Thank you for your consideration, and please vote in opposition to HB 396. Sincerely, Maëlle Jacques. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Laura Brigida.
Hi, my name is Laura Brigada. I'm from Hudson, New Hampshire.
Okay.
All right. I'd like to talk today about bathrooms and locker rooms and privacy. Since the 2018 bill was passed, I changed my life. I have thought about what kind of bathroom I'm going to use. Can I have my husband stand in front of the door of like a single stall one? I have changed my attitude toward community involvement. You may have read Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone many years ago about diminishing community involvement, and that was 24 years ago. I have looked at the community and I have said, well, if I can't use a safe bathroom, anything else is a lower priority. I'm really focused on things near my home. I'm at a time of life where I would like to go out a little more, but I do a lot of water restriction when I go out because I do not want to encounter a biological male in a restroom. I would also like to speak up for some women at different points of life who maybe in our abstraction of stepping back, of trying to think of some grand theory of sex and gender that maybe we're forgetting. What about the teenage girl who's menstruating, who would like to deal with it in private, who maybe could deal with it, can say, all right, this is how it is, but the biological boy is hanging around the bathroom, that just, it makes it a terrible thing. We tell girls it's wonderful to be a woman, and then we show them that it's not by making something that is a part of life as a woman a difficult thing. Also, I'd like to bring up pregnancy and breastfeeding. Pregnant women need to use the bathroom. There is an attitude of, well, if you don't like a biological man in the bathroom, hold it. Well, I'm telling you, sometimes a pregnant woman can't hold it. A pregnant woman is going to have to settle and is going to have to be diminished in her rights and her privacy. Additionally, occasionally, even though breastfeeding women usually keep their baby with them, occasionally a woman will step away for an hour or two while someone else holds the baby, take a break. Maybe such a woman would like to go to the gym. What happens if a woman who is lactating is doing her workout, thinks of her baby, and soaks her shirt with breast milk? Some people think that some of these biological functions like menstruation and lactation are somehow voluntary or are like urinating. And that is not the case. Sometimes these things just happen and they need to be dealt with. So for some of those people who may say something like, oh, I just want to pee, I would like to say that there are other biological functions that women smooth over about the difficult parts, making civilization.
Pam, you
Yes.
reached your 3-minute limit. Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Devin Quinn. Is there a Devin Quinn here? Oh, okay. Let me know when you're ready to start.
I'm ready. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thanks for your time. My name is Devin Quinn. I'm the Director of Policy at the New Hampshire Women's Foundation, where we invest in equality and opportunity for the women and girls of New Hampshire through research, education, advocacy, and grant making. And we respectfully but adamantly oppose HB 396 because it does allow discrimination against transgender people who deserve to be treated fairly in all aspects of their life. Trans women are women, trans girls are girls, period. And I know that originally the sponsor was talking about this bill as an opportunity for safety and privacy of girls. And certainly the New Hampshire Women's Foundation is interested in the safety and privacy of girls. But this bill, using this to create safety and privacy for girls, would imply that trans people as a whole group are a threat to girls or cisgender girls' safety and privacy, which is just not true. Treating a whole group of people is the definition of discrimination, to treat a whole group of people differently. Cisgender girls and cisgender women are not unsafe around trans girls and women. Cisgender girls and women's privacy are not threatened by trans women and girls. And in fact, it is trans girls and trans women who may face unsafe situations and threats to their privacy if they're forced to use bathrooms, locker rooms, sports, participation in prisons and jails that do not align with their gender identity. The way that we protect girls' safety and all people's safety and privacy is to create laws and school rules about bullying and harassment, assault, sexual assault. These are rules and laws about behaviors, not about whole groups of people. That is how we keep people safe. Trans women and girls are our neighbors, co-workers, friends, and peers, and they deserve to be treated fairly. And we urge you to ITL this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. We, in the context of many of these bills that have come before us, we've talked a lot about the anti-discrimination statute that was passed in 2018. Do you have any concerns that this bill in particular would roll back any of those protections?
Yes, it would roll back protections. It's it's a carve out for discrimination within an anti-discrimination law, which seems in its very essence discriminatory. It also may invite violations of Title IX, and we're concerned about how these laws would add up.
Follow up?
So I know the law changed also in 2019, just to clarify that students were included. And so is there a concern about that also, because we're potentially impacting students' rights here? And I know the Attorney General has weighed in on similar bills. I'm wondering if you had any thoughts about the Attorney General's analysis of how this might impact our current law.
This certainly in the sports, are you talking about specifically in sports participation in bathrooms and locker rooms at schools? Certainly this is discriminatory for trans youth in schools. And I'm not sure if I'm getting at your question though.
Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand when you talk about the sports contest and you're saying that it's discrimination. Now, there was testimony from other witnesses saying that the hormone treatment would really equalize the playing field when it comes to a biological woman and a trans woman playing on the same team. But if you don't see the reverse effect, you don't see biological women or trans boys playing on the boys' team, to that extent, you don't really often you don't see a trans boy winning the state championships. You see that in the news. I guess my point is, what about the potential in proportion impact this would have on biological women? Because it feels like they would have less opportunities on the women's team. And I don't think that would weigh the same when it comes to trans boys playing on the boys' team.
I think you're getting at fairness and opportunity generally. Is that fair to say?
More opportunity.
More opportunity. Well, there are a lot of things that create opportunities, and particularly for girls. And I think that creating more opportunity for girls' sports is something we should talk about more. And there's a lot we can do in terms of funding and resources for girls' sports, particularly at the collegiate level, never mind the professional level, in terms of fairness and opportunities there. So I think if we're talking about opportunities for girls, there's a whole list of ways we can create more opportunities for girls that would have nothing to do with keeping out trans girls from playing a sport that identifies with their gender identity.
Follow up?
Can you elaborate on some of those opportunities that you're speaking about?
To create more opportunities for girls? Sure, there are, we want to talk about college sports and funding that we have for college football, that we don't provide adequate girls' locker rooms that we do for boys' locker rooms. And we saw these conversations at the basketball tournaments recently, and how we want to make sure that girls' sports have the funding, fairness, and opportunity that boys do. I think there's a lot of opportunity here, but when we talk about girls' opportunity in sports, there's a long list we can do that don't involve discriminating against trans girls.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The chair will call Kathy Holmes. Yep. Let me know when you're ready and we'll start the timer.
I do not have written testimony to hand in. I've just been composing it this morning. So,
well, ma'am, we're not execing this, so if you have something that you want to write up that you can get to us this afternoon or tomorrow, we'll be more than willing. We'll put it right into our file and email it to us.
Okay, thank you. They may say that they just want to be left alone, but I believe that was true in the past. Now there is some activist group that has taken over and hijacked their lifestyle choice. And so we are forced to turn to the law to protect people, girls, from being bullied and the tactics of intimidation. Like you've heard, some people couldn't come because they'd be known in their school as a phobe of something. And I've heard kind of almost glibly talked about the hormone drugs and puberty blockers like that's a normal thing. But, you know, that's very dangerous. And it's only just coming out about some of these, the young mass shooters being trans people, their minds are set. There's so many things you don't know when you start experimenting with people's minds and drugs. So, and my last point, let's concede that trans people are uncomfortable going into their assigned at birth bathroom, and that adds up to one uncomfortable person. But if they go into the opposite sex bathroom or locker room, that makes 3 to 20 people uncomfortable. So it's a math issue, and we're in America.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Whitley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify, you're not saying that trans individuals are responsible for mass shootings, correct? Because that would be a
There have been, yes, there have been, at least 2 of them.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, we've gone through a very extensive list of individuals that had signed up to speak. We've gone through all of you who have checked the box that you wanted to speak. Before I close this, is there anybody who wanted to speak, who had signed up to speak, and their name, and they have not spoken? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing on House Bill 396. The committee will be in recess for 10 minutes. We have to give our secretary a little bit of a break. Are you eating? The committee will come out of recess. We're going to open the public hearing on Senate Bill 619, and the prime sponsor was not available to be here today. So Representative Leon is going to introduce the bill. Before we get started, as you can tell, we are way far behind. And so I'm going to ask a couple things. One, if you have written testimony, please do not read it. You can paraphrase it as best as you possibly can, and then turn in your written testimony. We are not executing this bill today. We're going to have plenty of time to read what you have given us. Secondly, please do not repeat what others have said. And lastly, we're going to go to 2 minutes. We're going to give everyone 2 minutes to give us testimony. Representative Leon will get a few minutes more because she is actually introducing the bill. So with that being said, I'm going to recognize Representative Leon. Good afternoon, Representative.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Erica Leon. I'm a state representative for the town of Derry and Vice Chair of the Health and Human Services Committee in the House, where we had this bill. We amended this bill drastically from how it was initially introduced. Initially, it addressed a lot of different topics, far too many were necessary in a bill, and which also got past what I thought was probably the most concerning issue regarding transgender care. Just if I can divert for a second, you heard me this morning about my concern about even cancer tests that aren't necessarily proven. I'm very much a stickler for data, best practices, and making sure that we're not telling people that something will be able to help them when we don't have the data that says that it will be able to help. And as a device analyst who covered a lot of different surgical procedures, I'm really sensitive to the implications of failed procedures, the other revisions that need to happen, and just how much of an impact that can have on people's lives. That's why we amended this bill to only address genital gender reassignment surgeries under the age of 18. So under the age of 18, you have the issue of informed consent. And because you're under 18, your parent is also consenting. When you look at the data that exists on genital gender reassignment surgery, there's a lot more on the procedures the procedures that are the phalloplasties than there are on the vaginoplasties. With that amount of knowledge, I'm not aware of any facilities that do phalloplasties on minors because so many of them end up having revision surgeries, and it's a very long process to make sure that you get the outcomes that you want and need in order to fully participate in normal day-to-day life, however you live your life. It's a very, very complex, very invasive procedure that brings a lot of risks. When you look to vaginoplasty, it is one that has even less clinical data and there's less understanding. Historically, this is something that's been done with sexually mature people so you're able to have better tissue options. If you have somebody who doesn't have those same tissue options, you're looking at other alternative donor sites from the body, and that introduces some challenges for how successful the surgery can be. So you're using parts of the body that are normally on the inside to be something that's more of an outside-facing part of your body, and that creates a lot of challenges. There's also the challenges around it because just like with some procedures, I worked with people that got heart pumps and they had to wear the battery pack on them. You have day-to-day maintenance because you're charging that. Vaginoplasties have their own maintenance that needs to be done. So this isn't a one-and-done procedure. It's something where a person needs to keep up with this therapy and make sure that they're taking care of this procedure for the rest of their life. This is something that's important. It's life-changing. I mean, people wouldn't be asking for it if it wasn't life-changing. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the desire for it. But my challenge is there really are no data on vaginoplasties in minors. A lot of that is because until some number of months ago, when there was the new WPATH guidelines, it was not allowed to do these procedures on minors anywhere. It wasn't allowed, so we have no data. And we definitely don't have data on procedures when you have somebody who did not go through physiologic puberty and they didn't have that same development. So when you haven't gone through puberty, your body is different. And especially if you're taking different hormones then your body is also medically different. So comparing teenagers who have been on aggressive medical therapy, or even those who haven't, with adults later in their life having what essentially is a very different procedure is really challenging. Now, we recognize that there's a possibility that in the future we may have more data. We may have something that says that actually these are really successful and we're doing great with that. That's why we wrote this bill, so that in our enabling, in the purpose, it talks about the fact that there are no data right now to support it and say that there's safety and efficacy. In informed consent, you need to have the benefits and risks, and you can't do that if there aren't any data. So essentially, you can't give informed consent to this procedure unless you acknowledge that it's experimental. But that is not the narrative that's in the news. I've been told that I've been told that just talking about this encourages people to harm themselves. And that just troubles me so much, because all I care about is making sure that if people are going to have a procedure, it's successful for their life. So to get down to more of the details of this bill, we have a huge definition section because there are a lot of reasons why you would need a genital surgery under the age of 18. You may be born with a birth difference, your urethra may be coming out the wrong spot. You need that surgery. There's other situations too. You may have cancer. You may have an injury. So physicians are not prohibited at all from reconstructive surgeries for malformation, malignancy, injury, or physical disease, removing malignant, malformed, or otherwise damaged genitalia, and genital surgeries on minors with disorders of sex development or male circumcision, because there are clear medical physical reasons. I recognize there's a lot of people that say that the emotional part is also a medical reason, but recognize that once you have a surgery, nothing is ever the same. So that's why we have put this in. This doesn't ban these surgeries. It just says that if you want to have this life-changing procedure, wait until you're 18. The state of New Hampshire says that you have to wait until you're 18 to use a tanning bed. Waiting until you're 8, and I'm not trying to say that, trivialize this, but if you have to wait until you're 18 to use a tanning bed with those known risks, why would we be endorsing something with completely unknown risks that have many people talking about the challenges they never knew or expected from these surgeries? I support people to be their authentic selves, but I think having minors have this surgery is a disservice to them, their parents. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. You're on HHS committee, as am I, and we hear a lot from medical professionals and others that it's really dangerous to try to, regulate the practice of medicine, particularly in statute. You're in the legislature, that's difficult. It's a lengthy process. So why in this one case are we legislating the practice of medicine?
So that's a great question. Generally, when you look at academic medical societies and the guidelines they adopt, usually there's years and years of poster presentations of clinical data, publications of peer-reviewed. You wouldn't be able to double-blind a surgical, but you would have case comparisons, and you'd be following through the outcomes of whichever procedure that you're doing. Usually the data leads, and the data shows the safety, efficacy, and benefit over a long time. Unfortunately, the transgender medical space has not followed that same path of other medical professions and other medical societies, because the deep need to try and make sure that you're offering care that's necessary to people has sort of moved a little bit ahead of making sure that we have that data. A lot of that is because people are worried about the suicide risk. If there's a chance that they may not survive non-treatment, there's the idea that maybe you go ahead with the treatment. But unfortunately, in that we've lost data that would show us what the successful procedures are, and because we don't have the checks on the progress of medicine within this space that we see in cardiology, orthopedics, neurology, oncology, because those checks aren't happening in the medical societies, unfortunately, it makes sense to limit this for minors.
Follow up?
But, don't you see the conflict between, sort of politicians? I'm not a doctor, I'm a lawyer. I don't know about the practice of medicine. I don't think you're a doctor also. Why is it that we are not trusting the medical profession in one particular area? Why is it that we're not trusting the associations of medical providers? I think people can have different interpretations, but I'm not a doctor, right? So I don't know why we would be legislating sort of our own interpretation as politicians of medical data.
Thank you. And one of the things I look for is consistency. So we have a prohibition on conversion therapy. Obviously, the horrible abuses that happened within some of it are something that are not accepted. They're not accepted by any of the academic medical societies or any other medical societies. Yet we still have a law on the books that is very focused more on homosexuality versus gender, the spectrum of gender identities. Our conversion therapy isn't actually accepting of somebody who's gender fluid, because the way our conversion therapy ban is written, it actually could be seen as conversion therapy if you're supporting somebody in going back to in having a fluid presentation. Even the WPATH guidelines about conversion therapy, they speak to the idea that it is a path. The problem is we've already gone down this path. We have areas where we legislate medicine. I would argue that having what is truly an experimental procedure, because we don't have data on this in minors, being done in our state does a disservice. We can wait for data, we can wait for information, because this is not something where we know how to handle and treat these children when they're going through these complex procedures. Just like you would send a child with cancer to a specialty area for somebody who's used to dealing with pediatric oncology. The idea of having somebody, even if they're an adult surgeon, dealing with a very, very different body of a teenager, if they're used to older adults, that's not going to get the best outcome for that child. And we want to make sure that we are keeping appropriate guardrails on what we do in this state.
Last follow-up?
Follow-up?
So I just want to be clear, there is ample evidence that conversion therapy is very detrimental. It's harmful. It's not effective. And again, it can be deeply harmful. And there is not evidence for the surgeries that you're talking about. So I think I'm unclear how you're conflating those two.
Well, thank you. If we trust the medical societies to keep medical professionals in check, then clearly all those data that are saying that conversion therapy is harmful would mean that it wouldn't be happening in the state. So we wouldn't need the law.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
The chair will call Representative Horrigan. Nope, okay. The chair will call Representative Heath Howard. Okay, Representative, I think you were in the room when I said that everyone was going to get 2 minutes. So let me know when you're set. You're all set, and we'll get started.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. I'm opposed to this legislation because this bill would create a contradictory system in who could actually receive genital reassignment surgery. And I say that because in the exemptions for this legislation, it exempts intersex people, and intersex people make up about the same percentage of the population that transgender people do, at about 1.7% of the US population. And because of this, there are nearly 100% of intersex people receive genital reassignment surgery when they're born. And they cannot consent to that surgery. And we are saying that that is okay under the language of this bill. To me, that is wrong because we are saying that shouldn't be allowed for anybody under the age of 18, but we are specifically targeting one group that has a 50% regret rate when it comes to these types of surgeries. Transgender kids receive surgeries at around 1 to 2%, or 5% of the total trans population. We're not talking about a huge percentage of people who are pursuing these types of surgeries. It is a significantly smaller percentage of the population versus the intersex community. And we are specifically saying that people who want to consent to these surgeries cannot receive them. But the people who cannot consent to them are forced to live with those consequences. And to me, I think that's wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony, Representative. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Representative Cannon. When you're ready, Representative, let me know.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've submitted a copy of my text as well as a piece about World Professional Association for Transgender Health. This document has a lot of questions and answers already in it that'll help you along the way. I encourage you to go through it briefly and hopefully it'll address many questions you might have. I also flagged that I'm concerned about making medical practice put into legislation, partially because I know what this group goes through. The 119 professionals that monitor the test results around the world, they validate what information is useful and what's not. And they put that into their process for what they should be publicizing in the subsequent versions of their standards of care. They address many different areas, and they also have a section about adolescents. And because version 8 of their standards included a lot about the therapy that's required, as well as not recommending surgical procedures for adolescents. However, they didn't block it completely because there may be exceptions to the rule, and part of that is to better understand in situations where surgical procedures for genital surgery has been done, is they are monitoring that in other locations. The important thing to note is that they did provide recommendations as far as the therapies provided, as well as the use of hormone blockers, when that's appropriate and when it's not. They also address many areas like what goes on in the prison system and how do we address the needs of those patients.
Okay, Representative, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll take questions if you
Are
would
there any
like.
questions? Seeing none, thank
Okay,
you.
great.
We do have your testimony.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will call our Rep. Alicia Lekas.
Representative Alicia Lekas, Hillsborough 38, Hudson and Litchfield. And I'm going to have to completely change what I had planned on saying, unfortunately. I do think it's very important that people are totally and honestly informed before surgery or anything is done. And I have spoken with people who did have this surgery, like for instance in Canada, as an adolescent, and the harms, the things that they have had to deal with because getting it done with their young developing body, they have all kinds of medical issues that they're now dealing with and will deal with for the rest of their lives. And I think they certainly were not given that information before they got the surgery. I have heard over and over, for instance, that the puberty blockers are completely reversible, et cetera. That's what kids are told. You read any of the journals from any place in the other outside of here, and they have found that no, that is really not true. And I know people who needed it for because they went through puberty too early, and their doctor would only give it for a certain amount because they said it's dangerous to do for very long. So, and the people I've talked to as adolescents were absolutely not ready to, you know, they didn't know who they were, and waiting would have been good, although one says nobody, even adults, because of all of the physical harms that they then have to go to. But was my last.
Representative, 2 minutes are up.
That's fine.
We're not execing this today. If you would like to write your thoughts down, you can submit it to the committee. We'll all get a copy of it for our records.
Okay, trying to
We have
take,
plenty of time to read it.
right, because trying to take my big into 2 minutes,
Yeah.
it's like, now I don't even know what to say.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know. And that's the difficulty that happens when we run really, really behind.
Yeah,
So we appreciate you being here this morning, and please
I'll write it
put
up.
your
I'll
thoughts
send it
down,
in.
and
Thank
you
you.
can email it to us.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, the chair will call Jennifer Black. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
Let me know when you're ready to go.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Black. I'm from Wyndham, and I'm here to support HB 619. I was that girl. I hated dresses. I played with boys. I played with boys' toys. I thought the only good Barbie was a decapitated Barbie. Baseball was my world, and I was going to be the next great first baseman for the Red Sox. I scoffed at my little sister, who wanted, of all the ridiculous things, to be a mommy. When people inevitably mistook me for a boy because of my short hair and boys' clothes, I was proud. I did not fit in with girls. I fit in with boys, and that's how I liked it. Then along came puberty. The changes happening made me sad and miserable, especially the fact that I now needed a bra. I hated that I couldn't do anything about the changes, and there was no way to disguise the fact I was becoming a woman. Now, not only did I not fit in with the girls, the boys who used to be my friends were suddenly treating me like I was from another planet. I felt ostracized without a friend in the world. But I would not trade those sad and difficult years for anything. With the support of my family, I learned that it's okay to not fit a stereotype. It's okay to be different. It doesn't mean something is wrong with you. I learned that everyone is weird in their own way, even if you can't see it on the outside, because every single person is a special and unique individual. I was blessed with the privilege of being allowed to learn these things, to grow, to gain perspective, and eventually embrace the woman I have become. I'm so grateful to have had the privilege of marrying a man who loves me the way I am and becoming the mom of 6 children. My heart aches for the kids who are being told today that because they do not conform to a stereotype or because they don't feel like they fit in, there's something wrong with the body they were born in and they need to take chemicals and have surgery to fix it. This is not compassion. This is cruel. It is leading to decisions which cannot be easily reversed, if at all. I shudder to think what my life would be like if I was growing up as a tomboy, as the tomboy I was in today's environment. Children are by definition immature. We don't allow them to vote, enter into contracts, get tattoos, or smoke because we know they lack the capacity to understand what they are doing and how it will affect their future. Why is our society assuming that a kid has the maturity and the perspective to declare they are the opposite sex and have gender reassignment treatment?
Ms. Black, we've reached the 2-minute mark. If you could wrap it up.
I can wrap it up.
You've got written testimony, you can submit it, and
I have a very short ending.
Okay,
All
please
right.
hurry.
We must not tell our kids they are broken. We must not allow our kids to be exploited because they are different. We must not allow our kids to be turned into lifelong medical patients. We must let our kids be kids and encourage them and affirm them as they are and celebrate the fact that they are beautiful in their uniqueness. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Black. The chair will call Serena Varley. Is it Varley or Varsley? Varley, please come forward. Let me know when you're ready and we'll start the timer.
Okay, I'm ready. Good afternoon. My name is Serena Varley. I'm a resident of Concord, New Hampshire. I support HB 619. Children need to be supported as they grow in their knowledge and understanding of the world as it is, not as they wish it to be. They start out understanding make-believe, and they grow into adults who recognize a real world in which they must live. They must spend childhood coming to terms with how they look, whether they have blue eyes or green eyes, a long nose, short nose, black skin, or white, or something in between. Children need to learn how to accept the world around them and to accept who they are. I don't agree with gender reassignment, just to make that clear, but I especially don't agree with it for children. They were born in a body. They need to learn to accept that. They don't know everything yet. That is why we don't let them drink or get tattoos or smoke. Tattoos are permanent, but at least they're removable. In contrast, gender transition cannot be undone. Children aren't ready to make grown-up permanent decisions. They lack maturity. The adult's role is to help the child grow in maturity and wisdom. A child wishing to be a different gender does need help to accept himself, not the macabre, grim help of being cut up or sterilized or left to live a shortened lifespan of poor health, ongoing medical care, and often regret. Please protect children and support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call Chris Urchel. Good afternoon. Let me know when you're ready to start the timer.
Okay, ready. Thank you, Senator Carson. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Chris Urchel. I'm an attorney with GLAAD. I'm New Hampshire licensed. I'm here to oppose this bill. The surgeries that would be prohibited by this bill are exceedingly rare, as they should be, because they are very rarely indicated for anyone under the age of 18, and they never occur in New Hampshire. A study published in JAMA last year examined the demographics of gender-affirming surgeries performed across the country, including analysis by age group. While the data did not specifically look at genital surgery on people under the age of 18, I reached out to the study authors to get additional information, and I was told that in the 5 years between 2016 and 2021, nationwide, there were 101 genital surgeries on people under 18. When I looked for more detail, I was told that anything with a sample size less than 10 could not ethically be disclosed. So when I asked how many people under 17, I couldn't get an answer. 20 times per year in the United States, never in New Hampshire, and virtually all of these surgeries are vaginoplasty for 17-year-old transgender girls right before heading off to college while they can still recover in their parents' home with their parents' love and support, rather than in a college dorm with other students who may not even know that they are transgender. Courts across the country have been looking at legislation that blocks access to healthcare for transgender adolescents. Personally, I was on a trial team in one of these lawsuits in Florida back in December. I'm happy to answer questions about those lawsuits, but in the interest of time, I want to move on to another issue. Perhaps the most alarming provision of this bill prohibits doctors from the simple act of making referrals. This prohibition on referrals is unquestionably a violation of the right to free speech. In 2017, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, sitting en banc, the full court, reviewed the state law governing the speech of doctors. That law prohibited doctors from asking patients about firearms in the household, and importantly prohibited writing information about firearms ownership into medical records. Well, the state argued that that law regulated professional conduct and not speech. The 11th Circuit said, and I quote, "Speech is speech and must be analyzed as such." When a doctor writes a letter, a referral, that doctor is exercising professional judgment, but is also exercising the right to expression of that judgment. Speech is speech, and referrals are not an exception.
Mr. Urchel, we're at the 2-minute mark.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Urchel, you can, I know you've got, I know you're always prepared when you appear before us. I'm sure you have a written document. If you would like to send that to us, we're not execing today, and we'll have plenty of time to read it.
I will send something in writing, and I'm also happy to answer questions if anybody has any.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. You know, it's a similar question to what I asked the individual who introduced the bill about this notion of regulating the practice of medicine and whether that's appropriate in statute. So there's whether it's appropriate and whether it's legal, and then there's this issue of referral. And so I think what you're saying to us is that prohibiting referrals is certainly a violation of the law. But can you speak to us about, you know, the actual practice, you know, regulating the practice of medicine that might be so fluid in the law?
Thank you for the question. There are two things I want to say. First is that this law is different than a lot of medical regulatory law because it's not based on a specific procedure, despite the fact that the sponsor who introduced the bill mentioned a specific procedure and was talking about that. This is a bill that actually targets a class of people and denies them access to treatment, and so to a kind of treatment. And so that's an interesting and problematic aspect of it because it's unconstitutional to single out a group of people for different treatment under the law. The other issue is that it interferes with the right of parents and families to work with their medical professionals and to make decisions that are best for their families. That is typically not something the legislature does, and there is a constitutional right, which recently a federal court in Arkansas said applies to a ban on access to care for trans adolescents, and says it violates the 14th Amendment right to direct the upbringing of your children to say you cannot access medical care that your child needs.
Follow up.
So you raised another important point that I think is worth conversation, this notion of parental rights. And this has been an issue that we have talked about in this legislature, you know, for the past 4 years. And so are you saying that, you know, telling parents what they can and can't do in this law, is that what we're doing? And is that a violation of parental rights?
Yes, courts have said that interfering with the right of parents to make medical decisions on behalf of their children is a violation of their rights as parents, and that's constitutionally protected. And there's no New Hampshire law on that point, but on the point of access to health care for transgender adolescents. But under New Hampshire law, there is also strong protection for parents to access medical care for their children. So I am making the point that parental rights are implicated by this bill.
Senator Gannon.
Real quick question. Thanks for taking my question. At what age do you believe a child has capacity to make such a decision?
I think that young people are faced with difficult moments. I mean, parents of young people are faced with difficult decisions about when is appropriate to have certain medical care, and those decisions historically have been, and those include surgical, irreversible, dangerous surgical procedures. Those decisions have traditionally, and as they ought to be, have been left to families and medical professionals to make based on the specific needs of their family and the specific the degree of need of the individual who needs the medical care.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
The chair will call Amy Manzelli. Okay, if you could please bring her testimony forward, that would be terrific. Thank you very much, ma'am. Iris Termelli. Okay. Okay, Sam Hawkins.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'll keep this incredibly brief. My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. As was testified by Mr. Urschel and will be testified by others, NAMI New Hampshire has significant concerns regarding the prohibition on referrals contained in the bill, specifically as it relates to insurance coverage. If an individual requires medical care from a specialist or an out-of-network provider, a referral is usually required to qualify for insurance coverage. Given the prohibition on referrals in House Bill 619, should a family seek the care from a provider out of state where it may be available, their insurance would likely deny the claim due to not having a referral, exposing the family to extreme out-of-pocket costs for the care their child requires and creating a barrier to access to care. For this reason, we urge you to vote ITL for House Bill 619. Happy to answer any questions, but I would defer complex questions about referrals to providers in the room.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Michelle Foisey. Let me know when you're ready to start.
My name is Michelle Silly-Foisy and I live in Temple. I am here today in opposition of HB 619. Last March, I became aware of the severity of my now 17-year-old's depression while at a physician's visit. They expressed they were experiencing near constant suicidal thoughts while in my presence. We immediately sought counseling for them. Eventually, they were able to talk more openly to us about their feelings. Several months later, they came to me and asked if they were too old to start hormone therapy. I was not aware until that moment that my now 17-year-old had been experiencing gender dysphoria since the age of 13. Feeling lost in their own body, they expressed how they struggled to even look at themselves in the mirror, but yet I did not hear of this until their 16th year. Witnessing the self-isolation and severe depression my teen has endured has been incredibly painful as their mother, an experience I hope few families have to cope with. Last summer, my teen was in such a dark place they tried to take their own life while feeling incredibly isolated and alone in their thoughts. I am grateful every day that their beautiful face is still here for me to touch. I know for certain they would not be if it wasn't for the essential medical care that they are now receiving under the guidance of a physician. Care to allow their body to be the more feminine home they feel is their own. Medically necessary care which their father and I consented to. This bill establishes a major government overreach telling us that a Granite State doctor could not provide them with a referral for the care they need outside of New Hampshire, while also blocking our insurance from covering that care. Gender-affirming care is medically necessary care and is life-saving at every age. The private, personal decisions that are made for how it is to be given should always be made by patients and their families in consultation with their medical provider. As a mother and medical professional, I know how to advocate for my children. If my child is unable to live in a body that is biologically given to them at 16 years old, I am unsure of how that suddenly becomes a legal right at 18. Most importantly, I'm unsure of how it's expected that their mental health would support them to live to reach 18. As a mother, I support the essential medical care that can be life-saving for teens like mine. Please vote ITL for HB 619.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call Alice Wade. Let me know when you're set and I will start the timer.
Good to go?
Okay.
Good morning, or guess afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Alice Wade, and I'm a resident of Dover. I'm a trans woman, and I serve on the board of 603 Equality. I believe bringing up the original version of this bill is important to understand the context of its current version. HB 619 began as one of the worst anti-trans bills in the country. It contained almost every discriminatory policy you could think of, everything from healthcare bans, bathroom bans, sports bans, and more. This was the bill that motivated me to become politically active, just from how terrified it made me feel for the future that this state is headed towards. The first time I read through the original bill, I cried for all of the young trans people who wouldn't have access to the medication that saved my life 6 years ago. While the amended version of the bill removed some of the most problematic sections, the purpose is still the same, to make gender-affirming care harder to access. I had a vaginoplasty last summer, and although I've dealt with some complications that have required follow-up medical assistance, I'm still incredibly happy that I was able to finally get to a place where I'm comfortable in my own body. And by the way, there are pretty much no bottom surgeons for trans women in New Hampshire anyway. I had to travel to DC to find an experienced surgeon. This bill also bars out-of-state referrals, which in effect would ban all options for New Hampshire families desperately in need of surgical care. This bill not only goes against the latest recommendations of WPATH, but it's also just a pain to deal with logistically. Take it from someone who has personally been through almost every part of gender-affirming care in New Hampshire. I've dealt with hormone therapy, surgery, referral letters, and more. My local hospital, Wentworth Douglas, was laughable when it came to understanding the care that I needed while recovering from surgery. They actively caused me harm through incompetence. New Hampshire needs to improve when it comes to trans healthcare, and bills like this that restrict care for trans people only serve to make that more challenging. I have no doubt that if this bill passes, there will be several bills next year to try and restrict hormone therapy and other forms of care for trans youth. In other states where anti-trans politicians have introduced bills banning healthcare for trans people, we've seen them settle for bills like these with a plan of expanding them in the future, up to and including preventing adults from receiving the same care.
Ms. Wade, we've hit the 2-minute mark.
I urge you to vote ITL on HB 619, and I'm happy to answer any questions about my experience.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Lynn's Jackhouse. Okay. When you're all set, let me know and we'll start the timer.
Ready. Lynn's Jakehouse, Dover. I'm in opposition to this bill. This bill bans healthcare that is life-changing and life-saving for some trans teens. You've heard today that as a rule, New Hampshire doctors do not perform these procedures on people under 18. However, trans teens and their families should be able to seek the care they need out of state. This bill contains an additionally concerning provision that goes so far as to remove any possibility for an out-of-state referral. It is cruel for a state to attempt to control what residents can and cannot do outside of its borders. So much for Live Free or Die. In the one instance I'm aware of in which a 17-year-old New Hampshire girl received bottom surgery out of state at the age of almost 18 before she went to college, she had been on puberty blockers since the beginning of puberty and then hormones. All of these steps were made after much discussion between her parents, and doctors. They did not contact their elected officials to invite them into this process. As I understand this bill, I assume that like HB 1660, it would also ban Medicaid recipients from being able to access the surgery out of state. In 2017, I watched as the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules voted to remove the exclusion on Medicaid covering gender-affirming care, saying that it was required to be in alignment with the non-discrimination provisions of the Affordable Care Act. So many trans people I know and love wept for joy knowing that they could get the care they needed without waiting and saving an astronomical amount. This non-discrimination principle is something we accepted even before New Hampshire passed the 2018 non-discrimination law with support from Senators Bradley, Innes, Gray, and Reagan. I urge you to not reverse this course just because certain individuals have launched a fear-mongering campaign. We cannot ban Medicaid from covering a procedure simply because certain people don't like it, as the House recently affirmed when they stopped a proposed ban on Medicaid covering circumcision. Trans teens and their families know who they are and what they need. Listen to the people who would be affected by this bill and vote ITL.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Bethany Morabito. Can you just let me know when you're ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
Great, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Bethany Morabito. I'm a private resident of Kentucky, but I had worked in the past as the director of LGBTQ health for Health Market Connect and also as a CMS certified trainer and health navigator. I just wanted to speak a little bit about my experience helping families make decisions about gender affirming care, especially for their children. Decisions about someone's individual health care is the business of that person, that individual. And when they are under 18, the decision of their guardians, especially in regards to their medical team as well. No individual who does not have professional or medical experience should be making those decisions for other people. That belongs to the medical team and the parents and the individual involved. I helped families enroll in plans on the federal marketplace, thanks to the Affordable Care Act, which has protections in place to prevent such discrimination. In fact, in working with our grant, we were told that we needed to specifically help and target underserved groups such as LGBTQ community members, including of all ages, making sure that they had access to Medicaid, Medicare, or the marketplace in the public sector. Specifically, I am referring to Section 1557 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, which you may or may not be aware of, but it's discrimination on the basis of race, color, natural origin, age, disability, or sex, including pregnancy, gender identity, and sex characteristics in covered health program and activities. So that makes it unlawful to refuse access to health care to an individual based on those discriminatory markers. So I just wanted to speak up on behalf of that. I know that not everybody seeks care through those public health insurance options, but a lot of people in New Hampshire do, and it would affect a lot of people negatively.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Ms. Morabito, I'm going to ask you if you could submit that testimony to us. I think it's important that we have a better understanding of the Affordable Care Act, and it seems you've got a really good working knowledge, and you've quoted a number of sections. I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to look at and examine those sections.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call Sky, is it Savage? No, okay. The chair will call Stephanie Cawley. Nope, okay. The chair will call Jennifer Smith. Okay, the chair will call Beth Scare.
Hi, my name is Beth Scare.
Okay, let me get the.
Okay, I'm a grandmother from Nashua, and I'm speaking in support of this bill. I have met and heard the stories from many detransitioners who have deep regret for the irreversible damage to their bodies. And today I'll read the tragic story of Sam, a detransitioner in Massachusetts who can be followed on Twitter at Sam_the_M. I started identifying as transgender as a teenager, which would eventually lead me down the path of cross-sex hormones and irreversible surgeries. By the time I was 21, I had completed my medical transition, which included having my penis and testicles amputated, a decision that I now deeply regret. Getting a neo-vagina removed is proving to be a difficult task. Most surgeons do not want to do it, and it's unclear if it would even be covered by insurance. Doing it out of pocket is an incredibly expensive endeavor, ranging from $50,000 to $100,000. It has been almost half a decade since my surgery, and I still have not recovered. The toll that the surgery took on my health was immense. Despite only being 21 at the time, complications, maintenance, and risk of sepsis make removal necessary. How is this healthcare? This is coming from someone with minimal complications during and following surgery. Imagine the people that had big complications. No wonder why the suicide rate among post-operative trans-identified males is higher than before surgery. Representative Jerry Cannon is quoted in regards to this bill. It's about why we are considering putting medical procedures into New Hampshire law. Medical science is constantly changing. We should be asking ourselves, will this legislation stand the test of time? My response is, will this barbaric surgery on children's genitals stand the test of time? Please vote ought to pass on this amendment and protect kids from irreversible damage to their bodies and lifelong regret.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Courtney Reed. Excuse me. Let me know when you're all set, Ms. Reed.
Yeah, thank you for the time to take my testimony. Once again, my name is Courtney Reed. I serve as policy advocate at the ACLU New Hampshire, and we oppose this bill in that it is an act of state overreach into what should be private medical decisions between patients, their providers, and their families. But this bill also, as you've heard, is discriminatory in that it singles out restrictions to although rare, medically necessary care for transgender individuals. I wanted to note that gender-affirming care is the only evidence-based treatment for gender dysphoria, and it has support from every medical association in the country. We know that restricting access to gender-affirming care can produce tragic effects on transgender people disproportionately at risk of anxiety, stress, substance use disorder, or suicide. But legislation like this that restricts types of care and carves out exceptions to access those same procedures for individuals with developmental disorders or cis individuals makes it targeted specifically at transgender individuals. And there have been rulings at the circuit courts against bills like this. For example, in the Eighth Circuit, legislation that banned gender affirming care was deemed unconstitutional and in violation of 14th Amendment rights. And this has also been held by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit in a case called Povey Labrador. I wanted to also note, we've heard some people speak about the referral portion of this case. In the Eighth Circuit, they also touched on a ban of referrals, noting that this violated First Amendment rights. In the ruling from that case, they noted that the First Amendment was violated in that it limited what physicians could say and what minors and their parents could hear. There are numerous other court decisions like you've heard about, and that legislation like this also violates parental rights to access care and to raise their kids how they seem fit. And I'm happy to circle back on questions related to that or anything else.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair will call Emma. I keep saying your name wrong. Is it Savigny? I keep.
The G is silent.
Oh,
Everybody mispronounces it. So no big
Okay.
deal at all.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that solves problems through policy change. We are here in strong opposition to House Bill 619 because it bans medically necessary healthcare for trans individuals, specifically minors. When healthcare is restricted, minors who are unable to get that healthcare have higher rates of depression, self-harm, and suicidality. It is clear from the data that rejecting a child's gender identity is, and by proxy doing that through denying them medically necessary healthcare, leaves them at an increased risk for these poor mental health outcomes because of the feelings of discrimination they have from that denial. Transgender youth are not inherently at risk of these higher levels of depression, suicidality, and self-harm. It is simply because they face increasing levels of discrimination. As such, House Bill 619 contributes to that feeling by denying them the healthcare that they need in the instances that they need. For those reasons, New Futures asks that you vote ITL on House Bill 619, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbots.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned medically necessary treatment. When is exactly gender reassignment surgery medically necessary for a minor?
Thank you for your question. I am not a medical provider, but that is a great question for an individual to explore with their families if we're talking about a minor. A great question for the individual minor, their parents, and their medical provider to discuss when it's medically necessary for that individual.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. The chair will call Ezra Brown. Is there an Ezra Brown? Daley, can you check to see if there's an Ezra Brown outside? Okay. Okay. Let me know when you're all set and we'll get started.
Hi, my name is Ezra Brown from Rochester, New Hampshire, and I oppose HB 619. This bill seems to provide 3 reasons that minors should not have access to gender-affirming surgeries, all of which are nonsense. Reason 1, there is a lack of high-quality studies. Every accepted medical treatment once had a lack of high-quality studies. If we went around banning medicine because of a lack of high quality studies, we'd never make any medical progress again. Medical boards have long established procedures making sure that care is evidence based, that the risk of treatment is balanced against the risk of non treatment, and providing alternatives and informed consent in these cases. My wife's coworker passed away last year of an extremely rare lymphatic disorder. Before he died, he received an experimental treatment that extended his life by over a year. Would you have denied his care because the treatment didn't have quite high quality medical studies? Obviously not. Reason 2. The authors make reference to a study claiming that gender affirming surgeries don't decrease suicidality and maybe even increase it. While the authors fail to actually cite that study, it is clearly referencing suicide-related outcomes following gender-affirming treatment or review, which is available for free on PubMed. Having read this article in the section on surgery, 5 articles show a decrease in suicidality after surgery. 4 articles did not study the effect of surgery on suicidality. 0 articles showed an increase in suicidality after surgery. At my most generous, I can only assume the authors of the bill misread this study. In fact, the study, if anything, supports gender-affirming surgeries. The study states that clinical judgment, rather than an indiscriminatory tabulation of risk-enhancing factors for suicide, will ultimately be needed. The fact that our lawmakers can't accurately read these medical studies is clear evidence that they have no business trying to write these laws. Reason 3. The bill claims, without any evidence, that parents feel coerced into consenting to these surgeries because of the possibility that it could prevent suicide. Might I suggest that the bill's authors have mistaken the parental desire for their child to live, the lowest possible bar for loving a child, as coercion, and not the actual definition of informed consent, having the risk of suicide explained?
We've reached the 2-minute mark. If you have more testimony that you would like to give us, could you submit it to our committee secretary? We're not executing the bill today. We'll have plenty of time to read it.
Thank you.
That would be terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair will call Finn, I think it's Stauber. Let me know when you're all set, and we'll start the 2 minutes.
I'm ready.
Okay, there we go.
Hello, my name is Finn. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm here in opposition of this bill. I'm a 20-year-old college student at Keene State and came out as transgender 9 years ago. 3 years before, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, so by the time I came out as trans, I had already been seeing the only provider in the state that treated both transgender and diabetic youth for years. Even before transgender people became such a widespread cultural issue, I struggled to access the most basic of gender-affirming care, despite the unique position I found myself in. I was 13 when I advocated to be placed on hormone blockers to prevent the distress I knew puberty as a female would cause me. This medication is non-permanent and would allow me time I desperately needed to figure out who I am. I was denied that care, not because the medical professionals I was seeing did not view it as necessary, or because my therapist did not think I was capable of making such a decision, but because one of my 2 parents said no. As a result, I was forced to endure permanent changes to my body that I never wanted and knew could have been prevented. I was self-harming daily and attempted suicide multiple times before I began taking testosterone 2 years ago. To put even more limits in place for transgender youth wanting to access gender-affirming care makes no sense as someone who has lived through the medical transition process. Further, House Bill 619 explicitly makes exceptions for intersex newborns, infants, and youth to continue receiving genital surgery that is often performed without informed consent, causes complications further down the line, and most importantly, is not medically necessary. This overstep by the state is a disgusting abuse of power and an intervention made by individuals who completely lack context and knowledge of the intricacies of gender-affirming care and surgery. I'm asking that you oppose this bill and vote ITL, and would plead that you speak with your constituents about these issues and take feedback from people whose lives will be forever changed by your policy. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call Laura Brigida. Okay, let me know when you're ready to start.
Laura Brigada from Hudson, New Hampshire.
As a mother, as a voice of common sense, I wanted to add that we shouldn't be allowing people to remove body parts from their children that doesn't have any kind of medical healing or cultural reference. If a child is under 18, they shouldn't be able to consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Keith Loud. Ken, let me know when you're.
Good afternoon.
You're all
It's okay,
set.
we're going to be here together. That's okay. So,
You're both going to testify?
if that's okay.
Okay, just make sure, because I don't have you signed up.
I'll make sure I sign it.
Make sure that you do that. I want to make sure that you both get your 2 minutes.
Okay.
So,
Great. Thank you. So for the record, Courtney Tanner, I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth Health. And with me today, I have Dr. Keith Ladd, who's the Chair of Pediatrics and our Director of CHAD, the state's only children's hospital. We have grave concerns about the bill in totality. First, we're opposed to legislating medicine, and we believe that this proposed legislation would legislate the practice of medicine. Fortunately, medicine is innovative and evolving, and we want it to be. When we have a loved one that's diagnosed with cancer, we want them to have access to the cutting-edge therapeutics. When we have a child that falls from a tree and breaks their legs, we want to have innovative orthopedic procedures. Additionally, clinical diseases are researched with medical knowledge, and we know that their medical knowledge is expanded. Like anything, there's general rules, and then for certain interventions, and there are always exceptions. But exceptions can and do change. In fact, the list of exceptions in the bill in and of itself illustrate that it's dangerous to legislate medicine. Therefore, as a healthcare institution, we oppose House Bill 619 in its whole. And I would like to focus on one provision that we're specifically concerned about. I believe it's page 2 on the bill. It's the enforcement provision, line 26 through 28. This is the referral provision. This provision explicitly prohibits a licensed provider from making a referral for medical care. And if passed, it'd be the first place in New Hampshire statute that explicitly prohibits providers from making a medical referral. Not only does this bill legislate medicine, but then would also explicitly infringe on a provider's First Amendment right to free speech. A provider should have the protected ability to care for their patient, including making a referral for care. Second, the provision dictates access for persons under 18 or minors, which would also directly infringe on parental's rights and responsibilities. We are concerned about the precedent that this legislation sets. Referrals to specialty care are not made without careful consideration, particularly for the pediatric population. You've been given the example of the 17-year-old who wants to go off to college in a transitioned body, but I want to take 1 minute to give you another example.
your 2 minutes are up.
Okay.
If you have written testimony, Ms. Tanner, please submit it. As I've said throughout the hearing, we're not executing this today. We will have plenty of time, and if anyone here has questions, we know how to get in touch with you.
Sure.
I think Senator Whitley has a question.
Yeah, I just want to confirm something that I think I heard is that there is no other prohibition on referrals in New Hampshire law currently.
Yeah, that's right. And I want to just expand on that, Senator Whitley, if I can. So we have patients sometimes here in New Hampshire that have rare diseases. For example, patients with GI diseases like EOE disorders. And these are patients who might have we have a very small population in New Hampshire. And so there might be examples where we don't have the medical staff to treat those patients here in New Hampshire, or we want to refer them to another like institution. And parents are making the informed decision to go to specialty care, maybe outside the state, that allows them to access clinical trials that may or may not be FDA approved, but those parents are making those decisions with their provider.
Thank you. Hey, Dr. Loud?
Yes, thank you. I would only, on behalf of Dartmouth Health, also comment on, I think there have been many good comments earlier today made by other testimony about the dangers and the inadvisability of legislating practice of medicine. We prefer to use scalpels, and statute feels a little bit more like a machete and does not allow for the nuance that we need in clinical practice. I would picking up on the point just earlier made in terms of informed consent, which was one of the first comments addressed when the representative introduced the bill. The notion of risks and benefit informed consent is based on the prior experience with the procedure, which, as we've noted, is going to continue for very rare cases for intersex children and other categories of indications. We also have adults who, from the procedure is done, from whom we learn the risks and benefits. So the knowledge base for the risks and benefits of the procedure in this population can be addressed in the process of informed consent. This bill is overreaching in that it tries to legislate which populations and indications can seek, not whether or not we have the ability to perform informed consent, which is unfortunately in a vast number of cases of surgical procedures as well as non-surgical procedures, not as rich an evidence base for many, not most, for many procedures that we do and need to do in order to build that legislation, in order to build that evidence base. Finally, I would pick up on another comment by another testimony about the concerns about the quality of gender-affirming care in the state. Bills like this have a chilling effect on the ability to recruit and retain highly skilled medical professionals who want to serve this population, among others, and could severely challenge the ability of us to keep those who we train in our residencies at Dartmouth-Hitchcock, as well as recruit in pediatric specialists who are already an extraordinarily rare resource that we need for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Whitley and then Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I do want to take a beat on this notion of, regulating medical care and give you an example. My family went through fertility treatments, and we went through fertility treatments, 1 year and then, again, 3 years later. And in between that time, there had been significant scientific advancements. And so what I hear you saying is that, science, medicine is advancing all the time, and that if we're being so specific with your machete, right, that is problematic as the science advances and interferes with sort of your ability to treat children and your patients. Is that correct?
That's correct. So science moves on. Sadly, the march of science is not as fast as we would like it to be. Science and research that is particularly funded by the NIH goes through review panels, which are not quite as arduous as this day has been, but quite extensive in the review of the literature and the review of which studies get funded and how they get funded. So science actually doesn't go as fast as we need it or want it to be in clinical practice to actually have the data at hand at all times. We are catching up, and we are only being able to generate that data. We can generate that data during clinical practice if we're not restricted as to the right types of care that we can provide. My outsider's view of legislation, this bill was introduced in January of 2023. There's just no way that legislation and statute can keep up with the pace of medical knowledge and the changes in clinical practice that are both based in what people call rigid, hard published science, and that science that we share amongst colleagues at meetings on a more ongoing basis.
Okay, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Either one can answer or respond. I understood your testimony to say that it's not appropriate for the legislator to, regulate or govern the practice of medicine. Is there any circumstances where there would be an exception to that statement?
As a physician, I feel that our practice is already extremely highly regulated. I will need to complete my medical licensing renewal for the state of New Hampshire this July, which will require over 100 hours of validated and certified continuing medical education. In order to continue to practice at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Medical Center, I will need to maintain my credentials, which will require certification by the American Board of Pediatrics, which requires an ongoing continuing medical education process and something called maintenance of certification, including attestation to keeping up with the best practice standards. That is mandated by the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Healthcare Organizations, which gives us our ability to practice and to actually, in many cases, seek payment for our services, because insurers, including CMS, which also regulates us through conditions of participation, also regulates us. There is no shortage of regulation and governance of the practice in medicine as a whole by individuals who are hopefully professionals whose jobs on the Board of Medicine, for example, or in these other agencies who are expert in healthcare and healthcare delivery, are the eyes and ears of society to make sure that what's being delivered is high quality and safe. It's my concern is legislation and statute, which is not nearly as mutable or flexible. That is the challenge, that is the machete rather than the scalpel.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Thank you. So I'm asking though, from the legislative perspective, I understand it's not as flexible. It can be often be slow. They've been saying that before our country was founded. The legislature's slow. I understand that. We have provisions in our Constitution to help us go faster sometimes in urgent circumstances. Anyway, the point I'm getting to is, are there circumstances that you agree that it's appropriate for the legislator to regulate the practice of medicine, or is there's no exception for that?
I would say I believe the legislature does regulate the practice of medicine via the bodies that are statutorily governed, such as the Board of Medicine, and that is the vehicle through which I can think right now off the top of my head, and there may be a gotcha moment coming, that I cannot think of any specific circumstances where I think it's appropriate for a legislature to practice medicine.
Thank you.
Senator Chandler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Tanner, thank you. I really appreciate hearing the discussion about the nature of innovation, of the evolution of the practice of medicine. We know, in fact, today there are people who have cited a study that was released a couple of weeks ago. We could not possibly respond to that study legislatively. That would be impossible. But I want to step for a minute back to, you have some practical, can you give us some examples of how this legislation may impact people on a practical level?
Well, I would, fortunately, there's a practicing provider sitting right next to me, so I certainly can defer to Dr. Loud. But I would just note that we would be concerned about the message that this bill sends. I mean, we are not practicing this, we're not doing these procedures in New Hampshire, but again, there is a chilling effect both for providers and as we think about recruitment and retaining our providers, but also for families and parents and patients.
Are there any further questions? Senator Gannon.
Thanks, Dr. Loud, for taking my question. So you said there was no other area of regulating medical care, but yet we're going to be talking about euthanasia in a very short time. Would that not be regulating medical care?
You're probably just, I'm suspecting, and I'm not familiar with the legislation, that there may be a medical assistance in dying legislation, and you could get to abortion as well. I think that when it comes to what transpires in the exam room between the patient, the physician, the provider, and their families, I think the less that the legislature is in that room, the better.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Ava Hawks. Yeah, I just saw you walk in. Good timing. Okay, you got 2 minutes, Ava.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ava Hawks. I am the Director of Advocacy for the New Hampshire Medical Society. We are opposed to House Bill 619, and I will keep my testimony brief, as I mentioned to the chair. So the physicians of the Granite State, our members, honor the mission of the society every day by centering patient care around health equity and inclusivity, combating discriminatory policies that make our state unsafe to marginalized groups, such as the LGBTQ+ youth of our state. The society has concerns with this legislation fundamentally. However, as I'm sure was articulated by previous testifiers, this legislation is precedent-setting. This legislation is precedent-setting as it directly attacks the freedom of speech of physicians that would ban referrals for this health care. Our state's physicians who provide gender-affirming care know that such health care is well-researched, medically necessary, and safe, and this legislation would seek to allow the legislature to determine medical necessity, and that is not the New Hampshire way. Being the live free or die state, I was going back and looking at some of the records because the Medical Society tries to keep track of, how many physician voices we have in the legislature. And so of our 424 members, there's only about a handful who are physicians in the House, and we do not have a physician currently in this body. So, it's a very slippery slope for the legislature to be in the business of determining the medical necessity by statute, while also taking, a big step in taking the responsibility of parental choice and consent to treatment through this bill. This legislation would fly in the face of parental rights and parental choice, and I know it's important to this body and the House. And we've debated that issue over the last biennium quite a bit. Should this bill get signed into law, parents of trans kids who would have less parental choice and consent to treatment for this healthcare and for their children versus parents of non-trans children. And so this bill at best would tie the hands of our state's healthcare providers from providing a full picture and range of the healthcare services available to families and LGBTQ plus patients. And at worst, again, would attack the freedom of speech rights of providers by preventing their ability to make referrals. And then lastly, I thought it was important to note that the AMA, the American Medical Association, along countless other state medical societies in response to legislation similar that's been introduced in states around the country, has opposed these efforts as well. I have more, but I will leave it there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2 minutes are up.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. If you have additional thoughts that you would like us to have, please make sure to email it to our committee secretary. We'll all get it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think Senator Whitley has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the previous person who was testifying, we had a conversation about the regulation of medicine and how, we don't really do it. I mean, I think it has been done in New Hampshire in the context of abortion, of which I don't agree with. But I think in general, what you're saying is, in particular for this bill, what we're doing is not only interfering with the practice of medicine, but we're defining medical necessity in statute. And I'm not aware of any other place where we define medical necessity in statute, and I'm wondering if you are.
I am not, and I would agree with your assessment, Senator.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call Ben Bradley. You're the new Ben Bradley. Okay, just please make sure to give your name for the record.
Thank you. All set. For the record, my name is Kathy Bizarro-Thunberg. I'm the Executive Vice President, New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all 26 of the state's community hospitals as well as our specialty hospitals. The Hospital Association is opposed to House Bill 619 as amended by the House. We do support policies which advance health equity and inclusion for all individuals, but unfortunately, House Bill 619 is contrary to these principles of health equity and inclusion and would be discriminatory towards often marginalized groups in our society. In addition, as you've heard from other speakers, the bill is an overreach by effectively attempting to legislate the practice of medicine. Furthermore, we're concerned with the provisions of the bill that prohibit a New Hampshire provider from referring a patient to another provider, potentially in a different state where care can be provided. We are not aware of any other prohibitions on providers referring patients to another provider for care in any other circumstances. Again, this is a precedent that should be avoided. We strongly urge you to find this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have gone through all of the sign-up sheets. Everyone who has checked off that they wanted to speak has spoken. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak to House Bill 619? Okay, ma'am, please.
I am Masha Gaba, and I was.
I'm sorry, you are?
I'm Masha Gaba. And
did you sign up?
I signed up with a question mark because I wasn't sure if.
Marcia Garber. Okay,
I was at the very beginning.
Yep. Okay.
And
so hold on, let me give you 2 minutes.
I'd just like to share that I am a nurse of 50 years. My husband was a firefighter. Our son was trans. Our son had surgery, top surgery, chest reconstruction when he was 17. When he graduated from high school, he had a complete hysterectomy, and that was in preparation for college. And we trusted our healthcare professionals who this process for our son started when he was maybe 3. And our awareness that he was trans didn't happen until he was 13 in middle school. And I just like to say I don't think you should be legislating this kind of health care. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, seeing the last speaker who wanted to speak has spoken, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing on House Bill 619, and the committee will be in recess until 10 minutes after 2. Are we all set? Are you folks all set? Okay. The committee will come out of recess and we will open the public hearing on House Bill 1295 and recognize prime sponsors, Suzanne Vale.
Thank you, Senator Carson and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. For the record, I'm Suzanne Vale, and I'm a state representative from Nashua Ward 3, and I have been before you to approach other legislative improvements for the therapeutic cannabis program. And I thank you for hearing me about another way to improve circumstances for the patients who qualify for this program. At the program's inception, participation was limited to individuals with severe disabilities, some fatal, such as cancer. These patients had exhausted other treatments, and the program was controlled and established with laws that made sure that these patients weren't tempted to divert the supply that they were receiving at the dispensaries. Patients, as the law stands right now, face severe consequences for resorting to the program to make illegal sales to non-participants. Looking back and reflecting on the program's initial philosophy, going back to when it was first voted in 2013, you can see the state meant to protect itself and yet wanted to extend this life-saving alternative treatment to those who qualify. The bill before you right now, House Bill 1295, just makes two changes to RSAs to remove what is construed by many patients as an overly harsh felony that is in addition to consequences that are faced by a person who is not a participant who buys and sells cannabis on the street. The additional felony penalty that comes to the patient, the qualified person for the therapeutic cannabis program, carries a potential $300,000 fine and 7-year prison sentence, in addition to the prosecution of what the person is doing under the Controlled Drug Act. As you see, I have handed that out. So the decision here is about that we need to make is whether or not the consequences fit the crime. I don't think they do, and I think that removal from the program, which is one of the consequences for someone who attempts to divert their 2-ounce limit supply, is removal from the program and prosecution as under the law as anyone would be. Just as a closing, I want to mention that I was watching Channel 9 just a couple nights ago, and I saw where a young man had used a firearm to stick up a person who was a mail carrier at a mailbox to get the keys, I suppose, was the thing. And I heard that the potential sentence for that person is $250,000 and 4 years in jail, 4 years in prison. And I'm looking at this potential consequence for a person who doesn't have access more than 2 ounces of therapeutic cannabis at a time, going to jail for 7 years and perhaps paying a $300,000 fine is excessively harsh. And I hope this is transparent enough for the committee to believe the same and find this bill easy to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Since the therapeutic program was implemented, how many people were actually charged or prosecuted or convicted of this offense?
I'm not aware that there have been any.
Thank you.
Hey, are there any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative. Okay, are there any other members of the public that would like to speak to House Bill 1295? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Good, I'm glad. Okay, is Representative. Okay. We're going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1350 and recognize prime sponsor, Representative Howard. Good afternoon, Representative.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for having me. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. So the purpose for my submission of HB 1350 is a response to the legalization efforts that we have taken upon. And in terms of HB 1633, the proposal in the recreational purchase and possession limit is 4 ounces, while the current medicinal purchase and possession limit is only 2 ounces. So this is more of a clerical fix to make sure that we don't have it so that people can go to a recreational dispensary and buy more than what they would be permitted to purchase at a medical dispensary. With that being said, that kind of wraps up the whole purpose of the bill. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. But isn't it true that many therapeutic products are much stronger in potency? So for that reason, it would make sense to perhaps have a smaller possession limit for therapeutic grade products as opposed to anything that would potentially be used for recreational?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Senator. As for the strength of therapeutic products, some people are going to need stronger dosages than others, which is specifically why we should be increasing the purchase and possession limit. Because some people, what will do, and I know that Representative Thomas brought this up in the House hearing, and I'm not sure if she's here today, but I could definitely get you her testimony. She commented about how what she does is she will purchase a large volume of cannabis and so that she can cook it so that it can then be placed into things like butter and other cooking substances so that they can be more readily distributed to a dosage that best fits them, which sometimes is much higher than what other people may need. So it's more to fit the individual in their specific requirements in terms of what they need for their dosages. And this way it helps people save money by being able to buy in bulk, which sometimes can be difficult. And sometimes people have difficulty traveling, which, of course, with the limited number of medicinal dispensaries across the state, if somebody's driving a significant amount of time, that may be difficult for them. They may not necessarily want to make several trips to the dispensary when one larger trip would do.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm not sure if any patients are here to testify, but did any patients testify in the House about, their desire for how much they would typically, purchase, and also sort of what those limits are in other states for therapeutic programs?
Yeah, so therapeutic limits vary from state to state, but there have been a number of patients who have desired higher purchasing limits because they do often take higher dosages. So instead of showing up to the dispensary every 10 days, it would instead actually double what they would be currently able to purchase so that they wouldn't maybe need to go every single time that they are eligible to be able to purchase again.
Follow up?
Do you see this as similar to a bill that this legislature passed, I don't even remember what year, about allowing for like a year supply or a 90 supply? This legislature has done it with other medicines. Do you see this as a similar effort?
I would, and of course, because therapeutic cannabis is still being studied, and of course, people have different requirements and needs for their own intake. I think that having a yearly limit may be a bit too much, and where there's not necessarily enough data. And I would kind of trust that some of the other people who have signed up to speak could probably answer that question better.
I just have a quick question. I thought I heard you say that the increase reflects what's in 1663? So this is
1633, yeah.
dependent upon 1663 in its current form passing.
Well, it would actually just match what 1633 has proposed for the purchase and possession limit, and it would kind of make a lot of sense for us to handle the therapeutic cannabis side of things first, where the patients should be the ones being able to purchase at higher levels rather than the recreational side of things, which this is just trying to bridge that clerical gap.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call Heather Marie Brown.
Good afternoon. How are all of you today? I'd like to start by submitting some written testimony that Jerry Knurk had asked me to submit for him. So for those of you that may not know, my name is Heather Marie Brown. I am the patient representative on the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. I also am the quote unquote vice chair or alternate chair of the board. I am here to testify in support of this bill. And this bill should continue to move forward regardless of where the legalization bill, because we are long overdue for these changes to be made to the program. You heard previously some alluding to why this bill would be appropriate and why it would be appropriate to increase the possession limits for patients. There are several reasons to do this. Not only will it match up with the legalization bill, I suppose, but patients do require different degrees of treatment with therapeutic cannabis. Therapeutic cannabis is one of the few things that there are out there that is based on an individual's response to treatment. So for one person who may only need a few milligrams a day, somebody else may need a lot more. There are also different ways of consumption, from inhalation to sublingual to, ingesting it. In order to get these products, currently, it is extremely expensive to purchase them through the dispensaries. The dispensaries do their best to try and provide things that patients need, but unfortunately, there is a hefty cost associated with that. Myself personally, I can tell you that I do produce edibles for myself to take because it's a lot easier for me to consume versus smoking or sublingual. So for me to make a batch of butter, it doesn't make sense to make it with a small amount of cannabis because that's not going to produce a lot of butter for me, and that's not going to produce a substantial supply that could last me anywhere from a month to 3 months. If I was allowed to purchase 4 ounces at a time and not have to worry about prosecution or being arrested or violating program rules, then I would be able to take those 4 ounces home. I would be able to safely convert that into a product that I am then able to insert in almost anything that I may eat. You hear people joke about brownies and cookies and so forth. Well, I can use this in dressings. I can use this in baked goods. I can use this in any form of food that I choose to eat. I can use it in my coffee. So I can get the necessary dosage and amount that I need that actually works better for my body and that my system will accept and doesn't make me all ooh at the end of the day. Another reason that it should be considered to increase possession limits would be the fact that some of our patients still do have transportation issues. So finding transportation every 10 days to go and pick up 2 more ounces of cannabis actually create a hardship. You can allude to that we have caregivers, but our caregivers for individual patients can't guarantee that they have the availability to be able to go and make those runs every 10 days for a patient. By allowing a patient to purchase their 4 ounces in one stop, it takes away the problems that they have with transportation, the problems that they have with coordinating with a caregiver. Another area to look at and consider is geographical location for patients. It just may not be feasible for them to be taking a trip every 10 days because of where they're geographically located, in relevance to where their dispensary is. So this bill actually would take care of quite a few problems that the 14,000 plus patients do currently have. Now, for some patients, the way that the system is works fine, but then we have other patients with more severe ailments such as cancer or something as severe as that, and their requirements are different. And these are the people that this bill will serve the greatest because it allows them the ability to get what they need in a more timely fashion to be able to do with as they need to do with in order to create a better quality of life for themselves and removing some of the hardships. Another thing that, could be looked upon is financial reasons. For financial purposes, it may be easier for a patient to obtain their 4 ounces at once versus whether or not they're going to be able to still have the money 10 to 20 days later to purchase another 2 ounces. Nobody wants a patient, whether they're taking a pharmaceutical or whether they're using therapeutic cannabis, to have to worry about whether or not they're going to have enough of what they need to get through the month. This bill, if passed, will simplify all of that and create a better pathway to allowing a patient to receive the quality of care that they deserve.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Brown. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to House Bill 1350? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing. Oops. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing on House Bill 1539 and recognize prime sponsor, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I know you've had a long day. I was watching online at work as I came, hoping I would make it on time and realizing that I absolutely would. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Will be very brief here. HB 1539 is a bill which updates the existing annulment statutes for cannabis in our state. Currently, the annulment statute is such that somebody will have to pay $300 a fee to get their annulment hearing. And the legislation before you would remove that fee and make it that the Department of Justice would go through, find the people that are eligible for an annulment related to cannabis charges and annul those crimes. It also says that people are eligible to petition the court in which they were arrested to get their annulment. This legislation is aside from whether or not you agree with legalization. It passed the House Criminal Justice Committee 14-6, and it passed the House 283-80. Not all of those people believe in legalization, but I think they agree that in this moment where we've decriminalized this substance and there are very serious efforts around finding a system by which the state will sell this substance, that it is a moral wrong for us to be having people with this charge on their records, which prevents them from getting a loan or getting a job or going out and truly rehabilitating themselves, which, as Commissioner Hanks will tell you, is the point of our criminal justice system. People who have displayed full that they are willing to rehabilitate themselves, I think, should be allowed to petition the court and get their annulments, and that's the position of the House in a supermajority and the position of the Criminal Justice Committee by the same. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has. I don't want to take up too much of your time. And
Thank you very much for
Senator
your
Carson.
testimony, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Gannon.
Two questions. Page 2, my prosecutor may object within 14 days.
Bill, you need to turn on your.
I'm sorry, Representative. The prosecutor may object on page 2, line 8. 14 days, has the court system said that they have, their dockets are open enough that 14 days is a good amount of time? Is that going to be a burden on them too, with a 14-day limit?
If there were a lot of people who would be eligible for annulments, then Senator, I might agree that this 14-day limit might be a burden, but the people who would be eligible under 1539, there would be very few of them, and the court has testified to that fact. I would not see that as a burden, given the amount of people who would be going through this process.
And then down in section C, and it's probably because I haven't thought this through enough, but you have proved, so they've already been proven guilty at an initial criminal prosecution. Shouldn't there be a burden shifting to the defendant to show, or at least a lower evidentiary standard? Now you're requiring the prosecutor to again show by clear and convincing evidence that it seems like the prosecution is having the burden at the initial hearing, and now maybe it would burden shift to the defendant to show or have a lower standard of evidence there on line 12.
Help me understand your question. You're saying there's a lower standard of evidence for the defendant.
Well, the prosecutor now has to reprove the whole case again if he has to do it by clear and convincing evidence. I'll ask the question to someone else, and I'll think about it.
I'm trying to read so I can answer your question here.
No, I haven't thought it through, so by the time someone else is up, I'll have thought it through.
Okay.
So we're good.
I do
Thank
think
you.
that, yeah.
Senator Ravis, do you have a question?
I do, and thank you, Madam Chair. And not to get ahead of ourselves with some other potential legislation, but on HB 1539, if you go to lines 10 to 12, it says any offense under RSA 318-B involving cannabis would be subject to an annulment. Would that only apply to possession cases, or would that be more expansive?
This is eligible for your hearing. So if your concern is somebody who would be in, a mass distributor getting their annulment automatically, that I have confidence in our court system to see that person was a mass distributor. This is about possession, and somebody from a lawyer can testify more aptly to that fact, but it's about possession. And somebody who is a major distributor, you're not going to have just a cannabis charge if you're a major distributor selling cannabis. This is only for cannabis charges. If you've pled down from something, if you've had an extra charge that's extra than the possession charge, you're not eligible, not just for an annulment, but you're not eligible for a hearing. So this would be just possession based on that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carson.
The chair will call Representative Howard. You're waving off, okay. The chair will call, let's see, Victor Muzzy. Good afternoon, and I promise I won't yell at you this time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Victor Muzzy. I'm here representing the State Police. And as this committee knows, I oversee the Justice Information Bureau, which includes the Criminal Records Unit. And I'm sure you hear all the testimony here today relative to these matters. And I guess I'd like to simply draw your attention to page 3, section 2, Roman numeral 1. My understanding as I read that is there will be a burden on the State Police Criminal Records Unit to automatically annul misdemeanor and violation level offenses for possession of cannabis. And there seems to be a little bit of contradiction between the first, I'll say, phrase and the second, one of which I read to understand to read that this will have to happen automatically. The second part of that, I believe, is saying if somebody feels like it should have happened automatically and didn't, that they have the right to reach out to us and make sure that happens. And certainly any fees and any other burden upon that person would be waived. And hopefully that's the committee's understanding of that language. My concern is that annulling those items within 6 months is an inordinate task and, quite frankly, probably impossible. And I say that for a couple of reasons. It's going to require some manual research on the part of the department in order to make that happen. The way records are filed and things. We have about 2,500 cases now, and as I understand this, it's basically going to be anything from before July 1st of this year, proceeding whatever, assumingly we have on file. I think there was a change to the uniform charge table on or about the time that marijuana was decriminalized, and I suspect the ease of locating those records, meaning the way the uniform charge table and the way offenses were charged following that decriminalization will be broken down a bit better for us to be able to research and find the applicable offenses in order to annul those. The cases before that time period, I suspect, are going to be a whole lot more labor intensive because you're going to see things like acts prohibited. Well, which act? Is it possession of cannabis or is it possession of cocaine, which is going to require us to do that manual research and labor in order to determine that, make that determination. And so I guess I would ask for the committee's recommendation or consideration, I should say, rather, for that 6-month window, given what I believe to be quite a significant undertaking in order for us to effectively be able to complete that task. And that's all I have, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call Miles Mattson. Miles Mattson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Miles Madison. I'm Chief of the Criminal Justice Bureau and Senior Assistant Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the Attorney General's office today to provide some technical commentary on this legislation. The Attorney General's office takes no position on the underlying policy. Members of the committee, I'd just point out, as you probably know, RSA 651.5 and Rule of Criminal Procedure 31 govern annulments. There is an existing regime relating to annulments that the courts, petitioners utilize on a regular basis relating to annulling their criminal records. The bill language in 1539 is inconsistent with the mechanism of the existing annulment regime, and that it creates additional procedures specific to 318B and a possession limit cannabis offense. The way that this legislation does that is not necessarily internally consistent with the existing regime or with the legislation itself, in that there is a discretion that is granted to a judge if there is a timely objection by a prosecutor, but there is no judicial discretion if there is no objection. The Attorney General's office believes that not all annulment requests would be considered, for example, by a county attorney's office. There may not be a response or objection filed by a prosecutor or agency on an annulment request. Under the terms of this legislation, that would grant no discretion to the judge considering the request. That judge would be required under the language to grant that petition, even if the criteria identified in the relevant section for a hearing were not satisfied, such as if it were not actually an eligible cannabis-related offense, or if there were other interests of justice militating against the granting of that petition. The resentencing provisions also assume that any resentencing would only be relative to cannabis convictions and doesn't recognize the interaction with any other charges that may have been brought, convictions, or sentences imposed for that same individual. There isn't mention as to what happens if there are existing sentences that may be run concurrent, may be run consecutive, as to how an individual that may get essentially a time-served automatic reduction in sentence under the resentencing provisions, how that would be handled. Additionally, in that section relating to resentencing, there is language relating to the interests of justice and a presumption created for the interests of justice. It's again unclear from the language of the bill how a judge or what discretion a judge may have in applying that provision if there is no objection brought or if there is no response from an agency relating to a resentencing petition. That may result in judges, under the terms of the law, being required to grant a petition even if it may not be eligible. Finally, there is just going back to the initial point of inconsistency with the current annulment regime. The text of the bill assumes that there would be automatic annulments. Essentially, it would be a determination of the Department of Safety relating to cannabis offenses and then an order to the court to issue orders of annulment. I think there may be concerns structurally there. That would be in opposition to and not consistent with the current regime where there is a petition process. An individual who may be eligible, rather than extending eligibility for annulments, an individual can bring forward a petition, meet the criteria under the existing 651.5 mechanisms, consistent with Rule of Criminal Procedure 31, and then proceed through that process. So I guess in summary, the technical feedback on this is this is an additional mechanism, it's an additional regime that is not entirely consistent with the existing annulment procedures in current law. I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. But just looking at page 3, it begins on line 16, it kind of goes all the way down to sentencing and resentencing. Is there any constitutional concerns we have with that? It's like separation of powers type of issues?
It may apply to that section. I'd say there may be other separation of powers considerations for other aspects of the bill too. As I mentioned, the Department of Safety determination and then orders to the judiciary to execute orders of annulment. There may be challenges on that basis as well.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
And if you look on page 3, lines 20 and 21, and this is similar language in the first page, it says any offense under RSA 318-B involving cannabis. I interpret that to apply to more than just mere possession. I don't know, do you agree with that interpretation?
Yes, it does appear that it would apply to all of 318B, not just possession level offenses. That would include all of the manufacture, distribution offenses or penalties as well. There is some mention in the first section, the first page of the bill relating to maybe some limitations regarding the possession limit, but other aspects of the bill don't include that qualification. So it would appear that 318B would include not just possession offenses, but any cannabis-related offense, whether that's manufacturing or distribution as well.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair will call Devin Chaffee.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and other honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Devin Chaffee, and I'm the Executive Director of the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I'm here to speak in support of HB 1539. I want to just respond to a couple of the Department of the Attorney General's office concerns that were voiced. I want to be clear that I think this bill does, in fact, that part of the intention of this bill, in my opinion, is to streamline the process of annulment for these particular offenses. So yes, it does deviate to a certain extent with the current annulment process, which I will say is particularly onerous on individuals that are seeking annulment. And part of what HB 1539 is trying to do is to streamline that process. Now, I would say that, if there seems to be a need that for the automatic annulment provision, if folks processing it thinks that they need longer than 6 months, I would encourage you to consider that. But the entire point of this bill is to create a process that is far more manageable for people who are being affected by these types of collateral consequences that they're facing for crimes, quite frankly, that just about 2/3 of Granite Staters do not believe should be a crime. And so, there may be some inconsistencies with the existing process, but those inconsistencies are intentional, and they're intentional to try to streamline the process for people who are being involved in the process. Yes, that does put more burden on the agencies to execute it, but right now that entire burden is falling on people who are currently in the midst of dealing with the collateral consequences of these convictions. And the collateral consequences of these convictions are severe. They can negatively affect an individual's access to employment, housing, child custody, among others. They can last for decades, even after someone has served their time and paid any required fines. And this bill would help address some of the collateral consequences, again, for crimes that the vast majority of Granite Staters do not believe should be crimes in our state. And for these reasons, I would respectfully urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 1539. As one last thing, I would say that I do believe that this is a bill that is a sensible companion bill to the bill that you will be hearing later today, 1633, the bill to legalize. I think that this bill, which helps really put forth and clarify the process for which we will be going about annulments, should we legalize, is a sensible companion bill to the bill that you will be discussing later this afternoon. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When you say that the vast percentage of Granite Staters don't think it should be a crime, are you referring to just possession, or are you referring to distribution and possession with intent and manufacturing beyond this simple possession charge?
Well, no, I mean, the vast majority support legalization. So that would apply to marijuana-related crimes
more broadly than even what this bill would address. I mean, the 3/4 is in support of legalization of marijuana. That is a UNH poll, I think, from maybe as recently as last year.
And just to follow up, are you referring to that distribution of marijuana, like that's something that should be, that conviction should be annulled? Someone who's essentially was a drug dealer?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, you're talking about annulment. I'm saying that the 3/4 are people don't believe that this action should be a crime, right? They believe that possession and that marijuana should be legalized more broadly. No, I'm not saying that all past crimes necessarily need to be annulled. I honestly, Senator Abbas, was having a little trouble following your reference to, because it was certainly my understanding that the bill annulled for possession of up to 2 ounces of cannabis or 5 grams of hashish or the amount that is legalized. That was my understanding. And so I just wasn't following the references that you were making, although I tried. So I'd be happy to have a conversation later to identify where you think that it is actually more broadly applicable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none?
Thank you so
very
much.
The chair will call Pat Sullivan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Carson, members of the committee. My name is Patrick Sullivan. I am the current Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, and I am also the retired Chief of the Goffstown Police Department. The New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police oppose House Bill 1539. I would submit to all of you that there is currently a process in place to annul convictions. In reviewing the legislation, our concerns are as follows: that any other offense that would not have been an offense if it were not for the legality of cannabis. This opens the statute up for any and all offenses involving the use, sale, and/or growing to the annulment process. And again, any cannabis is listed in section 1C2. It again states any other offense that would not have been an offense were it not for the legality of cannabis. That opens it up. Also deals with resentencing, and while I see no associated cost with the bill, with the fiscal note, I would find it unrealistic to think there would not be additional legal expenses, both prosecution and defense, which would add to the demand of the courts, the judges. This would not be a cheap fix. There was a process in place for annulments for a variety of offenses. The people who were prosecuted under the prior marijuana statutes, part of the culpable state of mind was knowingly violated the law at the time. It is because of these reasons the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police opposed this bill. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I was just texting the sponsor of the next bill. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak to House Bill 1539? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Brown, you'd like to speak? Yes, please come forward.
Again, my name is Heather Marie Brown, but I am here speaking as a member of the public and someone that has been impacted by this. I can tell you that the current process that is available for annulment is a hardship. It costs a lot of money that I do not have. I have served my time. I have paid my fines. I am a therapeutic cannabis patient, and I feel like I'm still being punished because the annulment process is a difficult and costly one currently. Because of it, I am not able to better myself and move forward as far as job employment goes, as far as providing better for my children, for my family, and as far as creating a brighter future. If you allow this bill to pass, I do believe that it will create a much clearer path and process in order for someone such as myself with very minimal minor convictions, but yet still has a record, to be able to better their lives, move forward, and become a more positive member of society, somebody that can actually acquire employment in the field that she has been trained to do, that I had spent years and years and years. I feel as if I'm still being punished, even though I legally can use and consume cannabis for my health reasons, because I was just a little too early doing it before my card arrived. I have a criminal record that will follow me for the rest of my life until I could possibly financially afford to change that situation. It's almost as if the system was set up to continue to have me fail. And I don't want to fail anymore. I want to succeed. I want to move forward, and I want to better my life and my future. This bill would allow me to do that. I did spend multiple days and hours communicating with the courthouses on how I'm supposed to be able to go through this process. There is nothing that was explained to me that said, oh, well, you could request that these fees be waived. No, it was made very clear that I was going to have to pay several different people a large sum of money, and that would be the only way I could move forward, something of which it's impossible for me to do. And before I go, I will just elaborate a little bit, and normally I don't like to talk about this, but my finances are, I have currently about $1,700 a month. My rent is $1,375. I have 3 children. I have to pay an electric bill. I have to pay for my own heat, hot water, everything. To come up with the extra money to be able to get an annulment done for myself so that I could seek better employment and better my other situations, it's impossible because I have to make a decision. Do I pay my electric bill? Do I buy food for my children? Do I pay my rent this month? And I shouldn't have to think about these things in order to create a brighter future for us. So I thank you and I appreciate the time. And obviously, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Gannon.
Question, and I appreciate your situation. Do you see, it says though, the annulment would be, you could go for an annulment within 6 months of the effective date of the underlying crime, of the conviction. Do you think 6 months is too soon to be able to get such an annulment?
I do believe that honestly, I think it would depend on what your conviction was for. I do believe that someone who is walking down the street and gets stopped by an officer and has a quote unquote joint in their pocket, that may get a fine or a violation or so forth. I do believe that, they should have that right. I think that somebody who is, convicted of selling 450 pounds to someone down the street, that's a much different story. And there should, either be excluded from that ability to seek an annulment, or there should be a better process put in that place in order for them to request the annulment. I don't think it should be made automatic in that case. I think that, a request could be put in, but then it would be determined as to whether or not their crime actually fit the qualifications for the annulment process.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Brown. Any further questions? Right, seeing none, thank you. Okay, last call. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak to House Bill 1539? Yes, please hurry, Representative. We're really behind.
Just for the record, Madam Chair, the annulment must be in the interest of justice. That is outlined on page 2, section C, and then on page 4, essentially the whole page starting just about on line 4, or rather it starts on page 3, line 16, resentencing for certain crimes outlines that it has to be a cannabis conviction. I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record.
Thank you very much, Representative. Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing on House Bill 1539. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay.
I don't know if she had my credit card. She wasn't. More than that's a really good action. Sugar free.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on House Bill 1633 and recognize prime sponsor, Representative Leon. We have a lot of people that would like to speak to us about this bill, so I'm going to do what I did this morning. The prime sponsor will have plenty of opportunity to speak, to lay out the legislation so we can understand it better. After that, we call the representatives or any senator. That is a courtesy we extend. And then after that, we're just going to start calling individuals. After Representative Leon speaks, everyone is going to have 3 minutes to speak. So what I'm going to ask all of you, if you have written testimony, please do not read it. Please paraphrase it as best you can and hand it into our committee clerk today. We are not executing this bill today, so we will have plenty of opportunity to read your written testimony. I'm going to ask you, please do not repeat testimony that we have heard. And finally, just 3 minutes. I'll keep time. I will ask you if you're ready, and then we will start. And when you have reached the 3-minute mark, I'm going to ask you to please conclude your testimony. We want to make sure that every single person that's here today has an opportunity to speak. That being said, I'm going to recognize Representative Leon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, and thank you for welcoming me again today. So today I'm here to introduce this year's bill to legalize cannabis in the state. The question that we all need to ask ourselves is, will legalizing cannabis have a significant difference on the number of people using cannabis in the state? I don't think there is, because there will be a significant difference because it's already decriminalized. But people who want to access cannabis and marijuana either are going out of state or they are purchasing it on the black market, on the streets, somewhere else from a friend of a friend, or they're accessing some of those, I call them Frankenweed products, the ones where people are buying them in a convenience store. And it sort of mimics it, but it actually brings some extra health dangers. So people who want cannabis for the most part are getting it, but they're not getting safe, tested, regulated product if they are buying it on the illicit market. That is a serious, serious issue. I have a woman in my town who lost her son. He only used cannabis. He bought it on the street. And the review of his death did show that cannabis actually did have fentanyl in it. This was something that was reviewed, and he never intended to consume anything other than cannabis, but he died from a fentanyl overdose because of either intentional or what I think is probably more likely, just poor material management. If you already have some pills with fentanyl in it and then you touch the cannabis, you're rolling the dice about whether or not you have that contaminated product. I don't think that people should be rolling the dice with street cannabis. The other question is, what about the money aspect?
We're giving all these other states all this money with the regulated markets. If we have a good competitive market here, even with a low rate and especially with a low tax rate, we're going to get a lot of it here. But if we're trying to grab onto every penny, every cent of the process and control the whole process, we're going to have a lot of people that are still traveling out of state to purchase more competitive products elsewhere. So given the outline and given the fact that we need to agree between two bodies and also the person who signs the bill, there are a lot of constraints. I believe the bill that passed out of the House is a delicate tightrope walk that will get us to where we need to be with perhaps the smallest of changes. So if I can just go through some of the points that I think may be different from what the House passed to what may otherwise be proposed. One of the critical things here is the definition of cannabis or marijuana. We have a hemp market. We have rope from hemp. We need to make sure that the definition is pretty much what I have in my bill and not what went through some of the other versions, including the commission, which would basically kneecap the entire hemp industry by labeling seeds as cannabis and regulating them. So while it may be nuanced, the definition here is critical on cannabis. Next, a public place. You know, we've talked about things like how you would limit access for hunting with the purple paint or whatnot. When you start to have questions on who can enter your property, there's people that have land in current use. That's a huge public benefit because people get to go walking on my property, and I promise I won't criminal trespass you as long as you're wearing your clothes when you walk on my land. But if somebody is on my land, if I don't have a problem that somebody's going to walk in there because there's enough acreage and maybe smoke a joint, the language, unless it protects land in current use and other private property where somebody would allow that, you could be going to jail on the second time you get caught in the woods doing that. So my definition of public place is actually quite crucial because we need to make sure that people aren't closing their land so that maybe they can go enjoy and smoke a joint in the middle of their woods without getting a misdemeanor the third time somebody comes by to their own personal property that's accessible to the public. Also, volatile extractions, that's a definition that came from the Department of Health and Human Services. What we had all originally worked with was kind of clunky, so we want to make sure that that's clear. Let's see, as far as keeping support in the House, because we need to make sure we have support if you do pass something to us. We do need to keep an eye on the offenses and the misdemeanors. I think we may have lost the 48 votes we need if we go to an unlisted misdemeanor. So we need to be careful that we don't take the House's support for granted. And we know, what might cost us those 48 votes and make it so that we actually lose this bill in the House if you do see fit to pass it. I'm a little sensitive to some of the things around the driving constraints that are in there. The language that had come out of the commission would have allowed somebody who was charged under the new offense that we add, which is important, for them to be charged under that and the existing DUI laws. So unless you keep the language that I have, where a person cannot be convicted of both a violation of this section and RSA 265A, you could see somebody with additional suspended license because driving impaired with cannabis isn't good, but I'd say that driving impaired with heroin is probably worse. And you would be penalizing somebody driving under cannabis worse than somebody with heroin. So let's keep that parity and make it so that you are not doing an additional penalty on top of our existing and necessary DUI laws. Additionally, we have some language that if you have the car on for operational heat because it's freezing outside and you don't want to, maybe you're homeless, just because the ignition key is on, it's a matter of driving or not. I mean, you're the judiciary, we figure out where we get there, but I don't want to penalize somebody because they're afraid of freezing to death. Additionally, odor and personal possession of cannabis, not grounds for search. That's something that's pretty crucial to keeping a passable margin in the house. Obviously, if a person thinks that you're driving impaired, there's an exception for that, but we need to make sure that they just can't go quote unquote sniffing around for problems, and basically also leading to some situations where people feel that they may be unfairly targeted. Now we get to the Liquor Commission and their targeting, and their jobs. As we were looking at this in the House Finance Committee, there was a big discussion about whether they needed enforcement officers before it was actually available on the market and before anybody was actually touching plants in New Hampshire. They said they did, so I went through the language on enforcement. And I realized that we needed to decide whether or not we wanted the Liquor Commission going after the controlled substance rules. So the question is, do we want them going after moonshiners, modern day moonshiners, or home grow? Should that be the job of the Liquor Commission? I come down on the side that it's not, and the House comes down on the side that that's not their job, that should be law enforcement. So we added the line at the bottom of page 9, line 37, enforcement of Chapter 318B shall not be included in the responsibilities of the commission. Quite frankly, if that gets pulled out of the House version and gets sent back to us, that basically says that we're going to bring a big operation to go after home grows. And I don't think it'll pass the House if that comes out. And I'm not trying to talk both bodies, but honestly, since we want to get this done before our committee of conference, it's good to have this discussion. So I hope I'm not talking out of turn with this. Our bill limits advertising. It doesn't allow you to advertise, but it would be very good for the Liquor Commission to have a list of the approved stores, both so that somebody knows where to go if they want it without advertising, and they know who isn't if somebody is impersonating a store. Also, we limit entry to cannabis retail outlets to those who are 21 years or older, qualifying patients, or first responders. That wasn't in any of the other versions, but it's pretty important because the idea of a family-friendly cannabis store is not anything anybody wants to see. So I would hope that if there are any changes, that stays. Then I think data collection related to cannabis legalization and regulation. We found in the House that we had been tasking the wrong people with this all along. It should be the Department of Health and Human Services. So I would pay note to what we have in that language because we have agreement and buy-in. And then I think lastly, we get to the tax rate, even though we're supposed to call it anything other than a tax. I spoke with regulators from Massachusetts, and I've spoken to people in various states. One of the biggest hurdles to undermining the illegal market is too high of a tax rate. When I spoke to the people who were the boots on the ground enforcement in Massachusetts, they said 20% was too high, and that probably about half that would make it competitive with the illegal market. We have 10%, and we do not tax therapeutic cannabis. No surrounding states tax therapeutic cannabis. And unless we are looking to undermine our existing therapeutic cannabis program, we want to make sure that they are not unfairly treated in the process of applying for licenses or any of the others, including co-locations. And we want to make sure that patients are not given a sales tax or an excise tax, an agency fee, franchise fee, or whatever, Happy Meal fee, whatever you want to call it. So those are the biggest and most critical ones in order to make sure that we even got it out of House Finance, because the appetite isn't that great for a model that moves to too far of control. We had removed all those different areas, but sending money back to the Governor's Task Force on Prevention and Drug Treatment is a really good idea. And perhaps also making sure that we get some money front-end loaded for I forget what it's called, but the officers who are trained to find impaired drivers, because the only thing you can test for is alcohol. Getting some money out there for the drug recognition experts would be good and be good policy. Because quite frankly, we're probably not going to change the number of people who are driving impaired with cannabis by passing legalization. But right now we have a hard time actually identifying that, especially up in the North Country. So getting some money to that now, even if we do want to get some additional appropriations to get them trained now before we have any cannabis money, I think would probably be good policy. So I'm sure I could keep going on and on, but I think I've already gone into enough details for you. But I'm happy to answer questions and continue talking with the committee as we move forward in this process, because I'd like to see us find something we can all agree on this year.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Senator Gannon.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I didn't notice, and I haven't read it in detail, but which I will over the weekend. Is any percentage, I've been told it doesn't though, of your revenue from this bill going to drug education? Did I miss that, or others have missed it?
Thank you. Initially, we did have that, but House Finance was really concerned about how much money we're spending and how it's very nice to be able to allocate money regardless of where it comes from. The idea of maybe having something unrelated to the sales rate, especially early on drug education, would work and would make sense. Actually, I do think that there's $500,000 allocated right now. Let me find that. Let's see.
So what I was looking for, if I can follow up, I was looking for a percentage every year of the annual intake going to education and related stuff. I was thinking you might put in a portion.
I'd be happy to talk through some of the ways that we've looked through it, but they had decided to go just send it all to the general fund.
So follow up?
Yes.
Follow up?
So the data I've seen, and I'm very friendly with Medford and Boston Police, and what the officers tell me on the street. I'm sorry, I'm not more familiar with my New Hampshire Police, which I work with a lot, but I, again, have a lot of friends down there. They tell me that it is sent to, especially the drug officers in junior highs in Medford, have told me that once it was legalized, they saw an increase. The kids saw a green light that this isn't really a serious problem. And so I'm afraid of two things. One, that you're going to give a green light to my daughter who's in the next room, that it's not a big deal. And my other thing would be, do you have empirical data that's showing that in other states, when you legalize, it hasn't gone up, use hasn't gone up? Because you said at the beginning that you didn't believe use would go up if people are using are going to be has use actually gone up in states that have legalized?
Thank you for those questions. They're both very, very important. I have to agree. I have to admit that I've read the headlines and haven't dug into the whole methodology, but I believe there's now a study showing that in some states with adult legalization, youth use has actually gone down. I've just been so focused on the nuts and bolts of trying to get this done that I didn't dig as deep as I would have, because I'd like to see multiple studies, but they're either equivocal or there are some that are showing a decrease. So, and the other part about education is actually really key. I think that moving from the it's illegal, so don't do it at all actually gets us to a better place for educating our youth. Several years ago in Derry, we had somebody lamenting that they were unable to convince the students in the schools that heroin was just as dangerous as cannabis. That's an equal. So they're saying that they're equally safe, they're equally dangerous. So if you've tried cannabis, you might as well try heroin. So this whole just don't do everything, don't do drugs hasn't been the most effective. We need to start talking about how children's brains and even up to 25 are developed differently than adults. We already know that aspirin is different on kids. We know that when your teeth are developing, there's certain antibiotics you can't take. We need to have a real frank conversation with our kids that there's a reason you don't use a cannabis when you're a kid, and that's because it messes up your brain development. And saying that when you're older and your brain's already set in its ways, sorry, you're not going to be learning as much anyways. I know we all try and grow, but I can't learn like I could as a kid. But we need to have a frank discussion that as a kid, it impacts your development. And it's not based about the legality. It's based about the fact that it's bad for you as a kid.
Final question?
Final follow-up.
Thank you. So you talked earlier about tainted cannabis, that someone had bought some and it had fentanyl in it. Are you not concerned that once we have dispensaries and people get used to seeing cannabis everywhere, the street cannabis, from what I have seen nationwide, the street use still stays the same because it's usually a cheaper product. So are not people going to assume that any joint they're handed at any party is now safe because it's legal and it's everywhere? So aren't we going to be exposing the citizens to a new danger or an extended bigger danger of getting fentanyl because they'll perceive that the product is now clean?
So that's actually a really interesting conversation. We spent quite a bit of time in California this past year, just for family reasons. And when I saw people doing this, it was oh, is that a dog walker? Oh, is it this? And they were talking about the brands and where it was from. Usually it was in packaging. There are some people that still go with loose flower because they're choosing to use it in a vaporizer, in a pipe, something else. But a lot of people, especially in social settings, are looking at pre-rolls. And those are all in the packaging. I mean, somebody could go to the extent of trying to fake something and put it in that way, but that hassle just doesn't really seem to have the juice for the squeeze. And there is a lot more brand identity. That's the other thing too. There's no accountability in the illegal market. I mean, the only accountability is you're my drug dealer, something bad, boom. And that is a horrible kind of accountability. With this, you know which brands are reputable. You know which ones are consistent. Because as a consumer of any other commercial product, you know how to seek that out. And it gives a lot more transparency.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any further questions? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that the version that passed in the House limits the authority of liquor enforcement to enforce certain cannabis laws. If liquor is going to be in charge of implementing many of these policies, why are they limited on the enforcement side? And the reason why I'm asking is liquor enforcement, when they were created many years ago, was to deal with the bootlegging operations that was alcohol. So I guess in this case, if there's a black market concern, why are we going to limit their ability to perhaps enforce that?
Can I ask you a clarifying question before I answer? Are there any other statutes on the books outside of those under the Liquor Commission that have to do with alcohol?
I'm not clear.
Okay.
With the,
Sorry.
I'm not clear what,
Okay.
how to
Sorry.
clarify the question. I'm just saying
Yes.
liquor has authority to enforce this law if it became law.
Mhm.
And all I'm asking you is, why are you limiting their authority to deal with people who are doing illegal activity with cannabis if they're going to be in charge of, implementing the recreational cannabis policy? And the reason why I asked that specifically is liquor enforcement, when they were first established in the early 1930s, it was related to, dealing with the black market operation that surrounded liquor at the time. So now, in this case, you're doing a recreational policy, but you're limiting their authority to now enforce those laws.
Well, thank you. So when I look at it, I look as the Liquor Commission being involved in the commerce of cannabis. So anything that's related to the commerce of cannabis would be within that domain. Anybody that's growing or even selling it for a cost, because this statute, 318F, that's created by this, I think it's 318F, whatever it is that we're creating, I think it's 318F, is the one that deals with the commerce of cannabis. And that limits how you can exchange it. It says I can't pay for brownies with cannabis. And so if anybody was doing that, that would fall underneath the statutes that have to deal with the commerce of cannabis. The question becomes something that's outside of these statutes about the commerce of cannabis. Are we looking to expand this and turn the Liquor Commission into a drug enforcement agency outside of the commerce? Or are we not? By adding that section in to limit it from the Controlled Drug Act, the intention was not to turn the Liquor Commission into a drug enforcement agency, but rather to keep it focused on the commerce of cannabis.
Follow
up.
So you don't believe that the illegal black market impacts the commerce of cannabis in a recreational industry?
So the sale, the transfer, any of those things that have to do with the packaging and transport, but an individual who may be growing 1 or 2 plants in their basement illegally, but who may be growing 1 or 2 plants in their basement don't seem to be the domain to me of commerce if it's not something that they're selling to somebody. I don't think that even if people are growing at home illegally, the Liquor Commission is the right group to enforce that, because that's going to be such a large footprint that we'd have to have a lot more additional funding for them in order to go after home grow within the state. And I didn't see that as the intention of this bill. If you do, it would be good to make that clear, but I don't see that as the intention of this bill.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair will call Senator Rosenwald. Oh, okay. I saw your name and I just figured I'd call you. So, okay.
You need a copy?
Do you want to speak?
Oh, I wasn't gonna. I figured I would just not take up the time of the public. If you'd like me to come with you, I'll leave it in the chair.
If you would like to join Senator Rosenwald, I think that's fine. It's up to you.
For the record, Cindy Rosenwald from Senate District 13, and I'm here to speak really briefly in support of House Bill 1633. I like to stay in my lane, so I've been working with Senator Abbas on the money parts of what I think he's introducing. Those occur mainly on page 23 and 34 to make sure that the appropriation language is drafted correctly. And to answer Senator Gannon's question about prevention, if I could speak to the amendment that hasn't been introduced. It appears in 2 places. Right away, this biennium, there's a $500,000 appropriation for the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs, and that can be used for prevention Beyond that, 15% of revenues then go into that fund for that purpose. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Abbas, do you wish to introduce your amendment at this time?
Yes, I would. And just for the record, Senator Darrell Abbas, I represent District 22, serving the communities of Pelham, Salem, Exton, and Plastow. And I can introduce Amendment 2024-1584S. I'll limit my testimony, obviously, because I can answer questions separately, but just to clarify some issues here, I don't believe there's any, I think saying this is a great cannabis policy is incorrect. I don't think it's really appropriate to say that, but what I will say is that some policies are a lot worse than others. And I think we're just looking at what I've seen in several bills that have been filed in my 5 years serving in the House or now the Senate. There's sometimes those bills that get filed really don't take into consideration any public safety concerns, at least to a serious manner. I think what the amendment will show is that it's something that kind of tries to balance and really thread the needle. Is it perfect? No. I'm not asking anyone to support it who has a moral issue with it. I think for me, one of the concerns that I have is, especially in the southern part of the state, and this is my district alone, there's 5 recreational cannabis stores that surround kind of my southern district. If you ever go to any of those places, one of them is literally on the border of Plastow. You can see the Welcome New Hampshire sign across the street, and half the cars in the parking lot have New Hampshire plates. A lot of the negative social impacts that can come from our recreational policy, I believe we're already dealing with. I'm not in any way suggesting that any potential benefit of a recreational policy outweighs the potential harms. All I'm saying is that I believe that we're dealing with much of those harms already and not receiving any of the benefit, whatever that may be. So part of me looks at it as what's happening in the surrounding states. We don't have any control over that. We can't put any of the regulations on these stores in Maine, Massachusetts, or Vermont, and we kind of just got to accept their existence. It goes the same for us. If we had stores, they can't really do much about that. If there were stores in the state of New Hampshire, we would have, I guess, a hand on the wheel. So I think there's something to say for that. Again, does that mean this is a great policy and we shall be celebrating? No, by no means should we. In respect to the therapeutic industry, they would have an option. They have a pathway to apply for a franchise. It's not going to be, in a licensed outlet store, which is the same as a licensed store. The franchise would be the franchisor is the State Liquor Commission, and they would be limited to 15 stores. In order to increase that number, they would have to be they have to go through the legislator. But keeping the amount of stores limited, the precise locations, again, a hand on the wheel. By no means does that mean that there's going to be that cannabis is safe to use. Is there some level of harm reduction? I think that is debatable both ways. But what this would do, again, it limits the amount of stores. It starts slow. It's not too fast. You're not going to have a marijuana mile. I think when you see those marijuana miles, those of, I don't think that's really the right fit for the state of New Hampshire. In respect to public use, any public use, the first offense would be a violation offense, but it's also any cannabis would be subject to forfeiture. The second offense would be it's an unclassified misdemeanor at the discretion of the prosecutor. If that second offense is within a 5-year period. The number one complaint I hear about any recreational policy is the amount of public use that occurs. My family was in New York City a few weeks ago. That's all they complained about was they can smell cannabis. My vacation in Maine the last 2 summers, I can push in a stroller at 10 o'clock in the morning and the person next to me decides to smoke cannabis right next to me, right next to a child. There's really no meaningful enforcement of these laws, in part because the penalty isn't really viable to enforce. If it's too low, it would cost the state more money to enforce it than what the fine would be. So these are some of the concerns that we really kind of took into consideration. There's no excuse to smoke cannabis in public, period. It's really avoidable. You have to go out of your way to violate the law. So a second offense, I think, should be a much harsher penalty. Any other questions? I'll be glad to answer them. Discuss them during the executive session.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Senator Whitley has a question.
Or I can answer them right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a series of questions if that's okay.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Just to sort of talk about the issue that you just raised, this issue of public consumption. I'm unclear why we want to have different levels of punishment for, say, smoking in public and, you know, smoking marijuana. Like, it would seem to me that we would want to have that consistent. And that's even, you know, what folks in the public health space have suggested, that we keep it similar. And so I'm just curious why we would want to, you know, in a bill that we're looking to prevent. So one of the reasons I've always supported legalization is because I don't think people should be arrested for this conduct anymore. And so if we are retaining this unclassified misdemeanor, people can still get arrested for that. And I'm wondering why that's important if there's no evidence that it would actually be a deterrent, and we're making public policy on evidence. I think that's really important. And two, why, you know, we want to make it inconsistent with existing law on public consumption for smoking.
Yeah, of course. Well, tobacco, even alcohol, I mean, alcohol's been legal for over 90 years. So I think the public acceptance of that is different. And I think tobacco, I'm not sure if it was ever illegal. So I think just the public perception of those are different than that of cannabis, which is still illegal, and it's illegal under federal law. So I think to compare the three of those, it's not really fair to do. Also, tobacco is not intoxicating, doesn't create impairment where cannabis does. And I think breathing in the secondhand from cannabis, you know, you could cause some people could potentially test positive for it as well. But I think when it comes to the enforcement side of it, if you get cited for smoking tobacco in public, it's essentially a parking ticket. That's all it is. It's just a fine. It's a violation offense, and that's it. You're talking about people getting arrested after the second offense, which I keep walking people through how difficult it is to even get caught in the first place. For those who do violate the law, they're willfully doing it. They're going out of the way to do it. And to me, that's unacceptable. And all we're asking is, there's a difference between, a lot of people don't have an issue what you do at your own home, but when you're in public, when you're outside of this building, you know, you have children coming here for field trips. And if you're a habitual offender of smoking cannabis in public, after the first offense, that person knows what they're doing is illegal, and they seem to continue to do it. So I don't really sympathize for that person who managed to get caught a second time in a 5-year window. Now, the evidence of whether it's a deterrent, if the punishment is not deterrent, I'm not even sure what, but whether it's a $100 fine or an unclassified misdemeanor doesn't have any impact whatsoever. But I think if the person gets arrested, maybe they'll think twice before doing it the third time.
Follow up? Yeah, you sort of raised that issue about, you know, cigarettes versus marijuana, and there's ample evidence that cigarette smoke, it causes cancer. We don't have those associated concerns with marijuana. The other piece that I was curious about is in previous sections, there was extensive non-discrimination protections. And, you know, that's incredibly important for a whole host of reasons. And so I'm curious why your version has no protections against discrimination.
And thank you for the question. For point of reference, in the underlying bill passed by the House, the non-discrimination language is on page 30, beginning on line 30. What's part of the amendment 1580? It's amendment number 1584. It's a compromise between a lot of different individuals. I think from personally, my own personal opinion may be different than everything that's in here. What I will say, in respect to some of the issues of employment and hiring people who have a prior criminal record or have prior involvement in the cannabis industry, especially when it comes to like law enforcement positions, I think I can understand why allowing that type of, I don't think discrimination is the appropriate term to be used there. You know, cannabis use is not a protected class, but it's what it's called in the bill, so we'll just refer to it as that. That's different. If you look at the other sections of that, when it comes to like the licensing side of things, like an attorney, a CPA, generally speaking, states are not going to penalize an attorney who gives, let's say, a retail store or a cultivator legal advice, because normally you're not allowed to give a client legal advice that violates the law, or helps them violate federal law. Same thing with a CPA. You wouldn't normally, suspend their license for that. So that first section, I think would be great to include in this, but not everyone agrees with me on that. And I think part of the problem is you need, if you want this to go forward, it takes enough people to agree on something.
Follow up?
So I don't know who these agreements are made of, so I can't sort of speak to it. I think if you're gonna sort of talk about agreements, it would be helpful to have that sort of out in the open. And also, the last thing I wanted to mention is that when I was on the commission that you chaired, and a lot of the conversation was around the public health protections, I have been very clear that supporting legalization can only be possible with rigorous public health protections. And so I just, can you go through and and guarantee that all the public health protections that were built into the commission version are retained?
I'm not going to guarantee that all of them are in here. What I will tell you is this, in speaking with one of my colleagues who was not on the commission, her name's on the amendment as well, we just, rather than have that separate fund and have a separate, where some of the potential revenue would go, it was thought that it would be more fiscally responsible to have just one fund that already exists, and that was the Governor's Council, and just to add revenue to that. So I think some of the goals of both those funds were similar, so there was some overlap there. And I, after discussing that with my colleague, Senator Rosenwald, I kind of took her lead on that and agreed with her that that was the way to go. If I recall during the commission, the concern was mixing revenue from the cannabis fund with potential revenue from the alcohol fund and what potential impacts that can have. That's why we had two separate funds in the commission. We decided we're no longer concerned with that.
Last follow-up?
Follow up?
In drafting this, so I'm talking about public health protections that are separate from the finance piece. I think the fund piece is an important part of it, but there were a whole heck of a lot. New Futures had a document about 5 pages long with all the necessary public health protections. Did you consult them when drafting this?
I don't have that list in front of me to check this, but I'm sure New Futures is here to look at it and will certainly point out what is and is not part of that list.
Okay, are there any further questions? Senator Gannon?
Hi, Senator Abbas. Thank you for taking my questions. Just real short and easy ones. The data I've seen, and again, I was on the first Cannabis Commission, I think 8 years ago, and I couldn't participate as well in the last one because I had been injured, but I did my best to go. And all the data I've seen is that states that legalize, the volume of consumption goes up. And that seems to make sense here. You're going to add 16 more locations to buy cannabis. So I'm going to assume, and from what I've seen in other states that have legalized, I've seen the volume sold in the states go up. Plus, you still have the illegal market, correct? Okay. So if we're there, there's going to be more marijuana in the state. More marijuana is going to get used. And so we have a problem in the state with several things. One, we have poly-use is a big problem for our police on the roadways, as you know, you're an attorney doing this stuff. So 2/3 of our fatalities, as I understand, are now a poly-use, a mix of some type of drug, usually marijuana, mixed with alcohol and other things. And so are you not fearful if we have more volume of drugs, we're going to have more fatalities on the road and more other problems from this? More drugs, more problems.
I think that was multi-part. I'll try to get to it all. I do have that concern. What I will tell you is, if you look at a state like Colorado's about 80% the size of New England, right? So New Hampshire is kind of like the size of a county in Colorado. So I don't think we're going to have the same spike, as what I was explaining before is in many parts of the state where, especially in the bordering communities that are right next to these dispensaries already anyway. So I think we're dealing with a lot of those impacts already. So we may not have the same spike as we had before, but I think it's naive to say that there won't be increased use if it's more available. I just think that's I'm just being honest with what this would do. What I will say is the other states, and I'm not sure why all these states decide to make the same mistake, which we're trying to avoid, is they have a black market problem and they don't do anything about it. They'll talk about it and do nothing to actually address the problem. They don't even put funding towards addressing the black market problem. So that problem police have is when you legalize a recreational policy, you essentially can walk up and down the street with it in your hand. The problem that creates is, well, what can the police do about it if that's not illegal? Well, that's one of the reasons why I think having liquor enforcement be involved in this is that they could have that directive to focus on black market issues that other states don't have. So we can, again, mitigate these potential negative social impacts as much as we can. But it's not fair to say we would eliminate them.
Last question. Yep, last question. I won't bother you anymore. So I'm very friendly with our county attorney, as you are. And she tells me that a lot of the times, or most of the time, she doesn't go after prosecuting marijuana, THC high levels because it's such a hard case to prosecute. So whereas I had a bill earlier this year that I changed because we couldn't really pin down. There's one state that does have a per se limit on THC levels. So unfortunately, children are becoming aware that if they are under the influence of marijuana, they are far less to get prosecuted. At DUI convictions, easy. 0.08, you're there, you're gotten. The police have a very hard time on the road. The county attorneys tell me they have a hard time prosecuting. Are we not now going to make the roads more dangerous by having a drug out there that we can't test for?
So whether you pass this bill or not, I think there's a concern about there being no sobriety test for cannabis. You just mentioned the county attorney is having a difficult time prosecuting this. So these offenses are happening without any recreational policy. The problem is the medical or scientific research has not got there yet. During the commission, this came up, and we were discussing a per se limit, and I used my own, body and figure as the measuring stick to not offend anyone, trying to figure out how much if I consume would be in my system, and not even the doctors could answer that question. So the idea was, how could someone who uses cannabis actually attempt to comply with the law by not hitting that per se limit without having any way of explaining to someone? We didn't feel it was appropriate to put that in here. If they ever were able to figure that out, I would certainly be supportive of some type of per se limit.
Last question. Be very quick. Well, I'll try. So we're going to increase the amount of volume of marijuana in the state. 16 stores selling.
15 stores, but
15 stores.
Same thing.
Thank you. Thank you. We know that we can't really test for THC level. So we know we're putting more product out in the street, and there's going to be more fatalities then. Just proportionally, if they have a product that gets people impaired, I'm putting more of that out in the street. I feel I'm making the roads and the state itself less safe if I pass this legislation. Do you not agree?
Well, I wouldn't say it makes a significant. The reason why I don't say it makes a huge difference is because you're dealing with, again, a lot of these surrounding communities in these stores all along the border in Maine, all along the border in southern New Hampshire. I mean, just where I live, there's 3 in Haverhill, there's 1 in Dracut, and there's 1 in Tingsboro. And, frankly, respectfully, if the crime rate wasn't so high in Lawrence, it'd probably be 1 or 2 in Lawrence in that area, but there's not. So we're dealing with a lot of this anyway. So how much more unsafe would it make the state? I think having some control on the regulations could hopefully mitigate that if it does make it unsafer, but also maybe tighten up some of the.
I do say that I appreciate the way you're going about this. It's the best way that we've tried now, even though I still don't agree with it. I appreciate the way you're doing.
I think there was a compliment buried in that statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair will call Senator Bradley. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I know you've had a long day. For the record, Jeb Bradley from District 3. I just want to start out by thanking our aide, Daly, who put together a very comprehensive side-by-side from Senator Abbas's amendment and the House passed version. He was here till all hours of the night doing it last night, so he deserves a shout out. Well, I will make sure you get it. I think it's been provided to Senator Abbas.
I apologize. I was keeping it all for myself.
So, as everybody knows, I don't support this bill. And I'm going to say, the one thing I can say is that I've learned over my years in this building is how to count. And if there are 13 votes for this, there are 13 votes for this. I would find that unfortunate, But I think that one thing that we should all be able to agree on, if it is going to pass, we need to make it the best possible version of legalization that we possibly can. And I think there's some fundamental things that we ought to be able to agree on. If we're going to legalize marijuana, it should have proper oversight. Public health and safety should be protected. The state of New Hampshire should not become beholden to big marijuana, nor should we invite the black market into our state. I think we can all agree on those things, and I would hope we can. And so I want to, first of all, thank Senator Abbas for, I think, bringing this amendment in, which in my view is an improvement if it's going to pass, a significant improvement over the House passed version. But I want to suggest some further changes to the bill. First of all, let me talk about some of the good things that Senator Abbas has done. Driving limits consistent with DWI are in the bill. Marijuana is treated like alcohol in terms of field sobriety. Search warrants are allowed. Smoking in public is banned. Restrictions near school. These are all things that fit into, protecting public health and safety and oversight. But there are a couple of things that are not in the bill. There has to be a provision similar to open container laws for alcohol, not in the bill. I think we need to make sure that containers for edibles are as tamper-proof as possible. And while that's in the bill, what isn't in the bill is enhanced penalties for somebody who is a parent, a caregiver, a supervisor of young children, whether they have known or should have known that edibles were available. I haven't found that in the bill anywhere. So let me make some suggestions for how this bill can be improved and why. So I'll go through the amendment, starting on page 5, lines 36 and 37. I would ask that the committee put a period after the word state in line 36. This is the personal use of cannabis line. This would eliminate seizure or forfeiture. I don't think if a tractor trailer with marijuana from the black market comes into New Hampshire, we should be prohibiting search and seizure of a tractor trailer load, and it would appear to do that. Turning the page, line 1, producing on the top of page 6. I think that allows home grow, and I think that should be eliminated. Further down on that page, the section that begins on line 7 that talks about the transfer of cannabis or gift of cannabis for a transaction. I'm not sure why we're allowing that. I hope that you will delete that. Turning the page to page 11. This is the enforcement section. There is language at the bottom of the page on page 11 on line 36 that it's a violation. Turn the page, in the same sentence, it's a misdemeanor. I think that should be a misdemeanor in both iterations. On page 12, ownership of establishments. This is a very important piece. Line 34 and 35. No person or business entity may have a threshold financial interest in more than 3 cannabis establishments in any single category. By allowing as many as 3 for one entity, we're basically inviting big marijuana into the state. I hope that that will be 1 per entity, 1. And further, if we don't limit it to 1, I think we squeeze out New Hampshire interests that might want to do it. I hope they don't want to do it, but they might want to do it, especially agricultural interests. I don't think we should be squeezing them out. Another big issue is the potency. So as I read this amendment, and again, thanks to Senator Abbas for trying to improve the House version, there is no upper limit on potency of whether it's the THC smokables or edibles where there is a limit, as I understand it. I think this legislation should establish a THC limit. The Netherlands does that. I think it would be appropriate to do that. But if there's not going to be a limit, on page 15, line 32 and 33, and for any cannabis, there has to be health and safety criteria for the rulemaking that establishes a THC limit, as I have understood this bill to be. We have to consider, if it's going to be rules as opposed to in legislation for a potency limit, adding health and safety criteria. I think my friend from Concord would agree with me, because as you so eloquently remind us all the time about protecting kiddos, we need to protect not only kiddos, but everybody else. Going back to line 13 for annual mandatory training and continuing education, I think that we should add cannabis use disorder and mental health training in part of the training that anybody that's in the establishment would get. So that is on page 13, line 32. On page 14, line 36, this is the testing. My understanding is the country of Canada has a long list of substances that they have to test for legal marijuana there. I will supply that list to the committee, whether you put it in by reference or put it in its entirety. Either way, it should be tested to make sure that there's purity. On line 15, page 15, line 15, this is in the rulemaking section. I think there should be a requirement that change in ownership as well as change in licensure should be considered. I would ask that you consider adding on line 15 after change in ownership, change in licenses as part of the oversight.
Senator, can I just interrupt? So when you're talking about change in ownership and licensure, are you talking about an owner who sells their license to someone else?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I'm trying to go as quickly as possible. So on page 16, I would ask on line 14 that you put a period after the word samples. I don't think there need to be rules governing employee samples. I just don't think that's necessary, and it should be struck, hopefully. Okay. On page 18, the same situation as before. Licenses for commission approval, that's on line 25. Again, we want as robust oversight as we possibly can have. A change in licenses should be looked at by the Liquor Commission. All right, funding, page 21. Now, as I read this, I'm not sure what your intent is, Senator Abbas, but as I read it, I'm assuming your intent is of the franchise fee, 1% of the franchise fee would go to a host community, but that's not clear. What I think this says is that 1% of 15% goes to the host community. So just assume that there was $1,000 raised. At 1%, the host community would get $10. At 1% of 15%, the host community would get $1.50. That's an order of magnitude and difference, I think, for any host community. They are going to have problems, and the Senate has just adopted, and I think the House will follow suit, for charity gaming, a provision that host communities benefit. There should be a tangible benefit for a host community. So if the intent is 1%, please just make sure that's clarified. Thank you. All right, page 22. This is an important issue, the ban on lobbying. So as I read this on line 28, somebody could not use the funds received through the operation. But if they happen to have other business interests, they could use those funds. So it's not really a ban on lobbying. If we're going to have a ban on lobbying, ban lobbying, please, ban lobbying. All right. Next, page 24. Another very important piece. I've spoken briefly a while ago with Commissioner Malika about this. Starting on line 6, instead of a cannabis advisory board, if we're going to protect the public health, this should be a cannabis control commission that approves the rules, not just advises on the rules and sends them to GELCAR, but approves the rules. You've got a pretty well-balanced commission here. I'm going to suggest one change, that instead of 2 representatives of the cannabis industry, there only be 1. And substituting for that 1 should be the Attorney General. There are significant legal issues, as we all know, and there are public safety and health issues, as we all know. I think the Attorney General, whoever that individual may be, is the most important person to put on this commission. And I'd also make the suggestion that the chair of the Liquor Commission, and I haven't talked to Chairman Malika about this, but I'm going to suggest it anyway, the chair of the Liquor Commission should chair this commission so that it is as even-handed as possible, which is meant to be a shout out to the good job that Commissioner Malika does running the Liquor Commission. Okay, on page 26, I think this may have been an oversight, hopefully. Starting on line 10 through 12, I think that whole section should be deleted because it allows less than felony charges in the case of trace amounts of fentanyl. I think if we're going to ease the penalties for marijuana, that's all well and good, but we should not be using a marijuana bill to ease the penalties for a deadly drug, fentanyl. So I would ask that you delete that section. Moving on to page 27. Alcohol crimes and marijuana, alcohol use and marijuana use for underage should be the same. So I would ask that you consider putting RSA 169B12 penalties into this section so that alcohol and marijuana are treated the same. And my last suggestion, you're going to have a hard time believing that I'm on my last suggestion on the 35-page bill. On page 33, when there is enforcement and the commission, the Liquor Commission is given authority, I think that on line 17, we should also add, especially for marijuana and it being new in New Hampshire, if it's going to be legalized, we should add state, local, or county law enforcement officers to line 17 after the liquor investigator. So again, to summarize, and I apologize for taking so much time, I appreciate, the spirit that Senator Abbas and others have brought to try to get this into a better form for New Hampshire. I still oppose it. I want to be clear about that. But if you can count to 13 and it's going to pass and has the governor's support, then these changes are absolutely essential if we're going to have the proper oversight, protect public health and safety, not beholden to big marijuana, and not allowing the black market to thrive as much as is humanly possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitley has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President, for coming and giving us suggestions. So I just want to clarify, if we do make these suggestions, would this move you in a more positive direction?
I'm not voting for it.
Okay. Just wanted to make that.
I want to be clear about that. I think I have been clear about it.
Got it.
But those of us that oppose this, Senator Whitley, just as you've opposed a number of things, we all have an obligation to make it better. If it's going to pass, I want to make it the best of a bad outcome that I possibly can. And I think you can appreciate the dilemma that I have, because I think for public health purposes and the increasing medical evidence that shows marijuana is harmful to adolescents and has other serious health complications for people, I can't support it, but I can try to make it better.
Yeah, and I think there's broad agreement that we need to have rigorous public health protections in here.
Okay, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. President, for your kind comments. In respect to how many franchises a person can have an interest in, the number in here was 3. And one of the concerns is, although no ATC is guaranteed a franchise, they have an opportunity to maybe to convert their store to one. So I guess my concern is most of the ATCs, and I'm sure they'll correct me if I'm wrong, they own 2 or 3 facilities. So the number 3 would, without making any guarantees to any individual entity, it would allow all 3 of those potentially to convert to that. Because the concern is, if you had a retail market, they claim they'll go out of business. I'm not sure if I buy into that or not, but.
And I understand the dilemma, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from, that if you allow 3 entities to have a monopoly of cultivation, they're going to own this building. And I don't think any of us want that to happen. Do we? So if there's a carve out for the ATCs, maybe that's acceptable. But I think we should think long and hard before we allow monopolization of these franchises or the growing or the distribution. That, to me, is a very big problem. I don't think we want big marijuana owning this building.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
So I do have the list for Canada and some of the other statutes that ought to be considered for open container and ensuring the same penalties for underage. So I'll.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
We also need to get copies of Senator Abbas's amendment. Are there
plenty
copies?
of them in the back of the room.
There, okay, so I just want to make sure for the members of the public, they're in the back. And for anyone that's listening at home, the amendment will be up on the website. Okay, we've got a few more people we need to do, and we have some requests that people have flown in to talk to us, and they've got to leave by 5. So we're just gonna keep moving on here. I already have one, thank you, Ryan. Okay, the chair is going to call Representative Tim Cahill. Is he gone? Oh, in the meantime, I'm going to call Representative Margaret. Is it? Oh no, here he comes. Good afternoon, Representative.
For the record, my name is Tim Cahill, representative from Raymond. Good afternoon, honorable committee members and chairman. In the interest of saving time, I'm going to be very, very brief because we do have some special guests that have flown in to testify today. But I am opposed to this bill in both its iterations. And I want to point out for the public record that the Marijuana Commission that met this summer voted down to go forward with this legislation. I appreciate the way that Senator Bradley just spoke and was looking to fix bad legislation, but I would agree with him that we should not vote for this legislation, and I cannot support it.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Representative Dyer? Dry. It's been a long day, Representative.
Totally understand that. Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry, Sullivan District 7. When Vermont was considering legalizing recreational marijuana in 2016, I wrote an op-ed for the local newspaper and I asked this hypothetical question. If marijuana is legalized before a legal standard for impairment is established, wouldn't it be a shame if the state could not convict someone in the case of an injury or fatality because there was no standard of proof? That question didn't stay hypothetical for very long. On September 3rd of 2018, Kevin Cushman of Lebanon, New Hampshire, consumed marijuana and drove his truck at high speed into the ledges along Interstate 91 in Norwich, Vermont. He injured himself and he killed Theodore Haley, his passenger. All Cushman received was a suspended sentence. Why? Well, it's easy to convict someone for driving while intoxicated because we can determine when the driver goes beyond the legal limit. First, that legal limit exists, 0.08. Next, there's a way to test for that number, a blood test that'll stand up in court as evidence. But it doesn't work that way with marijuana. There's no legal standard for impairment. Some police officers can be trained as drug recognition experts to help them make them more credible in court, but not every officer is a DRE. In Cushman's case, the DRE could only partially evaluate him because of his injuries. The state would have had trouble proving a felony DUI against Cushman based on the evidence at hand, because Vermont doesn't have an objective roadside test for impairment for any substance other than alcohol. Haley's family called it insane that the state pushed to expand marijuana legalization without having such a test in place. But it's more than that. Voting to legalize a drug for recreational use without giving police the tools they need to arrest and prosecute impaired drivers is unconscionable. The hypothetical is now real. Theodore Haley died. Keith Cushman served no jail time. It is a shame that the state could not prove impairment because it lacked a standard of proof. His life was worth more than that, Haley's father said. Let's not make the same mistake that Vermont did. Let's vote 1633 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, I have 3 individuals that have to leave by 5. They've got planes to catch, so I'm going to go to these folks. The first person I'm going to call is Jordan Davidson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Carson and members of the committee for welcoming me to testify today in opposition to House Bill 1633. My name is Jordan Davidson, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager for Smart Approaches to Marijuana, a national drug policy group focused on protecting public health and public safety when considering marijuana policy. Perhaps more importantly, I'm here as a young person in long-term addiction recovery from cannabis use disorder or marijuana addiction. I'm also here as someone who cares deeply about the state of New Hampshire. This state is like a second home to me. I spent 4 years here in high school at Phillips Exeter Academy. It was in New Hampshire where I met my best friends, began my political career in advocacy, and spent my most formative years. It was also here where I developed my addiction, where I spiraled rapidly out of control and into the darkest period of my life. By the time I started my senior year of high school, I was using high-potency marijuana morning, noon, and night. When I began to withdraw, my friends held an intervention for me. My girlfriend at the time gave me an ultimatum. It's either me or stop using marijuana. My best friend called me and said, it's time to start talking about stopping, not just slowing down. Life had lost all meaning to me, and everyone who was close to me could tell. I lived and breathed my addiction. Marijuana was all that I cared about. Late one evening, I looked at myself in the mirror and saw nothing behind my eyes. I could feel my arms, my legs, my head, my hands, but something was missing. I felt like a hollow shell, that my soul had been ripped out of me. There's one element of my path to sobriety that I only have realized in recent years was made possible by New Hampshire not giving in to marijuana legalization. My drug dealer in high school would drive to Maine to buy marijuana. Pot was legal there, so it was easier for him to get. One night, I ran out of marijuana and asked my dealer to drop off some vapes. But because he was driving back from Maine at the time with a new stash, he wasn't able to get to me in time. I could barely sleep that night. I felt like ants were crawling underneath my skin. I became angry, wanting to punch a wall. It was that night that a small part of me realized that I had had a problem, a moment that wouldn't have happened if New Hampshire had legalized recreational marijuana. Legalizing marijuana in New Hampshire, there are many negative consequences of legalizing marijuana in New Hampshire, but for the sake of brevity, I'll just go through a couple of them. Legalization here will be seen as an invitation to foreign organized crime groups who have capitalized off of legal weed. According to the Department of Homeland Security, over 270 illegal marijuana farms owned by Chinese drug cartels are operating in New Hampshire's sister state of Maine. These farms are generating a revenue of $4.37 billion with a B dollars. These cartels don't just grow marijuana. They engage in human trafficking, sexual abuse, money laundering, and murder. Thousands of these Chinese cartel-run farms are operating across the United States. Members of the New Hampshire delegation are alarmed by this issue too. In February of this year, Senator Shaheen and Congressman Pappas signed this letter expressing their concern over the proliferation of Chinese organized crime-operated marijuana farms. This issue hasn't come to New Hampshire because the majority of cartels moved to a state after legalization. They know they can hide in plain sight. I'll just finish by kind of saying a few statistics about driving and also addiction and kind of dispel some of the myths that were propagated here today. New Hampshire's motto is live free or die. I know there's sort of a libertarian bend in the state, and many wrongly frame marijuana legalization as an issue of personal freedom and liberty. That couldn't be further from the truth. Studies have found that after a state legalizes marijuana, vehicular deaths increase on average by 10%. In Oregon, that was by 22%. I'd like to see anyone tell families who have lost loved ones that legalization is about personal liberty, that no one but the user is harmed. I'd like to close here by talking about youth use, perhaps one of the most important subjects. We've heard testimony today saying that there's actually been a decline in youth use after legalization. That is partially right. There are some studies that demonstrate that, but it misses the most important component. Almost every reduction in youth use that we see post-legalization has to do with anytime use. So have you used once as a young person in the past year? No one wants to bring up the statistics of daily or regular use, because that same study that the prime sponsor in the House mentioned today showing a reduction showed a 28% increase in youth regular use. That is what's leading to the most harmful negative consequences. We see skyrocketing increases in the daily use of marijuana. And finally, studies show that among 12 to 17-year-olds, after legalization in the state, the rate of cannabis use disorder increases by 25%. As someone who has experienced the negative consequences of marijuana firsthand, I urge you to reject legalization. New Hampshire has avoided many of the negative consequences associated with legalization. Please don't welcome these issues to the Granite State now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair will call Deb Narrow. You had also mentioned someone else who had to leave Liz Brochu.
Yes.
Would you like to come up together or separately?
Separate.
Okay, separately, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Deborah Narrow, and as a former legislator, I ask you to ITL 1633 to protect our children. I often say that marijuana is the blind spot of our day. This is due to the lack of public awareness around the serious risks of high potency THC, which you just heard. Most don't see the danger until it's too late. I am testifying today as Executive Director of CATIE, a substance misuse prevention nonprofit serving Central New Hampshire. Science data and evidence-based practices are the driving force behind our work. It is our responsibility to call attention to the growing science on the risks and harms of marijuana and high-potency THC, as the need for informed decisions is urgent when considering the impact of public health policy on our children and youth. Last fall, I served on the Cannabis Study Commission, convened to draft language for a state franchise system. The commission heard from several subject matter experts from legalized states, including a neuroscientist from Massachusetts, a psychiatrist specializing in addiction medicine from Boston Children's Hospital and Harvard Medical School, and a recovery specialist from Maine. All three stated there are no legislative guardrails that can protect the most vulnerable among us. The adolescent psychiatrist shared that approximately 40% of 14 to 18-year-olds who reported marijuana use in the past year self-reported having experienced psychotic symptoms, including hallucinations, paranoia, and anxiety during or immediately after ingestion. All three experts urged New Hampshire to avoid legalization altogether, whether in a state-run franchise or with the private market. I haven't reviewed the Abbas Amendment just yet. However, the McGuire Amendment contained few, if any, of the guardrails contained in the Cannabis Commission's final majority report. For example, THC limits. We had a limit of 16%. I did see in the Abbas Amendment, it said low to moderate. Who defines that? The legislature should define this, not rulemaking. Commission findings were also mischaracterized, okay? As Representative Cahill just said, the commission voted this down, not to recommend in the first vote. I believe several commission appointees made a U-turn after hearing the scary facts from the neuroscientist and addiction medicine psychiatrist about child poisonings, cognitive impairment, depression, anxiety, acute psychosis, schizophrenia, suicidality, addiction, and cardiovascular risks. Despite these risks, recreational marijuana is being marketed as safe and healthy, just as tobacco was marketed in the 1950s. Big marijuana is using the same playbook as big tobacco. Please, let's not be duped again. The science is clear, specifically the psychoactive chemical THC has the potential to do serious harm, especially in dangerously high concentrations available today. Some of our ATCs are selling therapeutic cannabis at 98% THC. When public health is not prioritized, the public and our young people are at serious risk. As New Hampshire grapples with mental health, dual mental health and addiction crises, doesn't it make better sense to prevent rather than to encourage more substance misuse? Let's not travel down the path of recreational legalization and commercialization. There's not going to be any turning back. I'm not going to soft pedal this. This is a child endangerment bill, period. When you take your vote, please remember there is no safe way to introduce something that is unsafe. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions?
Okay, I do have a question.
Sure.
The chief medical officer of our hospital is out of state, and he wanted to be able to testify. He gave me his testimony and asked me if I could read it. It's under 3 minutes. Is that possible?
Can you give it to, we're not executing this bill today.
Okay.
So we're going to have time to review all the testimony, read everything that's been submitted. If you want to read his name into the record and that he has written testimony and pass it, we'll get it.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you. I did submit that already.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The chair is going to call Elizabeth Brochu. I think, I'm just going to say at this point, as you know, the 3-minute thing has gone out the window. So I don't know how at this point, the only thing I'll ask is please try to be very direct in what you're saying, concise, and please don't repeat. I just want to make sure that everybody who wants to testify has an opportunity, but it is 4:30 and people need to go home and they've got other obligations, so please keep that in mind as you're speaking. Ms.
Yes.
Brochure.
I've already crossed some stuff off, so thank
Okay.
you. Good afternoon, almost good evening. My name is Elizabeth Brochu. I am the Senior Director of Training, Education, and Programs at Communities for Alcohol and Drug Free Youth. I am also a New Hampshire Certified Prevention Specialist and the Substance Misuse Prevention Coordinator for Central New Hampshire. I also submitted a letter with 18 names signed on from 18 prevention professionals around the state. And although I really, really appreciate the attempt of making this substance legal in the most moral way possible in New Hampshire, if passed into law, House Bill 1633 will still legalize the commercialization and THC impairment, as well as child endangerment. Impairment is guaranteed when someone uses THC products, especially with the high potency extracted products ranging from waxes, oils, dabs. We all know these extracts that are happening. If someone uses cannabis and does not get the desired high effect, they're going to use more, increasing tolerance. The legal drugs in our state right now, alcohol and tobacco, alcohol can be consumed and not cause impairment. With tobacco, someone could smoke cigarettes, use tobacco products, and operate machinery. A new study from the Centers of Disease Control, CDC, found an association of cannabis use with negative cardiovascular outcomes. I'm going to read an excerpt. Any marijuana use was linked to higher risk of heart attacks and strokes, but people who used it more frequently had higher odds. Adults who used marijuana daily had 25% higher odds of having a heart attack and 42% higher odds of stroke than people who didn't use at all. The American Heart Association advises emergency room doctors to inquire about THC use for patients 35 and under who are experiencing heart conditions. I have included the study and the abstract along with my testimony. Dr. Krister Collier, PhD from Texas, has a plethora of research in her neural development guide titled The Neuro Whereabouts Guide for Parents and Families Who Want to Prevent Youth High-Risk Behavior. It's a textbook, but it's a great read. Some of the points are THC stays in the body longer than many other mind-altering substances. Thus, it may arrest brain development longer than others, especially in adolescence. The younger the user, the more permanent the damage. THC products are increasingly displacing alcohol and cigarettes as the first substance use among adolescents. And emergency room visits for adverse effects of THC have risen in the past decade for teens 15 and 17, including an accidental poisonings of toddlers and children in New Hampshire. Preventative measures are cost effective. Legalizing THC will increase state expenses, crime, victimization, law enforcement costs, court costs, emergency room visits, and much more, far outweighing benefits. Alcohol and tobacco already have economic costs. The economic burden for addiction is twice that of any other disease affecting the brain, including Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease. Legalizing THC will increase availability, ultimately increasing parents and guardians and other adults being the primary source of substance diversion to minors.
knowingly or not. Providing alcohol to a minor in New Hampshire, citizens could face up to $2,000 fine or a year in jail. The same will hold true for THC, which will ultimately put increased strain on the judicial branch and taxpayers. By legalizing and commercializing THC, New Hampshire policymakers will be responsible for making impairment a priority over health, safety, and the well-being of its children. There will be an inevitable remediation of legalization of THC, aka cleaning up the mess. This will lead to the burden on taxpayers, public dollars, private dollars, funds that should be going to education, health, and other programs. Please focus on prevention and consider these serious consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we're going to call Kaylee McGlynn and Celeste Clark from the Raymond Coalition for Youth. Okay, we'll bring you up together. Marissa McGlynn, yep, okay. Is there a Stephanie Wolf? Is she with you as well? Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. Okay. Hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable members. I'm Kaylee McGlynn. I'm a sophomore at Southern New Hampshire University, and I'm studying criminal justice with Homeland Security and psychology with addiction. I'm here to just provide a brief explanation on how this affects public health in New Hampshire. I'm sure all of you today know that we have a serious drug use epidemic crippling our citizens. And so I ask, why should we introduce another serious drug for recreational use? Whether you believe it's a gateway drug or a harmless plant, I cannot reiterate to you enough that adding another hallucinogen to the mix of illicit material on the street is just enhancing substance dependence issues. Furthermore, I want to direct you to the inevitable increase in DUIs and recreational use facilitates. We see from Colorado, since recreational marijuana was legalized, traffic deaths where drivers tested positive for marijuana increased 138%, while all Colorado traffic deaths increased 29%. We have the data, we have the surrounding states battling for resources to fix the flaws. We have medical professionals and law enforcement urging our legislatures about the dangers this would bring. For the sake of our Granite Staters and those looking toward getting their life back after drug dependency, please stand in opposition of HB 1633. And I'll turn it over to my sister.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today on such an important topic. I'm Marissa McGlynn, a freshman in high school and a youth action member in the Raymond Coalition for Youth. I want to offer you a modern-day high schooler's perspective. I am a 14-year-old student who was offered a marijuana vape in the girls' restroom last week. The girl who has to elbow her way past two visibly high students just to wash her hands. The student who is saddened to see her faculty overrun by teen marijuana use, and the future professional who fears for the safety of her state. In 2022, a survey of 10,000 New Hampshire adolescents ages 12 to 17 found that 80% had recreationally used marijuana in the past month. This study was conducted while recreational marijuana is illegal in New Hampshire, and it shows that a large amount of juveniles have already found ways to get marijuana. If this bill were to be passed, it would only make it easier for teens to obtain the drug, making teen marijuana use skyrocket. I cannot begin to imagine the impact that increased access could have to the adolescents in my community. How many kids will be in the restroom using marijuana? How many more will be high in class? What will this look like long-term for my generation? Statistics have broached these questions already. Are we listening? I find it rather difficult to even fathom all of the consequences that this bill carries with it, and the generation being most affected by it will also be the generation running this country in future years. This is a large concern to me, knowing 1 in 6 adolescents who start using marijuana before the age of 18 will develop marijuana use disorder, the inability to stop its use despite the negative effects on their lives, meaning addiction. New Hampshire has to do its best to protect its youth and future leaders of this country. I ask you all to put aside any perceived profits or returns you feel may be gained by passing this bill, but instead consider the cost and damage it will cause our youth, because I doubt it is a price you are willing to pay. Thank you for all your time and consideration. I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you both very much for your testimony this afternoon. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else, okay, ma'am, come forward, who has a time constraint that you must leave by a certain time? Okay, ma'am, someone's going to testify. Your name is? I'm sorry? Okay, terrific. We'll get you next. Okay, ma'am, please identify yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Celeste Clark, and I'm the director of the Raymond Coalition for Youth. We are a substance misuse prevention coalition that's been operating for over 20 years in Raymond, New Hampshire. We have heard from several House representatives and Senator Abbas about his bill and the need to just get this done. And I hesitate to agree that we need a bill that's responsible. I overall am against this bill, overall against legalizing marijuana for many different reasons. Marijuana legalization will increase access to a very harmful drug. It needs to have a very well thought out plan in place to deal with the many public health issues that will absolutely, without a doubt, come with it. In the years that New Hampshire has continued to say no to legalization, we continue to learn more and more about the dangers of this drug and the mess that other states have become who have made this mistake. I'm including in the testimony that I've provided to you a copy of an op-ed that I had in the New Hampshire Sunday News on April 7th. It references the smell that comes with marijuana and the impact that it will inevitably have on all of the citizens of New Hampshire if we make this mistake. Following up that op-ed, somebody wrote into this past Sunday's newspaper and wrote about how he moved from New York to New Hampshire because of the very reason, to get away from the smell and the mess that increased marijuana use has created in New York City. We need to ask how many people are moving to New Hampshire or visiting New Hampshire in the only state in New England that has not made the mistake of legalizing marijuana. And again, Senator Abbas referenced going on vacation in other states and how it's very pronounced in those states. We were just in Boston, Massachusetts, and we are walking around. It's very pronounced in that state. We want to prevent that from here. This is not inevitable. It is in your hands. We do not have to say yes to it. I did want to follow up on the question in your packet also. As I was leaving my office, there was some, we take the youth risk behavior survey every day, every other year with our students through 6th through 12th grade. In your packet is a snapshot of that data. Some reports do show that there is a decrease in use. If we think about when the data was collected, we took the youth risk behavior survey in 2019, and then because of COVID, it wasn't taken into 2022. We locked those kids in a house, told them they couldn't be around any of their peers, they couldn't have access to anything. Obviously, drug use went down. When they came back to school and they took that survey, it was reported that it was down. In Raymond, we have our own evaluator, so we have the Youth Risk Behavior Survey for 2023. And if you look in your packet, you can see that use is in fact going up, unfortunately, something that we're very concerned with. Also in your packet, it says we've been collecting data on vaping marijuana because in talking with our young people who are with their peers in the school, vaping marijuana is the primary source of how kids are using marijuana. And you can see there's a sharp increase. Most concerning in the packet is we have middle school data for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and it's taken a sharp increase. Again, from 2022, when we started this, keeping in mind they were home, 2% of middle school students reported vaping marijuana. 1 year later, it was 5%. That's a very large increase. 17% of our high school students reported vaping marijuana in 2023, an increase from 9%. So these are very real concerns that we're seeing working with young people in the community, and that's why I'm urging you to please not move forward with legalizing marijuana and increasing access to it in our state. And I would just like to point out that our girls are also on school vacation this week, and one has a final this morning, and she's in college, and a final tomorrow. So this is very important to them. So I would just want to recognize that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Ma'am, would you come forward and identify yourself for the record?
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Bertha Madras. I'm going to very quickly give you my credentials, not because of any ego reasons, but because I've been summoned by a number of organizations to discuss the science of marijuana. I'm currently a professor of psychobiology in the Department of Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. My home base is McLean Hospital. I served as the Deputy Director for Demand Reduction in the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy. I also served on the President's Commission for Combating Drug Addiction and the Opioid Crisis, along with Governors Charlie Baker and 2 other governors and other politicians. I was the sole expert witness for the Department of Justice on whether or not marijuana should be rescheduled in the Eastern District Court of California. I also was asked by the World Health Organization on writing an update on cannabis and its medical applications. And I've served on the Vatican Pontifical Academy of Sciences on narcotics, problems, and solutions of the global issue. So please forgive me for indulging this, but I have never sought these positions. People have asked me to come forward. The advocacy for legalizing and regulating cannabis is based on several premises. I do not have enough time to delve into them in depth, but I can assure you that each of these premises is going to prove to be a wish list and not a reality, and especially any of the guardrails that go into the bills, because in many states where legalization has occurred, they have become unenforceable, or else there's what I call creeping mission in terms of potency and other considerations. I urge you to, I completely oppose the legalization of marijuana for public health, safety, and other concerns as well. My caution is based purely on scientific reality and not on hope and wish lists or myths. So I'm going to quickly summarize what the consequences of marijuana can be to both the developing fetus all the way through to old age. There's very good evidence that mothers who use marijuana during pregnancy are going to give birth to children who have smaller head circumference, lower birth weight, and premature delivery. Fast forward to young children, especially toddlers, the rate of marijuana poisonings is going up dramatically throughout the country, state by state. Fast forward to adolescence, we all are aware, we've heard it before, that the adolescent brain is undergoing rapid development. The adolescent brain cognitive development study that has been organized by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, which is a longitudinal study tracing teens, has in fact looked at children that they've recruited for this study who were exposed to marijuana in utero, and they found that there are a number of changes that are certainly disconcerting for them, including the fact that there's a loss of gray matter, an increase in white matter, sleep disorders, internalizing and externalizing disorders. They have more behavioral problems. They have more social problems as they get older, between the ages of 9 and 13. What about adolescence? What do we know about the introduction of marijuana in the adolescent brain? We know about 5 different important things. Number 1 is that the adolescent brain under exposure of heavy marijuana use looks different, using different types of brain imaging. Number 2, the adolescent is more susceptible to addiction. An adolescent who starts in year 1 and continues for 4 years using heavily is the addiction potential is about 20%, which is double the rate of the adult. Number 3 is that the earlier introduction of marijuana into the adolescent brain confers a much higher risk for developing psychosis eventually. Number 4, the adolescent brain introduced to marijuana is more susceptible to cognitive impairment and also compromising not only educational opportunity, but also employment opportunities. So the question is legalization have an effect on adolescent use? And the latest data that I've excavated from our National Survey on Drug Use and Health and correlated with state-by-state data shows that in states in which marijuana is legal and medicalized or medicalized, the use rates are considerably higher amongst adolescents. This is past year use. Finally, we move into adults, parents who are in the age of parenting as well as giving birth. Their use is going up as well. And studies that I have done in conjunction with the CDC, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, have shown that children who live in the same household of parents that use marijuana between the ages of 12 and 30 are 2 to 3 times more likely to use marijuana because obviously they have access and marijuana use is normalized. Fast forward to adults with regard to their own use, the consequences again, there's an increased propensity for psychosis. There's a 6-factor analysis of causation versus correlation. And in 5 of those 6 factors, marijuana fits the bill of causation as opposed to correlation. There are obviously increased track fatalities that we've heard of. There's also an increasing evidence of an association between marijuana use and violence, especially in people who are undergoing withdrawal, as well as sleep disorders. I can go on and on. I can list these. And finally, as we move into elderly populations, people who use marijuana for medicinal purposes in their 50s and 60s have higher cognitive impairment, and they also have higher psychiatric symptoms as well. So all in sum, I do think that I firmly oppose the legalization. All it's going to do is increase public health problems, public health consequences, safety consequences, and the guardrails that we pretend to put into place to try to protect the public are not going to be implemented or enforced because we've seen that in California, we've seen that in Colorado, we've seen that in a number of other states. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Doctor, I have a question. You had mentioned about older folks,
Yes.
or senior citizens. Are you starting to see issues with senior citizens who will use marijuana recreationally, having contraindications with the drugs that they take, say, for heart conditions, blood pressure, some of the common things that affect senior citizens?
It's an excellent question. With CBD cannabidiol, which is not psychoactive, there's good evidence that there are drug interactions. The evidence with THC and marijuana is not as clear, but CBD definitely interferes with drug metabolism in a way that could potentiate some of the therapeutic drugs that are prescribed as opposed to recommended, and so on. The other important factor that just came out, this is correlation, not causation, so I have to caution on whether or not the conclusions are definitive. But in states that have legalized marijuana, the use of fentanyl and fentanyl overdose deaths are much higher. Once you normalize drug use in a state, once you legalize it, you change the environment and the culture of that state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there any further questions? Again, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that needs to go now? Can we just go through the list and take people as they signed up? I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak. Okay, so we're going to start with Chief, I want to say it begins with C? Crowley. Okay, Chief Crowley.
Still Thursday, correct?
If we started at 9 o'clock this morning, so it's been a long day for us.
Oh, my God. My name is Tim Crowley. I'm the Chief of Police in Atkinson. I come to you with a couple of different perspectives because for 35 years before I came to Atkinson, I was a police officer in Massachusetts. I spent 30-plus years in the city of Lowell, working in that department, and I'm sure we know common people in Medford and those places down there. There's a lot of information that's been given today. I'm not going to talk about amendments or what the law reads. I'm going to talk about quality of life because I live in Massachusetts. I live in a small town on the border of Massachusetts, and I think I can give you a unique perspective about how the legalization of marijuana has adversely affected the quality of life of the people in that state. Specifically where I live, which is a small town, 32,000 people, once marijuana was legalized, they were forced to issue 4 dispensary licenses in that town. The adverse effect that it's had on the town, you can't drive from one side of the town to the other without smelling it. You know you're within a quarter mile of a dispensary, even though you're not supposed to smoke in public or smoke in vehicles, you know that it's out there. When the people that you talked to in those cities said that once it became legal, it exploded, especially in youth, that's right on the money. I worked when they first legalized medical marijuana, and then it was decriminalized less than an ounce, and you saw an increase then. I worked as a SRO and the supervisor of the SRO program for Lowell Public Schools. The high school in Lowell has 3,500 students. There's 16,000 public school students in the city of Lowell. One of the things that I've done as well outside of policing is I coached at the high school level for 26 years. I still coach youth sports. So I spend a lot of time with young people. When marijuana became legalized in Massachusetts, the increase of use among young people skyrocketed because, as the previous woman testified to, it normalizes it within the society. I give you a simple example. When it first came out, we were trying to come up with a regulation to prevent public smoking, right? Public use of marijuana, because there's a public drinking one, and I hear a lot about, well, let's make the laws equal for alcohol and use the same kind of regulations. It's not the same. And I use this example. If I'm taking my kids to the playground and they're off playing on the playground, I'm sitting on the bench, you want them to get all that energy out so they go home and sleep, right? So you spend a lot of time down there. On this bench sitting over here is a gentleman who's got kids over there too. In his hand is a Yeti. What's in the Yeti? Don't know. Probably coffee if it's the morning, but it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect our experience of what we're doing at the playground. If it's Jack and Coke, he's violating the law, but you don't know that because it doesn't affect you. Even though he's violating the law, it doesn't work. Conversely, if he sparks up a marijuana cigarette, everybody knows. Within 150 yards of that place, everybody knows. It adversely affects your experiences while you're there. So you're going to pull your kids and you're going to go home. And it's the same, actually in Massachusetts, it's less for public consumption, which is asinine in my view. For New Hampshire, you'd be making a giant mistake by legalizing marijuana. You're out on, you advertise a lot for tourism, you bring people in here for camping and hiking. Can you imagine being on a nice trail in the White Mountains and you're sitting there enjoying the view and a group goes by you and they have their water flasks out? What's in it? Don't know, don't care, it doesn't affect me. It could be water, it could be Chardonnay. It doesn't, I know because the mothers use them at the baseball games, but you don't know that. But if they go 50 yards up the trail and they light up a marijuana cigarette, that's exactly, everybody around there is going to know it. It adversely affects the overall quality of life, no matter where it shows up. The guardrails that the previous speaker talked about that you can't enforce, that's exactly what goes on in Massachusetts. It's sad to see what's going on at that state. You can't sit in an outside cafe and have something to eat without smelling it anywhere. It's not a good experience. And you can't control it. You can say, well, there's no public consumption. Good luck enforcing that. You're sitting in your house in a nice neighborhood. Houses are close together, but it's a nice neighborhood, and you're sitting out back having a glass of wine. the people next door have no idea what you're doing, but you light up a marijuana cigarette, everybody around there is going to know what you're doing. It adversely affects your quality of life of what you're doing. And that's exactly what will happen here. And all the problems that you've heard about with youth, with the effects on development, the public safety issues with driving, that's exactly what will happen here. You will see a spike, guaranteed. And not because I'm guessing, because I've seen it. I saw the transition as it got worse. Before I left, we were 2 years into legalization. And working with the young kids in the high school, and you're listening to what's going on there, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So the bottom line is, this is all about money. We keep hearing that New Hampshire's losing out on money. Oh, they're going here, they're going here. What's the cost of the quality of life in New Hampshire? If marijuana gets legalized, is public health, is it better or worse? Is public safety better or worse? Is the quality of life for the people that live and visit New Hampshire better or worse? And the answer for all three questions is worse. You will adversely affect this state forever if this passes. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief, for your comments today, and thank you for taking my question. In respect to the public use, I understand, and I've seen this a lot with a lot of different cannabis bills and rules where they make these rules on paper, but the reality of enforcement's rather, how do I say this? Makes enforcement virtually either impossible or not really viable or economically efficient to do. In respect to a public use provision that was written here, the first offense would have been a violation offense, and any cannabis would be subject to forfeiture. The second offense would have been a unclassified misdemeanor, also subject to forfeiture. Do you have any recommendation or any thoughts on what any type of public use restriction could be put into place that would actually deter the public use? Because to me, that's the number one complaint that I hear is the public use.
Because people driving down the street, that's what you smell. It's like you can't have an open container in your car. I think the penalty should be twice as severe as if it's alcohol because of that adverse effect to the whole environment. But also, what is the public drinking open container in a vehicle? What's that result in? In Massachusetts, and this is how they made a ton of mistakes with it. If you were a minor in a vehicle with a beer, you can be arrested. Well, public consumption, you'd be an adult if you have it in you. You'd be arrested for open container. If you were an adult or a minor with marijuana, it was a ticket for $100 and there was no provision if you didn't pay it. If you're a minor with that same thing and it's a beer, you'll be arrested and you'll lose your license for 90 days. So, but you don't even know that they're doing it until you catch them with it. If they're doing weed, you know, everybody knows. So I think the penalties for public consumption of marijuana should be twice what it is for alcohol. Because if you're doing it, does anybody sneak drinks on Hampton Beach? I'm just guessing that they do.
I know.
But no. But if somebody 6 blankets away from you is drinking something out of a Dunkin's cup, you have no idea what's in there. But if they smoke a joint, they spark up a joint, it affects everybody, including the young children that are there. And I think that's a problem. And it's coming.
Follow-up? Okay.
The other follow-up I have is, so one of the concerns I have is some of the southern part of the state, which is surrounded by the dispensaries. I mean, from the Exon Police Station to where, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right over the border where Plaza is. How far is that recreational cannabis store from your department?
It's less than half a mile from the town line. And we border Haverhill. The first car stop that I got involved in when I was in Atkinson, the kid had a pound of weed that he had just bought down there and was bringing back up to his friends. We see it all the time. But the penalties for doing that need to be a deterrent. You know, I hear there was a lot about criminal records and annulling convictions or whatever. Something to keep in mind when you consider those is nobody gets charged with possession of marijuana and gets convicted. If they have a possession of marijuana conviction on their history, it's because it was pleaded down from a distribution or a possession with intent, or it's the sixth charge on an event that they were involved with. But somebody walking down the street, and we went through this in Mass, they just get rid of all these convictions. It said none of them were for simple possession. They were all arrested for something more serious, a felony, and it was reduced to the misdemeanor of possession, and they took the plea. So it shows up on their record as a possession of marijuana conviction. But that's not what they were charged with. So that needs to be looked at very strictly so that we don't screw that up.
Follow up?
Last follow-up, and on that topic, if you look at the public use provision where it's a unclassified misdemeanor, you can be charged an A or a B. My thought process was, I don't know if you agree with this, if someone were to be charged with that as their subsequent offense, one of the common practices in the real world is that the common plea is in lieu of jail time, you enter a plea, which would be the Class B misdemeanor. If it's already a Class B misdemeanor, I'm not really sure what you plead it down to at that point. And then the idea is the state would have to prosecute that, pay for the drug lab testing, prove that that's actually cannabis, which my understanding would exceed what the fine is under a Class B misdemeanor, which is $1,200. I don't know if that's correct. You have to have an officer in court that day. I mean, I don't know. Are you aware what it would, that fiscal side of things? Does that sound accurate?
And again, each court is different as to how it's handled with the county attorney. So it's hard to make a blanket statement as to how it's handled. I'm just saying, I mean, obviously I'm on the side that don't legalize it, vote 1633, just don't do it, because it's going to adversely affect the state for a long time. But as far as the public safety end of it, and I mean, the young man that was here, I mean, people say it's not a gateway drug. I disagree, from the thousands of kids that I've worked with over the years and buried a few of them. And I know where they started. So it's not a good thing for the state of New Hampshire. This is a great state. You have a wonderful quality of life here. It will change the day you legalize it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief. I guess since you were talking about your experiences, I'll just tell you mine. I had the pleasure of going to Toronto this summer for a conference, and I decided I was going to go out and take a walk. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's a beautiful city. I was shocked at the people that were walking around this city openly smoking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, didn't even think twice about it. Parents were out there. They had little kids walking around with their parents. People were riding bikes. Either they were, delivering food, or they were just riding their bikes, because you can rent a bike. They want you to use bikes to get around the city. And they were just like having a joint hanging out their mouth while they're, and I was shocked. You couldn't go anywhere without smelling marijuana.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not a very pleasant smell.
No, it isn't.
And so I agree with you. I would hate to see something like that happen here. It does affect the quality of an individual's life and your lifestyle, quite frankly.
Correct.
But I also agree with the fact that if you've got parents that are walking around openly smoking marijuana and they have their children with you, well,
It's generational then.
yeah,
It becomes generational.
It's normalizing it. And, you would like to think that adults would be more responsible. But I'm sure, as the chief, you probably know that parents will get it in Massachusetts, come back, and they'll have some, and they'll leave it hanging around, and the kids will eat it, and they'll get sick. And you've got the ambulance call, taking the child to the hospital because they don't know what's wrong. And oftentimes these parents don't want to tell the doctors what's wrong, what actually happened, because they're afraid they're going to get into trouble.
Correct.
Am I correct in saying these
Yes,
things?
I mean, and there are a lot of irresponsible parents. There are a lot of people that think it's not a big deal. But when it comes to children, you're setting the example, you're setting the culture from which you want them to grow. They're not going to grow the same if they think that that's normal. And you do have a spike. You look, my brother's actually a teacher in Denver. He's an interpreter in the public school system there. When they legalized it, you look at the numbers in Denver, it's crazy. And when they put out the emergency room visits for children, not just in Denver and in Colorado, but you look in Canada. Toronto put out a thing, the number of children that have shown up in the emergency rooms, an astronomical percentage increase because they get into gummies or they get into something else. It's not a good thing. And I'm just saying from my perspective, from 41 years on this job, 26 years as a high school coach, working with kids for the last 40 plus years. This is not a good thing for the state of New Hampshire. And I love coming up with, we already have reservations to camp a bunch of different places here. I don't want to smell it from the site, 2 sites down.
I would also say my daughter tends to travel a lot for her job, and Denver is a destination for her. And the last time, in fact, that's where she is now. She said the minute you get into the airport, that's the first thing you smell.
Yep.
And they're even smoking it in the airport.
It's sad. And
Yeah.
again, people want to compare it to alcohol, but if people are sitting at the bar having a beer, you don't know that. Unless you look at them, it doesn't affect you. But as soon as they light something up, it's an adverse effect to your environment. It shouldn't be.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Chief. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, next we're going to have Polly Stevens.
Good afternoon,
Good
Chair
afternoon.
Carson, members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire. NAMI is a grassroots nonprofit organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people affected by mental illness and suicide through education, support, and advocacy. While NAMI, New Hampshire does not have a position on the proposed legalization of recreational cannabis, we do believe that a responsible approach to legalization must avoid creating additional stress on our mental health system and be developed with a commitment to limiting the risk to the mental wellness of the public, especially youth and young adults. Research indicates that people with mental illness report using marijuana at a rate twice to those who don't have a mental illness. As well, there's a documented correlation between high potency cannabis use and the onset of schizophrenia or other psychotic conditions, especially in youth and young adults. And for young adults in particular, cannabis use can contribute to symptoms of mood disorder, anxiety, psychosis, and may hasten the emergence of the disorders. So for these reasons, we must be realistic and prepare for the impact that legalization will likely have upon our mental health system and our acute care hospitals. I included with your packet a research paper that talks about potency and mental health, and that was given to us by Dr. Mohammed Saeed, who is one of the psychiatrists in New Hampshire Hospital. He expressed concern to NAMI New Hampshire that if cannabis is legalized, that there will be an increase in the need for mental health services to be, there will be a need for I can't even think right now. I've been sitting in this room for so long. An increased need for mental health services, both at the emergency rooms as people present with psychotic symptoms, especially for first-time psychosis, as well as for the community mental health centers. And my remarks today are focused on the bill as it came over from the House, not directed at the amendment. I know the amendment does make changes. But one of the things that the House version took out was funding for substance use disorder and mental health services. And NAMI New Hampshire is urging the committee to amend the bill to include a minimum of 20%. And I know the amendment is 15 because I did look at that. But we would request that a minimum of 20% of the revenues be used for mental health prevention, treatment, and recovery services, knowing that substance use disorders are a mental health disorder. So that is the breadth of my testimony. With that, I'll take any questions.
Seeing no questions, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Senator Gaida? Oh. Bob Dunn?
Thank you, senators, and thank you especially at the end of a day like this for your engagement and attentiveness, even to the end here. I'm Bob Dunn, the Director of Public Policy for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester, and I'm here today on behalf of Bishop Peter Labashi to respectfully register our opposition to this bill. The diocese over the years, as you know, has opposed proposals to legalize marijuana because, in our view, such a course of action would be highly detrimental to the common good. And it's that foundational principle of the common good that we hope you will use to examine this bill and all similar bills. I have written testimony, so I won't go into any more detail than that, but I just would ask you, as part of your deliberation, to think about 4 questions. First of all, will passing this bill improve the lives of our young people and family life? Second, would the passage of this bill improve the public health and the public safety? Third, would the passage of this bill improve our communities? And finally, would the passage of this bill make people better workers and strengthen our business workforce? And we think the answer to all of those questions is no. And you've heard a lot about that here today. And that means that the financial and social costs of passing this sort of legislation would far outweigh whatever revenue would come in as a result of it. And for that reason, we respectfully urge you to ITL this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah, call Beth Scare.
You ready? My name's Beth Scare. I'm a grandmother from Nashua. I post frequently on Facebook about my concerns with the efforts to make recreational marijuana legal in New Hampshire, and I get a lot of pushback. A lot of people think marijuana is completely harmless, but I've warned them repeatedly about the studies that show marijuana is linked to psychosis, and an addiction expert who says that 1 in 20 daily cannabis users will develop schizophrenia. I worry a lot about these people, and I hope my words will wake them up. But last year, May 2023, a longtime acquaintance of mine insisted over and over in his comments on my Facebook post that cannabis does not harm anyone's brain. And as a daily user, he functions at a high level. He accused me of spreading propaganda. Sadly, within 3 days of posting those comments, he died by suicide. He left behind a wife and 2 small children. I was not able to wake him up to the serious harm he was doing to himself and his family with his daily use of marijuana, and it breaks my heart. Also last year, same time, May 2023, a young man was accused of shooting his uncle to death in Derry. He was reportedly motivated by a paranoid belief that his mother and others were trying to kill him and his father. This has all the hallmarks of cannabis psychosis. Living in southern New Hampshire, he would have had easy access to high-potency recreational marijuana right across the border in Massachusetts. And we're going to see many more such crimes as marijuana floods across our borders from all sides. Recently, when I was with a group of young people holding signs with messages in opposition to this bill outside Reps Hall, Jim Riddle, a lobbyist for the New Hampshire Cannabis Association, verbally abused the teens, and one of them started crying. I stood between him and them. He was very angry, but I insisted that he back off. This is not normal behavior for a grown man. Marijuana is not good for anyone's brain. And in Alex Berenson's 2019 book, Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence, it says, dozens of well-designed studies have linked marijuana with psychosis and schizophrenia. Researchers have found marijuana users are much more likely to develop schizophrenia. And most people will never have a psychotic episode while using marijuana, but an unlucky minority of users will develop full-blown schizophrenia. At this point, doctors have no way of predicting who they will be. We should not add to the supply of dangerous, addicting, mind-destroying, high-potency recreational marijuana by legalizing it in our state. Vote ITL and HB 1633 to protect all the residents of our state.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Tamara Heber here?
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Heber, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in opposition to recreational marijuana legalization. Promise to make it brief. As a former Chamber of Commerce director, I have seen the economic value of tourism in our state with appreciation for our picturesque mountains, lakes, and ocean landscapes, much to what the chief had attested to. While these terrains are accessible and sought after, I asked myself, how do we stand out from our neighboring New England states? For me, the answer was obvious in political tourism. Being first in the nation puts New Hampshire on the map. And now we have another opportunity to distinguish our state in resisting the legalization of marijuana. I ask you to consider the economic and reputational impact of promoting and preserving New Hampshire as a live-free and marijuana-free state. Will we continue to see the economic vitality through tourism? Should we expose our domestic and international visitors to the negative impacts of marijuana smoke? It is an unfortunate reality that I will not visit the state of Colorado due to the secondhand smoke exposure. Governor Sununu described New Hampshire as the best place to live, work, raise a family, and also take a vacation. To legalize marijuana would only diminish our foundation as a tourism hub. As a proud New Hampshire native, I urge you to keep New Hampshire a destination state, one who establishes itself as a leader in promoting healthy lifestyles and responsible decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Pat Sullivan?
Thank you. I'll be brief, Senator. The New Hampshire Chiefs Association opposes the legalization of marijuana. But on the same lines as Senator Bradley, if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. If in fact it becomes legal, we need to have in place a law that prohibits the use of marijuana while operating a vehicle or being in a vehicle while it's being operated using marijuana. There needs to be stiff fines and a loss of license, which mirror the alcohol law of open container. We also need an open container law, not just for the use, but any open container that again mirrors the alcohol laws already in place in the state of New Hampshire. And at that point, I think everything else has already been covered, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
If I could just ask one question. In respect to the public use issue, to me, there's a lot of obviously concerns that potential recreational policy, but the public use provision seems to be what I hear the most from talking to people, especially outside the political bubble that we sometimes get trapped in. Is there any recommendation on perhaps a law that would actually be enforceable that can make a difference in that public use concern?
I think what you have written is a start, maybe bumping up the penalties. Second offense is a Class A felony, misdemeanor, excuse me. That's going to put some teeth into it. It's going to allow people that are convicted of the first offense to be made aware that there's a second offense and a strong penalty that is involved with that. But that's, I mean, I've heard that argued many different ways, but that's my personal opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I haven't been here as long as you. My name's Jim Riddle. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. I live in Hillsborough. I have a USDA hemp license. I was raised on a farm in Iowa and have been involved in agriculture my whole life, including a 5-year term on the USDA National Organic Standards Board. I serve on the advisory board of New Hampshire Cannabis Association. I am not a lobbyist for the association. I volunteer my time, and in your absence, Madam Chair, a statement was made about me, and I would like to correct that into the record. First, it was falsely claimed that I am a lobbyist for NHCAN, and that is not true. And second, it was claimed that I accosted and touched a young woman in the hallway of the Capitol, and that is not true. I was there at a visibility holding a sign in favor of cannabis legalization on the day the House was set to vote. There was a group of students with opposing views. I went past them because I needed to use the restroom, and in doing so, I, with a smile on my face, pointed out that one of the signs had a word spelled wrong. Doesn't, the apostrophe was in the wrong place. It did hurt someone's feelings. I was not aggressive. I was polite and friendly as I am. So I'm sorry, that did affect me. Let me regroup. I also serve on the Policy and Education Committee of NOFA, New Hampshire, which is the Northeast Organic Farming Association, and I'm speaking today on behalf of NOFA, New Hampshire. I attended most of the meetings of the Cannabis Commission last year and the House Commerce and Finance Committee meetings on HB 1633 this year. Now today, we've heard a lot of emotional and fear-based comments, but I see it, we've really got 3 choices before us. First, HB 1633 can be rejected. If so, New Hampshire residents who want a little cannabis in their lives will continue. It's not like it's being introduced, it's here. It's just, we'll continue to cross state lines to purchase it, but then they become criminals when they cross back into New Hampshire. That's the status quo. We'll continue to lose both tax revenue and economic activity. And on that, I'd just like to say, last year, I attended cannabis expos in Burlington, Vermont, and in Augusta, Maine, with my hemp business. And I expected to see booths for, growers and dispensaries, and yeah, there were those, but, there were thousands of people in attendance. But what I didn't really anticipate were all the support businesses that had booths. Builders, bankers, bookkeepers, packaging, suppliers, security, universities had booths, insurance companies, greenhouses, HVAC. It's a whole range of support businesses that are generated. And the other thing that really struck me was so many young entrepreneurs, so many young men and women who are excited about science, because it takes a lot of science and it takes a lot of math to make this go, and excited about business. There was just a lot of excitement being generated and business happening. If this bill is rejected, we'll continue to just miss out on all of that. Second, the bill could be amended. The amendment's been laid on the table today. We just got to see it for the first time. But since I'd attended various meetings, I had a pretty good idea what would be in that amendment. And it really would establish a cartel of franchise cannabis chain stores where the state would control the prices, the labels, the look, the location of the stores, even the sale of the stores, and much more. The state would need to be a franchisor in order to issue franchises. And in doing so, well, there would need to be authorizing language in the legislation for the state to become a franchisor, essentially a business owner in the cannabis industry. And it also would put the state directly under the authority of the Federal Trade Commission. It's an expensive, risky, big government, I call it Soviet-style model. It was not supported by the Cannabis Commission, and it failed to gain traction in the House. And that idea is not supported by Granite State farmers. Last fall, in my advisory role with NHCAN, we worked with the NOFA New Hampshire, the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, and the New Hampshire Herbal Network to conduct a survey of New Hampshire farmers. And 87% of the respondents said cannabis should be legalized. And 78% said they were interested in becoming licensed growers. But only 10% supported a state monopoly. And I do have, since we did get to see the amendment, just two quick specific comments on the language. On page 1, line 4, it says that cannabis should be regulated in a manner similar to alcohol. And that's simply not true. With alcohol, people are allowed to home brew or make wine. That would not be the case for cannabis. We have family-friendly liquor malls. When you cross the border into New Hampshire, what do you see on the interstate? A big liquor mall. And children are allowed in. They give out lollipops at the checkout aisles. That wouldn't happen with cannabis. It would not be treated like alcohol. There are no possession limits for alcohol. I can fill my car up, and there's no potency limits. I could buy all the Everclear, 190 proof that I want. There's no limit, so it's not at all similar to the regulation of alcohol. So I encourage you to strike that reference because it's just misleading. And then it was mentioned earlier by Representative Leon on the definition of cannabis on page 2, line 6. It says all parts of the plant of the genus cannabis. Well, the DEA has officially ruled that any cannabis seeds are hemp. They don't contain THC. If this language stands, it would be the end of all hemp growing in New Hampshire because you had to buy live seeds, and seeds are parts of the plant of the genus cannabis, and they would be regulated as cannabis, not as hemp. So if this amendment moves forward, I certainly encourage you to replace this draft definition with the definition that's in the original bill, because it would have far-reaching implications. So finally, we can pass HB 1633 without the amendment. It puts the state in firm control of the cannabis market without putting the state in the cannabis business. And variations of this model are working in 24 other states. And it establishes tough penalties for public smoking or vaping, much tougher than the penalties for public consumption of alcohol or tobacco. You go to Hampton Beach, I smell tobacco, and that can ruin my day. But I have to live with it, but it just drifts, just like cannabis smoke. And we're not looking over everybody's shoulder and laying out fines for people who smoke tobacco in public. The bill meets the governor's criteria, limiting the number of stores to 15, no billboards, no marijuana miles. Municipalities have to opt in. They're not going to be forced to have 4 dispensaries or anything. Each municipality would have to intentionally vote in order to have a cannabis store outlet in their town. Its focus is on harm reduction, protection of children, etc., as the governor would like. And finally, I'll end here. There's been various, talk about different studies, and I would like to point out that the Center for Disease Control, CDC, recently in the last month or two published a long-term study looking at Washington State underage use over 12 years, before legalization and then a number of years with legalization, and found that underage use actually declined. It did not increase. Yes, there may be a short-term spike, the excitement of the moment, but over time, I think it's going to level out, and a lot of these fears will be unfounded. So I just encourage you to move HB 1633 forward and make this the year that New Hampshire joins the rest of New England. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned in the amendment that introduced today, there was an issue with the definition. If I understood your testimony correctly, it had to do on line 6, where it said all parts of the plant of the, is it genus? I hope I'm saying that correct, cannabis, whether growing or not. Now, if you look at the bill that was passed by the House as amended, I'm not sure if you have that in front. That's on page 3. That definition begins at line 23. It has the same language in it, so I'm not really sure what the difference between the two is, these definition-wise. I know that the sponsor of the bill said the same thing about the definition, but they seem to, neither one says the word seed directly, and both mentioned the plant. So I guess what is the difference?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. Yes, the important part in the original language, all parts, cannabis or marijuana means all parts of the plant of the genus cannabis containing over 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis. That's the key. That's the DEA's rule on what cannabis is, on how you define cannabis. So that means that those parts of the plant that don't contain it are not cannabis. Seeds contain 0 THC, so this definition sets seeds off with hemp. The other one doesn't have that link to the DEA 0.3% THC. That's the difference.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, the chair will call Keen Meng Wing.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Keen Meng Wong. I am from I'm the Tax Policy Council with the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. The department does not have has a position on this bill, and my apologies for not checking the neutral checkbox on the sign-in sheet. Just very quickly, just wanted to note a few items that the committee might want to consider. From the bill that was passed by the House, there are two leftover language from previous versions of the bill that we think probably should not be in the version that's passed by the House. On page 33, lines 2 through 4 and lines 14 to 15 makes references to RSA 77-H. That was from a previous version of the 1633, which creates RSA 77-H, and which had the taxation of the sale of cannabis through the M&R statute, or mirroring the M&R statute. So the language there that talks about the Commissioner of the Department of Revenue depositing funds into 77-H, I think that is all should be stricken out from the version that's passed by the House. Then the other thing is comparing the version that's passed by the House and with the amendment from Senator Abbas. And very quickly, I just noted that I believe that with the amendment from Senator Abbas, the organizations that will be selling these cannabis products would be subject to regular business taxes. And then the version that, I'm not sure if it's an oversight or if it's an intentional item to be done here, the version that's passed by the House does have language to say that for business taxes, the deductions on those regular expenses are allowed on the business profits tax. And that language is missing from the amendment from Senator Abbott. The New Hampshire business taxes do flow from the federal tax return. Currently, federal taxes do not only allow certain deductions from cannabis business to be deducted. Mainly would be the cost of goods sold. Any other expenses would not be allowed as a deduction. And the version that's from the House does make an allowance for that to allow the deduction for those expenses. Once again, the DRA does not have a position on this. It just wanted to point it out just in case it's something that was had been missed from the amendment. That's all.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call Abby Rogers.
Good afternoon, Senator Carson, members of the committee. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services. I'm here representing both of my colleagues who are not available to be here today, Michael Holt from the Therapeutic Cannabis Program and Jenny O'Higgins from the Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services. The Department of Health and Human Services does not take a position in HB 1633. However, as a resource to the committee, wanted to provide some information on some important public health matters and behavioral health matters related to the bill that's passed by the House. I understand there's been amendments suggested. I'm not going to be commenting on those because I haven't had a chance to review those, but the department's main points today were on HB 1633 as passed by the House, that the bill amended and removed a proposed substance use and prevention and recovery fund, which I understand maybe be in the amendment that Senator Abbott has brought forward. This allocation would help provide evidence-based prevention, treatment, and recovery services throughout New Hampshire for substance use, mental health, suicide prevention to individuals across the lifespan. If this fund were to be reinstated, the money from the cannabis fund could again be allocated to the department to support critical services should cannabis be legalized in the state. Current existing federal funds from BDAS have restrictions and obligate the department to perform activities prescribed by the terms of the funding. So those are somewhat restricted. This funding to the department for this fund would enable more robust and flexible services to be provided if the bill would be enacted. I know there have been discussions about, and during the legislative process on the bill, about combining any proposed fund for substance use and recovery with the alcohol fund in RSA 176A:1, which would be amenable to DHHS. Ultimately, perhaps a single fund would be better to protect funding for its intended use to prevent provincial diversion for purposes beyond its scope. Also important that we saw in one of the versions of 1633 was the inclusion of an appropriation to the department for a media-based public service campaign to inform and educate New Hampshire residents prior to the rollout of legalized cannabis related to risks of cannabis, potential health impacts, safe storage of cannabis products, of course, to avoid accidental poisonings. Finally, if legislation legalizing cannabis in New Hampshire is enacted, a critical consideration for the department is the dispensation of the Therapeutic Cannabis Program, currently overseen by the Division of Public Health Services. This program is established in RSA 126X, serves approximately 14,000 patients, and strives to provide access to safe, affordable therapeutic cannabis products for those that need them. Included in the House-passed version of the bill is a provision that the proposed Cannabis Advisory Board advise the Commission and Legislature on issues relating to maintaining and expanding this access with no increased patient fees and ensuring the availability of a diversity of cannabis and cannabis products for qualifying patients registered under RSA 126X. A meaningful conversation and engagement of the board regarding the disposition of the program would ensure continued patient access as well as the function of the alternative, the ATCs who partner on the execution would be valuable. Certainly, as the legislature continues next steps, the subject matter actors for the department would be happy to provide information and be a resource to the committee or other committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Senator Abbott has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Under the amendment that was presented today, it would allow any franchisee to sell therapeutic grade products, which is basically any product that's produced or manufactured by the therapeutic industry. It's obviously up to each one of those industries, entities to sell it to their franchisees. Wouldn't that result in at least achieve the goal of increasing the access for the therapeutic patients throughout the state?
So I'm not going to comment on the operations of the program because I'm not well versed in that, but I'm happy to take that question back to the therapeutic cannabis program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, the chair will call Mike McLaughlin.
Good late afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mike McLaughlin. I represent Sanctuary ATC. Sanctuary operates 2 clinics, one in Plymouth, one in Conway. I signed up as neutral to the bill out of respect for the other 2 ATCs who probably cited for the bill. Our problem with the bill is the math doesn't work for the ATCs. There are 15 licenses allowed in the bill, or the multi variations of the bill. And right now, there are actually 7 different dispensaries who are serving New Hampshire citizens with therapeutic products. There are 3 licenses for therapeutic products, but there are 7 dispensaries. The bill, as passed by the House, will allow the operators or the forms of groups who run the ATCs to apply for a retail license or franchise, whatever the bill turns out to be. The problem being that there's no way that the 7 dispensaries, which have operated successfully for the last 7 years, are going to end up with 7 retail licenses. It's just probably not going to work. There is a provision in the bill which says there'll be a major, I want to make sure I read it right, a major consideration for having operated the alternative treatment centers. But today we look at the bill, there's no metrics or weight that makes any difference other than just the words which aren't even defined in the bill for the advantage an ATC might have in their application. So the net result is an inexperienced new applicant to the program could end up with a license that the well-tested, successful New Hampshire ATCs won't get. The net result is you may have certain ATCs sitting there with no retail license while they're competing with other licensees who are both therapeutic and retail. So the marketplace goes upside down. They have no ability to compete because they don't have retail products. And one of the functions, particularly for my client, is we're in a remote geographic area. My understanding of the people who will apply is they'll want to be in the high population areas. We had talked about, and the dual license retail and therapeutic is available under this bill, but there's no guarantee that the existing experienced therapeutic cannabis dispensaries are going to be able to participate fully because they just may not get a license. So we're concerned that that part of the bill puts us in line with other applicants who will not be able to exhibit the same type of experience, but will end up with a full retail and therapeutic license. All the states that have enacted retail cannabis when there's therapeutic cannabis available have seen a decrease in the number of people frequenting the therapeutic clinics. And that's a lot of reasons. Geographic reasons are the most prevalent in that our dispensaries are up north. But the opportunity just doesn't work the math. We have 7 functioning, experienced cannabis dispensaries. That's at least 1 or 2 or 3 may end up being only therapeutic, and they will be eaten alive by the full service dispensaries. So that's why we feel uncomfortable with the bill as it's written. The math just does not work.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supposing some hypothetical that an ATC was, the legislation literally guaranteed them a license, which
I can't hear you. So
let's just say, for the sake of our discussion, the question that an ATC was guaranteed a license in legislation. What would happen in the event that the municipality didn't opt in to when it put it on the ballot?
What would happen if the municipalities opt in?
Well, if the municipality has to opt into the recreational program, and an ATC was guaranteed or for all intents and purposes assured a license, but the community that they're located in didn't opt into the recreational program.
Well,
What
that would be,
exactly would happen in that scenario?
well, that would be a question of which provision of the law trumps which provision. If the municipal opt-in trumps it, then I would presume we would be out. So in this particular bill, there's no measurement of if we get a license and the municipality says we can't have the retail, we still have the therapeutic because we're grandfathered.
So what would happen to that license since it was given to an entity to operate, let's just say, I think you said it was a Conway?
Conway.
So it was given to Conway. Let's say Conway didn't pass on the ballot. What do you do with the license that the legislator so graciously basically handed over to an ATC? What happens to the license? Goes back?
Well, again, it would be whether the municipality trumps the liquor commission. If it does, we've got a useless license. But in many states that have passed, when they have a therapeutic program in place and then they bring in retail, they have guaranteed the license to the therapeutic clinics because they're the most appropriate people to start the market. They've done the business. They've done cultivation, manufacturing, and the retail sale of therapeutic products. Who would be better to launch a business than somebody who's already in it?
I suppose in that scenario is one of the considerations I've seen in many versions of this is the financial stability of the applicant. So if we're going to guarantee a license to an entity, how are they supposed to evaluate the financial stability of the entity beforehand? You understand the point?
Well, you could certainly guarantee that the financial stability of an existing therapeutic cannabis clinic. And the thing that makes this a discussion is the artificial number 15, which was put out by the governor as his last hurdle for passage. So if you take away the 15, if you had 30 or 40, or Vermont has 73, that discussion goes away. So the number, the math, the number 15 is a number that was put out by the governor that we're all having to work under. But when you get into the theoretical discussion of why things don't work, it's the number.
Follow up?
I'm not sure you answered the question. I'm talking about how exactly could the Liquor Commission evaluate the financial stability of an ATC when if they're going to be legislated, they can be basically granted a franchisee?
You lost me. They guarantee the financial by looking at their books. If you've got the financial wherewithal, just as every other applicant would be judged, you put your application in, how much money you have, how much experience you have, and what you're going to provide to get the license. So the evaluation would be based on the math of the application.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you so much.
The chair will call Matt Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Committee. I appreciate your great patience. It's been a long day for everybody. There have been a lot of developments since I printed out my testimony this morning, so I'll do my best to be concise. So I work for Granite Leaf Cannabis. We're one of the 3 ATCs in New Hampshire, dispensaries in Chichester and Merrimack, a production facility in Peterborough. We employ approximately 45 Granite Staters. And we are a nonprofit focused solely on serving New Hampshire. We have no ties to big marijuana. And I actually strongly share that sentiment that we should do everything we can to limit excessive market concentration and try to keep big marijuana out of New Hampshire as much as we can. So I could comment on a wide range of provisions. I've been working on this issue for 17 years, but I will focus very specifically on provisions impacting the ATCs and the therapeutic cannabis program. So we do support the current bill as written. We have a number of reservations and concerns about it. There's going to be a lot of work to do after it passes, if it passes, but the bill as it came to this committee is something we can live with. I will say that if
the ATCs don't get at least one retail license each, I think it's very likely that they will decline and no longer be viable at some point. So I've given you two attachments to my testimony. One is a research report that we presented to the study commission last fall. It goes through all the states that have adopted adult use legalization, and the conclusion is that nearly every state has experienced a significant decline in the number of registered patients after adult use legalization, and sales have declined as well. The other attachment is an article from Vermont. Vermont launched its first adult use sales about a year and a half ago, and they have a similar medical program. There were only, I think, 5 or 6 dispensaries serving that whole state. And as you've heard, they now have over 70 adult use retailers. So the impacts in Vermont have been dramatic. They've had about a 50% reduction in a year and a half of registered patients. Sales are way down, and the commissioner of Vermont's cannabis program is urging the legislature to make some changes that will ensure the long-term viability of that program. So essentially what they're doing is offering every adult use business the opportunity to serve patients if they apply for something called a therapeutic cannabis endorsement that would mean that they're regulated similar to the medical dispensaries in terms of the education and support services they provide. So that's the kind of thing we would like to see happen here. I'll jump right into a few specific provisions that are in HB 1633, which I don't believe are in the amendment, or one of them is, but 3 are not. And we consider these provisions to be really essential to the program. One is conversion to for-profit status, so I'm grateful that that is in the amendment. Number 2 is aligning or integrating the therapeutic cannabis program with the adult use program. So we have learned a lot in 8 years, both the ATCs and the Department of Health and Human Services, about how to regulate cannabis, how to serve patients, how to have a system that works and balances public health and public safety with freedom for registered patients to use cannabis. And we would like to bring that experience and knowledge to this adult use program and help ensure a successful rollout. It would be a tremendous unforced error to exclude ATCs from this if the goal is to have a smooth rollout. New York is one example of the state that decided they were going to build a whole new thing from scratch and leave the medical dispensaries over here. I think New York has, if you've read anything about that, it's been a terrible rollout and it's been a disaster in many ways. So I think we can contribute to a successful rollout. But another aspect of it is if patients are going to be served by adult use retailers, which we would like for them to be, we want to expand access. We want patients all over the state to not have to drive an hour, for example, to get to one of the 7 dispensaries. But how's that going to happen? And so what the current bill does is it creates a process where DHHS and the Liquor Commission, and this is on page 20, lines 24 to 29 of the bill, it would suggest draft legislation by December of this year. And the point of that legislation would be to transfer regulatory authority over the therapeutic cannabis program in whole or in part to the Liquor Commission. So, for example, DHHS might maintain some role in issuing the patient registry cards and maintaining the registry. But during the study commission process, there were a number of commission members who did not want to have 2 different regulators. The term we heard was serving 2 masters, that we couldn't serve 2 masters. So the ATCs all agreed, at least in concept, that we would be comfortable moving the business regulation aspects to the Liquor Commission if the other aspects of the policy make sense. The other aspect of future draft legislation to be suggested by DHHS and the Liquor Commission would be to regulate cannabis retail outlets' sale of cannabis and cannabis products to qualifying patients and designated caregivers. So it's 2 totally different systems. The adult use stores, as I understand it, wouldn't be allowed to maintain information on their customers. selling to a medical patient, unless we change something, they would have to access the secure patient registry and find out if somebody's actually a patient. And they would be subject to 126, the provisions in 126X with regard to those sales. So I don't think that's spelled out in the amendment. I think we're going to need future legislation to align and or integrate these programs. And I think it might be more difficult than just building something new, but I think it's the best way to get where I think we all want to go, balancing health concerns and safety concerns and with everything else that's trying to be accomplished here. So the other path is a clear path forward for the ATCs. So speaking only from Granite Leaf Cannabis's perspective, we're only seeking one adult use retail license. If there are only 15 retail licenses, those are going to be very lucrative and very highly sought after by companies outside of New Hampshire and perhaps folks inside New Hampshire. We think it would be appropriate. I was actually very pleased to hear Senator Bradley suggest a limit of one store per entity. We would be very comfortable with that. We're not trying to monopolize anything whatsoever. Our fear is that we will be shut out of retail and relegated to the status of supplier to the state franchise model. So I guess to answer the question that came up earlier, if one of our towns opted out or something like that, we're open to building a new dispensary in a town that has opted in. We're willing to be as flexible. We're trying to be as flexible as we possibly can to accommodate a vision that isn't our first choice, but we want to help make it work, whatever it is. And as a company that's solely operating in New Hampshire, we're going to sink or swim with whatever happens. If this passes and we get licensed, it will allow our business to grow. We'll be able to serve adults as well as patients. We'll be able to operate more efficiently and have better economies of scale, which will enable us to lower prices for patients. And this should be an opportunity to expand and improve, from our perspective, the services we're already providing. However, if we are shut out of retail, that very much sounds like a sinking ship. We can expect patients will decline, sales will decline, and as soon as adult use stores are open, we will not have a bright future, and nobody will want to work for our company, and somebody else will make the money. So we would really like to be part of a cannabis market that maximizes economic opportunities for small businesses. We would strongly prefer to avoid a system that benefits only the wealthiest and most connected Granite Staters, and we would like for our many years of experience in New Hampshire to be recognized in that licensing process. So the current bill does not guarantee anything. I haven't seen a bill that would guarantee us a retail license. What it does say is the successful operation of an alternative treatment center shall be a major criteria in assessing the relative merits of each application. So there's an understanding that we're going to have to apply, and we're going to be subject to all the same qualifications and considerations as anybody else. And if we don't meet those requirements, for whatever reason, we're not going to be licensed. This creates risk for our company. This creates risk for our entire program. I think Granite Leaf has decided that it's an acceptable level of risk, but we do not see a successful future for our company long-term unless we're able to get a retail license. Finally, we believe maintaining a therapeutic cannabis program requires that we exempt patients from the fees. The current bill does that. I'm not sure if the amendment does or doesn't, but previous versions have not. So it's one of the things that incentivizes patients to continue registering for the program is the tax-free status of therapeutic cannabis. From a harm reduction perspective, as if patients are participating in the program, they're continuing to speak to their medical providers every time they get certified. They're coming to the ATCs where they're receiving education and support services. We tell everybody that comes in, start low, go slow. We strongly encourage them to meet with our patient educators who are trying to make sure they're using products that are appropriate for their conditions. The fear that we have is that so many people are just driving to Massachusetts and they're buying cannabis and using it for medical reasons, but they're not getting any education or support. And I don't think that's consistent with the harm reduction approach. So we're trying to be part of the solution, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if you have the amendment in front of you.
I do.
So if you go to page 13, lines 6 to 21, and that's where it talks about some of the criteria that would be considered by the commission in granting a franchisee. And I'm just wondering, you're saying that it's suggesting this doesn't really offer a clear path to the therapeutic industry. I'm just wondering I'm looking at provision 6, that's on line 18, that actually specifically references experience in the applicant in the alternative treatment center industry. So I'm just wondering, what more would it have to say in order for it to be clear that there's perhaps a fair consideration to that experience?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I would point you to the last 3 words of 6, or another state. It puts New Hampshire ATCs on the same, the prior experience of a company operating in California or Oklahoma would have, if I'm reading this correctly, the same consideration as a company that's been serving New Hampshire for 7 years.
Follow up?
And do you have any familiarity with the Commerce Clause and the Interstate Commerce Clause and the discrimination issues with out-of-state commerce?
I'm not an attorney, Senator, but I am very familiar with cannabis laws in other states, and we would be a tremendous outlier if we did not recognize in-state experience as inherently valuable relative to out-of-state experience.
I'm going to follow up. In respect to the tax or the royalty, franchise fee, agency fee, you can kind of lump them all together. My understanding was that one of the things that came up during the commission was if every retail store was going to sell the therapeutic product, the issue would be if the ATCs then were in the retail business themselves, how exactly is this all going to be separated out? It seems that they would have an unfair market advantage if they only sold the therapeutic product. But if it was sold everywhere, shouldn't it be subject to the same franchise fee since the ATC program would be benefiting from the efforts of the commission?
I think there are about 14,000 patients, so would strongly disagree with you, Senator.
So I guess the other thought was none of these stores have to sell any therapeutic products at all, the retail stores. They don't need to have them in there. And I guess my question is, isn't what a therapeutic patient gets, like maybe that amount of THC, similar to, isn't that the same amount often as what someone purchasing for recreational use is?
Many of the products are very similar or identical, and some are more specialized for medical uses. I think we're conflating a policy question with a product question. From the patient's perspective, they want to be able to obtain cannabis from any source, legal regulated source, and not pay taxes on it. The idea that only ATCs would be able to produce therapeutic grade products, that sounds like giving us special treatment, which we're not asking for, or at least Granite Leaf is not asking for that. Patients would benefit from access to a broader range of products than 3 companies can produce. So I think it would be in patients' best interest if they're able to receive a tax exemption at any store.
So under the amendment, the franchise fee, it's what the franchisee is paying to the franchisor based on the gross sale. The actual patient or consumer is not paying that directly. Now, I understand in reality that can often be passed down to the consumer or patient, but I guess in the sake of the ATC that now is voluntarily decided to apply to be a franchisee, that's now a franchisee. I mean, with the extra money that you're making, is it possible that you wouldn't even have to pass that expense on to the patient?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, if we're liable for 10% or whatever it is of our sales and tax burden, that will absolutely be passed on to consumers one way or another. I mean, somebody's going to pay for that. Taxes, that's how taxes work. I know this is not called a tax, but the bigger concern from the program perspective is that we're incentivizing the death of the therapeutic cannabis program, because why would patients register if there's no tax-free advantage, or if they have to drive by 3 adult use stores to get to the nearest dispensary that sells medical? That's the issue in Vermont. There are so many adult use stores, people are buying local and not wanting to drive an hour to the nearest medical dispensary. So they're trying to find a way to make tax-free access statewide a thing, and they're trying to integrate their programs in a thoughtful manner, and I think we should follow their lead.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon, I have a question. One of the selling points, if you want to call it that, when we instituted the medicinal marijuana program, was that these patients who were suffering from debilitating illnesses, they were going to get very specialized care at one of these dispensaries where they were going to be told this is the best, I don't know, brand, or no, I don't want to say brand, but best product to address their medical condition. Are they going to get that same kind of attention in just a regular adult use store?
Well, thank you for the question. That is our concern. We think it's certainly possible that they can, but there's going to have to be rulemaking and integration of our programs for that to happen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Simon. Okay, the chair will call Daryl Ames. He's gone, okay. Nathaniel G-U-R-I-F-A? Okay. It's been a long day, sir. I hope you don't mind. Well, thank you, sir. The only way that's going to happen is through a constitutional amendment.
You know, Madam Chair, he'll probably oppose it too.
Yes, and you're right. I probably would say.
This is working? Okay. Honorable Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Nathaniel Gurian. I am chair of the New Hampshire Cannabis Party and a columnist for the Conway Daily Sun covering cannabis legalization and politics in New Hampshire. And I'm also CEO of FinCan, which is a cannabis financial services firm. I'm going to limit my comments to 3 what I think are important takeaways. I am an advocate for common sense cannabis industry in New Hampshire, but I am not going to get into that right now. But there are 3 things that I would like to make sure are takeaways that you have. The first thing is that because of the fact that it's federally illegal, any cannabis legalization plan or industry that we attempt to stand up is going to be operating under the cloud of federal illegality. And the consequence of that is, and the only reason why state programs have been able to prevail and operate is because there's a very, very narrow, hazardous, and windy path that one needs to take. And you need to stick to that. It's almost like threading the eye of a needle in order to stay out of trouble and be able to maintain the program. And one of the things is that even people who follow that path carefully can still run into unforeseen problems and hiccups and obstacles and all kinds of things. And one of my concerns, and I have been expressing this for a while, is that the proposed franchise model deviates significantly from that narrow path. And as a result, there is really a fair, legitimate question as to whether it can be implemented, in fact, until and unless federal prohibition is ended. And even folks who conform to that path really carefully can still run into unforeseen problems. So deviating from that path is even more hazardous. I mean, you guys may or may not be familiar with the fact that in New Mexico, in the last week or so, completely compliant, state-licensed cannabis operators were transporting some cannabis from one licensed operation to the other, which is entirely legal in New Mexico, and the Customs and Border Patrol seized their goods, stating that they were not subject to the to the limitation that the Department of Justice was not allowed to interfere. Now, this will undoubtedly be adjudicated, and they'll probably get their goods back after some expensive litigation and process. And so, but these are the kind of hiccups that one encounters, even if you stay on that narrow path. And so, consequently, the main point that I'm trying to make here is that we have three basic proposed business models for a cannabis industry in New Hampshire. One is where the state basically follows the basic model of liquor, and the Liquor Commission basically sells cannabis directly through state-owned stores. The other model is where the Liquor Commission will franchise operators under tight control. And we know about this. And the other one is where it's basically a free enterprise model where they just license operators and make rules for them. Each of those particular models has pros and cons. Some pretty strong. For example, having state-owned stores means that we're going to have considerably more revenue and control and uniformity, and we're going to be able to compete much more effectively as kind of a retail block than if you have a whole bunch of disparate stores. On the other hand, that does tend to shut out the business opportunities of New Hampshire residents. And so, like I said, there are pros and cons to the various ones, and I'm not going to weigh into that at this particular point. But the key takeaway here is that the only way to really stand, and if our intention is to stand up a viable cannabis industry in New Hampshire, we need to have a certain amount of flexibility and elasticity in whatever we produce now to get this industry started. And the main problem, with all due respect to Senator Abbas's bill, is that particular amendment does not provide that flexibility. From our point of view, if we want to go and try the franchise model, as potentially legally risky and hazardous as that might be, if we can actually get that to work, great, let's go for it. And not only that, but one of the things here is assuming there was no federal prohibition, what would be the ideal business model that we'd like to pursue? And that might be, state-owned stores ultimately. One of the benefits of the franchise model is that it would be a lot easier to integrate those 15 franchisees into a state-run model after federal prohibition is over. Or we can continue with franchisees or whatever. But if we do not, one of the features and one of the innovations of 1633 that came out of the House is that it provides that flexibility in that we can certainly change the language from the state agency model to the franchise model very easily by inserting that, but that particular legislation has a trigger in it which basically says if the legal headwinds and the obstacles to being able to implement the franchise model are such that it just can't really be done, then at least we can go to the agency store model and be able to move forward with a legalization program. And one of the other features of the bill is it's not creating an agency store model with 100 or 200 outlets. It's only 15, okay? So it wouldn't be as difficult, especially with tight control of these agency stores, to reasonably integrate them into what ultimately we would like the cannabis industry to look like after prohibition. My recommendation would be that we have that flexibility so that we can go forward with a legalization program. And most importantly, you never know in the cannabis industry what kind of challenges you're going to confront. No matter how smart you are, no matter how experienced you are, you need to basically be able to have some flexibility and elasticity to move around. And I think it's very important that we get started with some kind of a program so that the Liquor Commission and whether they're franchised operators or licensed agency operators, can start getting some practice working together and working through some of the challenges that are undoubtedly going to come up on a small kind of beta test scale, so that when federal legalization actually occurs, whether it's in 1 year or 3 years, that we have some practice with how to effectively do this. And the second point that I would like to make, and that is that one of the aspects of that type of flexibility and elasticity is that the Liquor Commission, aka the New Hampshire Cannabis Commission, is well advised and capably advised, so that they can have that flexibility to make proper rules and respond to what's going on in the market. And that's that page that I had distributed. The amendment that has been produced only shows 12 members on the Cannabis Advisory Board, and that really is very insufficient to have a comprehensive amount of guidance and industry experience and public and professional experience that will be necessary to guide this program successfully. The 1633 that emerged from the House has 21 members. It is much more robust. It is much more specific. It assures that in addition to stakeholders such as law enforcement and health officials and the governor's office and the commissioner's office, that it also has a good distribution of industry experts that can weigh in. I will say that I had not thought of adding a representative from the Attorney General's office, if not the Attorney General themselves, and hat tip to Senator Bradley for suggesting. I think that actually it would be a good addition if the committee and this body thought that adding the state attorney general representative and wanting to keep the number at 21 so that it, they could always have a majority. There are a couple of instances there where we have a couple of members of the public, we have a couple of state reps. There's a couple of categories which are duplicated, possibly because they should have that emphasis. But point is, we could take out one of them if we want to keep it at 21, or we could keep it at 22. But the list that I showed you also parallels the list of and description of seats of the Cannabis Advisory Board in 1633, and I would very much urge you to follow that template instead of the much more limited and I really have to say a lot more one-dimensional characteristic of the Cannabis Advisory Board shown in the amendment. And the last point that I want to make, and this is just very important to keep in mind, is one of the reasons why we should act on this as soon as possible. As, again, many of you probably know, this year, we expect that the DEA is going to reschedule cannabis from Schedule 1, which makes it prohibited, to Schedule 3, which means that pharmacies can dispense it, and physicians and other legal prescribers, nurse practitioners, chiropractors, whatever, can now can write prescriptions for cannabis. This particular distribution channel is completely independent and not controlled by the state. The only thing that pharmacies are required to do in the state is to report drug prescriptions to, a state pharmacy board. I don't remember the exact name of it, but they have no ability to prohibit licensed pharmacies from selling any Schedule 2 through Schedule 4 DEA-controlled substances. And what's going to happen is, at the end of this year, when we go to Schedule 3, within approximately a year, there is a process, but it is it's really a it's not a process that can really be held up. We're going to have pharmacies dispensing cannabis against physician prescriptions. And I do want to call your attention to the fact that we have quite a good deal more than 15 pharmacies in the state. And we have an awful lot of physicians and other types of prescribers. And even if a limited percentage of them decide to jump on board, within 2 years from roughly today, we're probably going to have dozens, if not hundreds, of pharmacies able to prescribe and dispense cannabis, and plenty of physicians willing to prescribe it. And also keep in mind that pharmacies will deliver or ship to you your prescriptions. So you don't even really need that many physicians and pharmacies to participate in this program. You could literally just have your physician call in the prescription to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy will mail it to you. And I think that we're going to need to tread carefully and be well advised in order for our adult use state-run program to be able to compete with that additional channel. And I think, frankly, ultimately, state stores may in fact be an effective solution to that, because they would be able to be a much more powerful marketing competitor to that inevitable channel. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Senator Abbas.
I want to make sure I understood your testimony correctly. You believe that if you adopted the model that the House passed with the agency outlet store, it would be easier to convert that into a state-run store than it would under the amendment that was introduced today?
No, it would be easier to convert franchises, or that is to say, to bring the franchises under the umbrella, because of course as far as the customers were concerned, if we ultimately, after prohibition is over, decide that that we're going to open 50 state-owned cannabis stores, I think that from a customer's point of view, they would have a lot of difficulty differentiating between franchisees and state-owned stores. And I think that would actually be more seamless. I think that we certainly could integrate the agency stores into a state-run model, but there'd be obviously a little bit more obvious differentiation. Whereas if we went with the franchise model, then I think that would be a seamless transition. And I will say that really so my recommendation would really be simply to take 1633, possibly some minor tweaks around the edges, simply take out the agency store model and put in the franchise model. And I think that frankly not only addresses all of the governor's concerns, because we will have that franchise model in there, but it also gives us the flexibility to have some kind of a program to go forward if we really just can't implement the franchise model at this time.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks. Keep me in mind for that overtime testimony.
I will. The chair will call Michael Moore. Is there a Michael Moore? Okay. How about Devin Chafee? Ms. Chafee, do you have written testimony?
Yes, I do, and I will not be reading it.
Please don't. If you can very quickly paraphrase it, so we can. There's a number of other folks behind you that would like to speak.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, and just want to thank you all for your patience. I will say good evening. My name is Devin Chafee. I'm the Executive Director of the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I'm here to testify in favor of 1633. I do want to be clear that the ACLU of New Hampshire is supportive of the model that was in HB 1633 as passed by the House, and we're also supportive of the model that was offered by Senator Abbas and Senator Rosenwald in their amendment. From our perspective, it's time to not get bogged down in conversations about models. We need to remain very focused on the most important aspect of legalization, and that is to stop the practice of arresting people, more than 1,000 individuals a year, at the cost of millions of dollars of taxpayers' funds for something that nearly 3/4 of Granite Staters believes should be legal. Bottom line is the New Hampshire war on cannabis needs to stop, and we need to do it this year. We have an opportunity to do it this year with the governor's support, and we need to move forward. All of the senators here have heard me testify before on this, so I'm going to leave many of the reasons, the negative impacts, to my written testimony. You can read about that. I do just want to be clear, because Senator Gannon, I think, asked a very good question earlier. He asked for the data. And specifically, Senator Gannon, in that question, was asking for the data on youth use and whether or not legalization has an impact on youth use. And I can tell you that as recently as Wednesday, there was a study that came out, which is one in a series of studies, and it was by the American Medical Association, so peer-reviewed, very accredited organization, that stated that there is no proof that there is any increase in youth use in states that have legalized. And that is true not just for the number of individuals using, but also the frequency of use for individuals. And I'm happy to forward, that's not in my written testimony, but I'm happy to forward those sites to the committee. And that is true for a number of the concerns that people voiced here today. We now have the data from states that have actually legalized. We have had years of experience. And the bottom line is the sky has not fallen in these states. We haven't seen increases in youth use. We have multiple studies that have proven that legalization does not lead to higher crime, that it has little or no impact on traffic accidents. And there's also a study that was published last year in 2023 in the Journal of the American Medical Association again, that demonstrates that there's no statistically significant difference in the rates of psychosis in states with recreational cannabis policies compared to states with no such policies. So it did not support any association between state policies legalizing cannabis and increase in psychosis. And so again, some of these studies are not in my written testimony. I will follow up in an email with a list of these studies to the committee. So we know the facts, we have the data, and we know what Granite Staters want. And it is time for this legislature to act, and acting is going to have to include compromise. And as Senator Bradley, I'm sure, would have told me many times, compromise means that nobody gets everything that you want, right? And so I am quite sure that whatever passes through this legislature, the ACLU is not going to be completely satisfied with. I'm going to be honest with you. I believe that the industry will probably not be completely happy with it. Neither party is going to be fully satisfied. The end product is not likely to be perfect. There are going to have to continue to be, in subsequent years, amendments to this legislation regardless of what is passed. That has happened in all states that have legalized. I think it should be anticipated here. I do want to thank Senators Abbott and Rosenwald for their diligent work on the amendment that has been put forth today. I do want to highlight just two concerns with that language from the ACLU of New Hampshire's perspective. One has already gotten some discussion here today, but I want to provide some clarification on that discussion. And that is the exorbitant penalty for the second offense for smoking in public. Currently, under New Hampshire law, if somebody is caught smoking marijuana in public with less than 3/4 of an ounce, the maximum penalty they can face is a Class B misdemeanor. Now, a Class B misdemeanor creates a criminal record for that individual, and it is a fine of up to $1,200. It is a significant penalty. And I want to be clear, nobody thinks that people should be allowed to smoke in public. Most states that have legalized, if not all, have prohibitions on it. We support that there should be some restrictions on it. But the penalty that is in the current version of the amendment that was offered and the undefined misdemeanor would mean that people would actually be potentially going to jail for smoking in public. Now, that is far worse than the penalties that they would currently face under a regime where marijuana is not legalized in New Hampshire, and it is way beyond what the types of penalties we have seen in other states. Even a Class B misdemeanor would be significantly more severe than what we see in states like Maine and Massachusetts, where the fine is maximum fine is $100, right? For Maine and Massachusetts for smoking marijuana in public. So even if we were to have it at a Class B misdemeanor, which is the current penalty under New Hampshire law for smoking if you have a small amount, it's still going to be way more severe than your surrounding states. The idea that the state of New Hampshire is going to be throwing people in jail and paying for public defenders for people smoking in public, to me, it just seems completely out of line with the severity of the offense. The second concern that we have has to do with the non-discrimination protections. These non-discrimination protections were in are in the version of HB 1633 that came out of the House. They were also in previous versions of the amendment that was introduced today that had been circulated in the House during the House discussion. It sort of was part of the discussion that came out of the commission that met over the summer. I want to be clear that these non-discrimination protections do not affect private businesses. They are targeted towards the government, right? And all they are meant to do is to ensure that people do not continue to suffer the collateral consequences in housing, child custody, and licensing as a leftover of an outdated war on marijuana. And so now I've heard Senator Abbas talk about professionals like police, et cetera. He wanted to make exceptions for certain government jobs. I'm sure we could have that discussion, but I really don't think it makes sense to throw the baby out with the bathwater and to remove all of the non-discrimination protections because of concerns of, say, one particular government actors. So with that, I'm just going to end by saying that it's time to be practical. It's time to put aside partisan politics. It's time to come together and compromise. And quite frankly, it is beyond time to get this done in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you so much for your time and patience. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It looks like Senator Whitley has a question and Senator Abbas has a question as well.
So you did address part of my question. We had heard testimony that, that youth use is increasing, but your understanding is that youth use goes down. And if you could share those sites, or maybe that you just did, with us, that would be helpful.
Yes, I will say that the studies, what I said, there are many, I can share with you a number of studies that shows that youth use does not increase.
Got it. Follow up?
Absolutely, and I'd be happy, and those are not in my written testimony, but I will include them in a follow-up email.
Okay, great. So the other thing that we heard, which was inconsistent with what I understood, is that in states that have legalized marijuana, that we heard someone say that opiate overdoses go up. But my understanding is that it's the opposite. And so I didn't know if you had any studies or if that was in your testimony too.
So that I also is not in my testimony, but I can also follow up with, there was I think the most recent study on this it's actually from January 2024. It's an American Medical Association article that talks about how marijuana legalization has actually in many states it correlates with reductions in opioid deaths and how there's no proof of any correlation between marijuana legalization and an increase in opioid deaths. So that there are a number of studies proving that, and I would be happy to provide links and citations to those studies in a follow-up email.
Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If I understood your testimony correctly, and I apologize, it's been a long day for us here.
I understand. Yes,
The
sir.
first offense right now in New Hampshire, if someone is smoking cannabis in public and they have in their possession 3/4 an ounce or less, the penalty for that is a Class B misdemeanor.
No, that is not correct. I believe that the penalty for that is actually $100. It's much less. I think it's the third offense that it's a Class B misdemeanor under current law.
And that's under current law.
Yes.
And
Follow up?
you follow up. So when it comes to the third offense under current law, it's a Class B misdemeanor, but what does the 3/4 of an ounce have to do with that?
Well, because that's what because that is the under the graduated offense structure of our decriminalization law, right? It's a violation for the first offense and the second offense, and for the third, it's a Class B misdemeanor. So it's just possessing that amount. That would be the amount. That would be the law that would be applicable to smoking marijuana in public today.
So I guess the issue is at least the way I look at things, possessing cannabis is one thing, right? And it seems that our current law correlates possessing in public use. If you're using it in public, well, obviously you're possessing it if you're using it in public. And therefore you're just paying the simple decriminalized possession charge or fine. So what I'm saying is under both the House version and the amended version, it really increases the possession limit significantly. So I guess in that point, if that person's going to be then still using in public, I'm wondering why wouldn't we make it a harsher penalty to kind of deter that public use?
So I'm not sure that I'm exactly following. I will say that in the version that was passed by the House, it is in fact defined as a Class B misdemeanor on, I believe, the third offense. So the version of the bill that did come out of the House did have a lower penalty than what is in the amendment that you and Senator Rosenwald have proposed. It does not make my understanding of why people believe that we should legalize marijuana is because they do not believe that it is just that people should be going to jail for marijuana offenses. And as far as marijuana offenses are concerned, having a joint in public seems like in the scheme of things, not something that the people of New Hampshire believe somebody should go to jail for based on all of the polling that I have seen. And so if part of the goal of legalization is to stop penalizing with jail time granite staters for something that granite staters don't believe should be illegal, then I don't believe we should be throwing people in jail for a simple smoking in public offense. Especially when the correlated offenses, which I suppose you could also, potentially be charged with regards to smoking cigarettes in public, you could probably use, I don't know, I'm assuming you could use those same statutes to prosecute somebody for smoking marijuana is very much lower than a Class B misdemeanor, which is something that, but given the fact that this is of a greater concern, we're willing to consider a Class B misdemeanor as being what should be the highest penalty.
Follow up?
I guess and I've had this conversation with a lot of different people, but how many times would a person have to be, proven to have violated this public use law before the potential of jail time is?
I don't think people should be going to jail for public smoking of marijuana, period. I think that a jail sentence is completely disproportionate with the crime, with all due respect, Senator. And I mean, we've had this, yes, sir.
I'm just wondering if you follow, if you get to the 10th offense, it's still not a potential of jail time.
Yes, sir. There are many things in this state where, regardless of the number of offenses, we believe that it should, for instance, always be a ticket. We don't, or that, that we simply don't believe is a violation that should result in jail time. And this would be, in my opinion, one of those offenses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the chair will call Melissa Fernald. You sound like you won the lottery.
I will be not today. Thank you. I don't have a copy of my,
ma'am,
but I can email it to you, right?
Yes, you can email it to us. That will be fine.
All right. My name is Melissa Fernald, and I am a licensed clinical social worker and a licensed alcohol and drug counselor, and I have been in the mental health and addiction field for 27 years. And initially, I was going to tell you about my experience from 2019 to 2023 when I went back to my hometown of Portland, Maine, and was raising my 11-year-old daughter and working in one of the major hospitals in the emergency room in the ICU as a drug and alcohol and mental health counselor. But I decided that it would be better to share something with you that you haven't heard yet. And I'm surprised you haven't. So I thought I would start with that. So prior to 2019, I was practicing here in New Hampshire when the opiate epidemic hit. And New Hampshire was at the top of the list of overdose deaths. I was ran the front lines working with people as we all scrambled to figure out how to handle this, okay? So it was, one of these things that was like we're all, why is New Hampshire at the top of the list? I mean, why are we losing, more people than anybody else in the country? I have some theories on that, but I can say that we really weren't taking care of our mental health and addiction folks, right? when that happened, so we were a bit vulnerable. But I want to share with you that I'm opposed to this bill. Choosing to legalize cannabis during this time right now is a very risky decision. We are vulnerable. We're too vulnerable to deal with, to manage the amount of risks that are going to happen. So I'm just going to read what I wrote. We are still experiencing the effects of the opiate epidemic, as well as, an addictions crisis on top of that. The impact of the epidemic has had and still has on communities and families is still unfolding. Combine this with COVID-19 pandemic, loss of lives, interruption of education, and social isolation for children and adults has increased issues related to addiction and mental health. Okay? So when it comes to addiction, all right, it doesn't matter if it's prevention, treatment, or recovery. The effort's ultimate goal is to reduce the risk factors and increase the protective factors. That's how we deal with it, okay? So by legalizing marijuana, or even the bill that exists, has some work that needs to be done to kind of increase some of those protective factors, but essentially you are increasing the risk of an already risky environment. Okay, so when you shift that perspective, you will see how are we putting ourselves in the same position that we were in when the opiate epidemic hit, and we were vulnerable. We didn't have enough protective factors. Here we are trying to legalize cannabis. And this is not the first time I've testified on this issue. 7 years ago, I was here testifying against the decriminalization of it as well. So I understand, that this is something that everyone's moving towards. But we really need to be thinking about, how we can balance the risk factors and the protective factors if you are going to, legalize cannabis, all right? And some of those ideas that I have are that we talk about giving money to prevention, treatment, and recovery. I think we need to really look at prevention as being more than just addressing underage misuse. I think we just need to change the whole paradigm, actually. We need to look at educating parents, educators, physicians, EMT workers, and, because once you start this, okay, it's the impact is going to be unlike anything that some of us have ever seen. I experienced that when I was in Maine, in the hospitals. Doctors didn't even know, maybe that is from marijuana. Oh, they're psychotic, right? Maybe we should drug test them. Well, they're 12 years old. That couldn't happen. Not true. So we really need to educate people on how to handle addiction, how to handle the effects that marijuana can have medically, psychiatrically, and manage those unintended consequences. Let me see if there's something else. And I agree. A couple people said, my mouth is so dry. A couple people said today something that I was like, well, I wrote that. The moment you legalize cannabis, New Hampshire is never going to be the same. I grew up in Maine and grew up in Portland. I went back for 4 or 5 years and brought my daughter into a neighborhood that I thought was safe. Next thing you know, driving down the road I used to go roller skating at, and there's the first grass and gas. And they had a ambulance outside, okay, with the red cross mark, but green. Mm-hmm. And next thing you know, there were more. Pretty soon, there was between a 3-mile radius, there had to be over 10 retail shops. And interspersed in there were 2 elementary schools, a college, 3 daycares, a junior high. Yeah, all within that range. I was happy to see you guys have addressed that in the amendment. But, and then, I mean, it's not the same town, not the same place. The crime in that area from 2019 to 2023. Now, I mean, I understand the correlation doesn't equal causation, but I'm watching this whole thing unfold as a drug and alcohol counselor and work in the emergency room, all during COVID too, by the way. And crime just started like spiking, violent crimes in the area that I was living, which is why I moved, because it wasn't safe anymore for my daughter. So,
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Senator Abbas has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In Maine, when they legalized it, I know they're well said in this body, the marijuana miles. Are you familiar? How did those recreational stores have impact the other surrounding businesses?
well,
For better or for worse?
Well, the whole street, that one of them, there's a whole street, it's called Warren Avenue. There's, there's growing facilities. There's the gas station that sells the grass and the gas. And the roller rink got moved out, but I don't know about on that road, but all around Forest Avenue and around the schools, there have been some robberies in the local gas station. I know that one of the marijuana shops got broken into and everything got trashed in it. So, there really wasn't many businesses there. It was a residential area.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will call Kate Fry. I hope you have written testimony.
We'll be very, very brief and
Please, we would appreciate it.
I know it's been a very long. Good afternoon, good evening, members of the committee. Thank you so much for your patience today. I know you've had a very long day. I will be as brief as possible. As you know, New Futures is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. We work to improve policy change, health and wellness issues through policy change. I think most of you know by now that New Futures believes it's imperative to get cannabis commercialization policy right from the start. Optimal policy must use the best evidence based on what we've learned from other states, and also advance social justice and equity in the state. So we've created the principles for cannabis policy and regulation, and we compare every bill that makes itself through the process with those principles. So we feel strongly about policies around protecting children, promoting social justice, protecting public health, and ensuring funding to reduce the harms that may come out of the legalization of marijuana. So what I have in front of you today is two side-by-sides because I had one all done for the House Bill 1633 as it passed out of the House. And then I was fortunate to receive a copy of the amendment. So I did a side-by-side comparison with the amendment as well. I do want to address that the House version, what was passed out of the House, while it made some progress in meeting our principles, it took several steps back in meeting the prime principle around ensuring appropriate funding for cannabis from cannabis revenues. So it took out the establishment of a substance abuse treatment and recovery fund to devote at least 10% of revenue to go towards substance misuse issues and mental health issues. And it also took out funding for a mass media campaign to inform the population of harms prior to the law. So we have to oppose HB 1633 in its current form. It just does not meet some of the most important principles. However, with the amendment from the Senate, I have to say that there has been some improvement, especially around the area of funding issues. And I would say that that amendment is much closer to meeting new futures principles than what was passed in the House. So lastly, I'll just want to touch on, it's really important to get the most responsible model of cannabis commercialization right. We've heard a lot of different models and why it's important to some folks. The free market for obviously the industry. We feel that there is a lot of value at looking at a state model. Quebec, in particular, used its alcohol structure to authorize and regulate cannabis. And it operates really attractive stores, but it doesn't aggressively advertise cannabis. It also the law has potency limits and restrictions on what's attractive to kids. And so I think we could learn a lot of valuable lessons. They are seeing much less harmful outcomes than any other province in Canada. So I know 611 Study Committee looked at that. So I do really want, hopefully, this committee to look at the state model again, or what's known as a franchise model. And I just did want to clarify one thing, just because it was a really big conversation earlier. So I think people are kind of half right when they talk about the youth use issue. So that JAMA article that Ms. Chafee was referring to, while it did see they related recreational cannabis retailing to lower likelihood of past 30-day cannabis use among kids, but they did show higher frequency of use. And so overall, there was no significant change to cannabis use among youth. And it is also really important to note that that data went up till 2021. And as you heard from Ms. Clark from the Raymond Coalition, that's kind of when we fell into the black hole of not only the pandemic, but getting any really good data out of that period. We were seeing declines. The most recent YRBS data in our state is showing, again, the increase, particularly around cannabis. So I just want to be clear, because I think there are half-truths both ways.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Senator Abbott.
Just briefly, I'm looking at your chart here, and in respect to schools, it appears that the definition of the amendment doesn't include preschools in its definition. Is there any other academic institutions? I mean, I fully support adding preschool to that. But anything else that you think should be included in that?
I think the language in the amendment included everything except for preschools. So we'd be comfortable with that language as long as preschools were added.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The chair will call Brandon Pollock. That's okay. You gotta go.
All right. Good evening. Brandon Pollock. I am the president, Temescal Wellness. We're one of the 3 ATCs. We have 3 therapeutic centers, one in Dover, one in Keene, and one in Lebanon. I'll be super brief and then, of course, open up any questions. But hearing, at least as it pertains to some of the licensing structure relating to ATCs, we would be comfortable reducing the maximum amount of licenses from 3 lower. We do not need 3 retail stores to support our operations. We'd be very happy, as Mr. Simon said, with 1 license to take the risk out of our continuing operations. I think, language that focuses on guaranteeing we can participate in the supply chain, on the manufacturing cultivation would be pragmatic. And then a clear path to having a store If our municipalities don't allow it, we can set it up somewhere else. But it is hypothetically as written, the criteria could put heavy focus on simply, for example, finances. You could have 5 folks that are extremely wealthy from California that have experience out there that could hypothetically score more points than operations that have been going on here for 8 years. And certainly not the intent from everything I've heard, but as structured, you could have a market that only has 5 out-of-state operators running the 15 stores in New Hampshire. So I think a clear path for single license for an ATC, allowing us to have a clear path to support the supply chain would be, I think, practical and a good outcome. I really appreciate all the work that's been done. I'm a proponent of regulating cannabis. I think it's certainly time, as Senator Abbas, as you said. I mean, folks in New Hampshire, they can go buy cannabis from Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maine. So I don't believe there's any material expected increase in folks using cannabis if you regulate it and bring the tax revenue home. So that's all I had to say. I just wanted to, for the record, we do not feel any desire to need to have 3 retail permits. I think with only 15, that's a big ask for anyone, not just us.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Do you have any questions, Senator Abbas?
Just a follow-up, or not a follow-up, but a question. Prior members of the ATC industry testified today about that royalty fee, or, I'm going to just focus on the amendment for now. I guess my issue is, if it's going to be sold in the store, it's benefiting from all the other operations of being part of the franchise.
Yep.
So I guess my thought is, and at least one of my hopes was, by including that, you may be able to reduce the overall royalty fee. We obviously haven't gotten that far yet, but I guess my question is, if that's not part of that, if the ATC product's not going to be paying that franchise fee, why have it inside the franchise store?
That would be more philosophical, to support the 14,000 patients, to have a more convenient access. I mean, I manage stores in Massachusetts. The medical sales are maybe 5% of our sales. It's not a huge contributor to tax revenue. Medical patients don't pay tax. They never have. It's not common in regulated markets to have medical patients pay tax. So I think would be a sign of sort of good faith to the patients to not charge them the fee. Practically, typically the way these fees get charged is it's at the point of sale. The operator would put that on the line item, the 15% or 10% fee. So similar to the way the accessories were removed from that fee, I think that's sort of the idea, is remove that from the medicinal products, which I think it's not really going to be a material part of the revenue for a state, but it's a sign of sort of good faith to the patients who, a lot of them use more cannabis because they're replacing other medicines, so they would be spending a lot more than the average sort of customer for the weekend or something like that.
Thank you.
Yep.
You're all set? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yep, you're welcome.
The chair will call Kevin Magner.
Well, I believe I will be truly brief.
Okay.
I have a son. He started using, I'm sorry. I'm new here. My name is Kevin Magner. I have a child who, when was about, I'm guessing 17, started using marijuana. He developed schizophrenia. It's got progressively worse each year to the point he's in his mid-30s, under my care as guardian. And it is It is a terrible journey with no light at the end of the tunnel for both of us and the rest of the family. He's been in and out of hospitals, numerous. I would say at least 6 different hospitals, and some more than others. But there's one hospital he's been in 5 times. And on one of those visits, that's one of the early hospitals, I said to a doctor who, by the way, this is the bad part about the schizophrenia, unless you're a legal guardian, they won't talk to you. HIPAA laws. You have no right to know anything. But you do run across sympathetic individuals. And this one doctor, I asked a question. I said, do you suppose he took some drugs and damaged his brain? Do you suppose he took maybe LSD? I remember back then, I think something called bath salts was a type of a synthetic drug. That doctor politely scoffed at me. Very politely. She said, no, we don't care about that. All we care about is cannabis. I was taken aback. That's all we care about is cannabis. And she gave me some resources to go and places to look online, and I did so. And I got quite a little education about that. Fast forward another year and a half, back in that same hospital, a completely different doctor. I purposely asked that doctor the same question the same way, never hinting that it was previously asked to a different doctor. I got exactly the same response. We don't care anything at all about LSD, hallucinogens, this, that, the other thing. All we care about is marijuana. We care about cannabis. Interesting. So, actually, it was during that same visit, I went, after meeting with that doctor, on the floor of the hospital, and I met one of his caseworkers, actually the main caseworker for him, and he was a very nice fellow. He started working with the hospital 3 years previous to that, and I asked him his opinion, because, that's where the rubber hits the road. These guys are with the patients more often. So I asked the caseworker his opinion, and he said when he joined the hospital 3 years previous to that, he was on the fence with it. He was like 80-20, whether there was a connection. 80% yes, no. And now at that time, he said, after being with the hospital for 3 years, he's convinced there's definitely a connection between cannabis use, especially because it's much more intense now with THC than it used to be in schizophrenia. And that is something that you don't hear much about. I mean, you hear it said. I've heard a number of people here say it, but it just sort of goes by people. But let me tell you, when it hits home, and it hits home in a fashion that it's devastating, much less to the person. And, a lot of these people throw those children away. And that's the truth. Look at our homeless. They're dying on the streets. And a lot of those homeless are affected with mental illness. And we do not have the care that those individuals need. And no amount of money you can throw at it, from a tax, whatever, is ever going to fix the healthcare system for the mentally ill. Because you need individuals, and a lot of them do care, genuinely care. But a lot of them are just, they're not enthusiastic about their trades. And it's a tragedy. So my question is, how can a group representing citizens of New Hampshire knowingly make a substance legal, knowing there's a preponderance of the evidence stating it negatively impacts state of New Hampshire individuals. And it doesn't take much for each and everybody here to dig that information up, but you're never going to see it on the news. You're never going to, it's never going to be promoted. As a matter of fact, when I first learned about this, if I did a Google search, I'd only hit a few sites saying, oh, there's nothing to it. Oh, that's make-believe. There's no connection between schizophrenia and marijuana use. And now the sites that say that's not so and deny it, they're through the roof. So I find that ironic as we're trying to legalize it. So that's it.
Okay.
I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, for staying here, patiently waiting. Senator Abbas, do you have any questions?
No, but thank you for your patience as well. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sir, in the blue, and are you Michael Moore? Who, could you tell me what your name is?
Yeah. I didn't sign up. I wasn't going to speak today. I would like to speak. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take Ms. Holmes. She's next, and then you, and the gentleman in the back who said, I'll be happy to go last. So, but there's some sort of saying about saving the best for last?
It's called batting cleanup.
Pardon?
It's called batting cleanup. I think he's.
I know how that works.
Okay, I don't think I can. So go off while I'm talking. But I stick to my 2 minutes, no matter what.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm Kathy Holmes, and when I first learned about this bill, the vision that came to my mind was Back to the Future 2, when Marty comes back to his town and it is all evil. It is gambling and the dope heads and it's like that police officer said and other people said, once you have that point, you can't make it better. It's just gone. There's no way to fix it. They had to go way back in time to do it. Well, here we are back in time before marijuana is legal. And one of the ladies who is representatives who's pushing this bill, she said that it provides for safe weed. And when I hear that term, safe weed, I think that's an oxymoron, like a working vacation, a devout atheist, and a civil war. And you've heard about Colorado. I'll skip that. New Hampshire has enough problems that they're currently dealing with, so I don't understand why a group, a smart group, I know you're smart because you stopped pot the last time, would create problems by bringing that substance into New Hampshire. And I'm so proud that all the other states around New Hampshire, they may legalize it, but once again, New Hampshire shines like a star and it's a holdout. There's a lot of things New Hampshire is unique on, and it is that New Hampshire advantage. I had a kindergartner who grew up, he was so sweet, and he is so sweet. He called me when he was about 30, and because I hadn't heard from him at all since he left school. And his mind was not making sense. And he did believe that, well, if he burned down a house, then the property would go back to the Indians. So, and I do know that he had the marijuana experience and the schizophrenia. I'd never talked to someone who had it before, but so that was the first. And nobody has talked about it also happened in Colorado, when marijuana gets legal, it starts showing up in candy. And they can't stop it because it's legal. So what kind of a trap is that? And my handout, I have some very weird typefaces on there, but the name of the typefaces fit this issue. One of them is called A Little Pot, and another one is Nerve Tonic, and Broken Pen, and Third Man. So, and whatever the CDC says, somebody used it as a reference. I don't believe anything they say. Didn't they say vaccines are safe and effective? So they have proven themselves to have some other agenda. So that can't be the reference. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Senator Abbas, do you have a question? Okay, thank you very much for being so patient. We really
You are the example of the world.
thank you. Sir, if you would come forward and state your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Brian Rod, and I'm here today representing myself. So I'm neutral on House Bill 1633. I think there's good and bad in it. Specifically, the bad being that the right to home grow isn't enshrined in this bill. Patients in New Hampshire weren't given this right when the medical bill was passed initially, and they've been fighting for this right for a decade. I think once there are financial powers in place that benefit from people not having this right, it's easier to deny them that right in the future. Another bad thing about this bill is it artificially limits the number of stores. Obviously, there has to be some number of stores, but 15 is very low. I believe that this would perpetuate the issues we see in our current medical program, specifically the non-competition leading to higher prices, extension of the black market, non-competition with surrounding states. There are some good things about this bill. Specifically, the most important thing in this bill, I believe, is the separation of operational and regulatory control of the cannabis industry when it is legalized in New Hampshire, because I believe it's inevitable. I also believe it's moral. Under that bill, there's a clause that going down that path, if it doesn't work out, we could change direction, right? There won't be as many financial things in place at the cost of the state to prevent it from being taken apart. When alcohol prohibition was ended, the New Hampshire State Liquor Commission was established, and they've enjoyed a 100-year generational monopoly on the sale of liquor in the state. And I believe that that's prevented people from operating in a free market industry, liquor industry. And I believe that, sorry, I got off track. 1633 is a state agency bill. It's a little different. And I wasn't going to get up and speak today on this. It was your amendment, Senator Abbas, that caused me to come up here and speak. I believe what your legislation plans to establish is a generational cannabis monopoly in New Hampshire, and I think that's dangerous legislation.
Thank you very much, sir. We're not execing this, as you can tell by today.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
I just want you to know you have the opportunity. If you want to write some things down, you can email it to our committee secretary.
I'm not a great public speaker, so.
And
I'm kind of glad the
we'll all
room's
get
empty.
it. I want to make sure that your voice is heard. So just please, if you really have things you want to say, just put it in an email and send it to our committee secretary. We will all get a copy, and it'll be included in the bill file as well.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, now we're on the last speaker. There's something about always saving the best for last. The Honorable Bob Guida, former colleague.
Just to remind you, Madam Chair, it's a 2-minute timer, correct?
No, that 2-minute time frame went out the window a long time ago. People have a lot to say, and This is the first time this year, 2024, that we've had marijuana bills. The bills we had this morning, we heard the subject before crossover. So I wanted to make sure that everyone who came in today had an opportunity to speak to us. You know how I work.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your superb chairmanship and respect for the people of the state and all of you who have stayed. Thank you. For the record, I'm Bob Gaida, a citizen from Warren, New Hampshire. And I'm testifying in opposition to the bill and the amendment. And I'm going to deviate from the technicalities. First, I do want to address some of the things that the ACLU said. About 15% of America's doctors belong to the AMA. It is a dying organization, and its own minutes reflect that. That is largely because of the political positions it has taken in the past. So when we say the AMA has a study, well, that's maybe. That's if 100% of 15% of the doctors responded, okay? I would refer you to the states that have implemented legalization. Colorado primarily has an extensive data collection on traffic accidents, medical implications, cannabis-related fatalities, and all of those issues. And it is those states that are far the best data collectors because they are doing it for their own purposes to analyze. Okay. I thought that the officer from Atkinson, the chief from Atkinson, was really, really important what he said. I have visited Spokane, Seattle, Corvallis, Eugene, Sacramento, San Francisco, Los Angeles. That's a good start. Places that have legalized. And I can tell you, I lived in numbers of those places years ago. The legalization of marijuana has turned those cities into dumps. And it has also, despite testimony contrary to this, resulted in higher crime rates where these stores are put. Because addicts will go where they think that drugs are, whether it's marijuana or anything else. And so the crime rates in these areas go up. There is an issue of, pardon the term, social justice here. If you look at the locale of many of these pot shops, they focus on lower income neighborhoods, indigent minorities, and so forth. Okay, and I mean there's testimony clear to that from 2 years ago or maybe 4 years ago. I can remember which time I was in the Senate. You as senators, okay, are not going to hear what I'm going to say very often. Okay, you have the moral obligation to do what is good for the people, businesses, and citizens of this state. Okay, there's nothing in this bill that's good. I talked about 3 hours ago to Chris over in the LBA. They have no idea of the finances that will be involved in this bill. There's 14 agencies in our state government that are going to have to bring back estimates of costs and revenues. Okay, that'll be addressed in finance. I'll be testifying there as well, hopefully. Despite testimony to the contrary, big marijuana is waiting. They are perched and they are waiting to pounce as soon as it's legal. They will buy out little stores and the profit motive is there no matter what model you use, state agency or otherwise. The myth that the state-run organization, okay, can prevent crime, can control things. In every state that it's been implemented in, the black market has thrived. No matter what you do, state costs are higher than the private market. And a person that is taking this highly addictive marijuana these days is going to go to the lowest cost provider. And we see it in the evidence of our people that are getting hit with fentanyl, and marijuana-laced fentanyl and so forth. So there's nothing good in this bill for our people. When I hear that it's pecuniary interests that are driving this, I refer back to this beautiful book called The Constitution. It talks about things like sobriety, talks about morality, it talks about the good of the people, education, industry, all those things which are directly attacked from the effects of marijuana. As I said and was published, I was surprised, one of the best 10 quotes of the year several years back in the Union Leader, a stoned workforce is not a productive workforce. You legalize pot, You start impacting the economics of the state in ways you never thought about. How about this? In Colorado, 4 years ago, the average cost of a cannabis use disorder admission to the emergency room, $6,300 per patient. Okay, we had brought physicians in from Pueblo, Colorado, a lady physician who testified that. Has anyone computed the cost to our Medicaid system? Remembering that the large part of these locations of these things are going to impact lower income people. There's nothing good in this. We have an obligation. You know, we say, well, religion doesn't have a place in politics. That's wrong. Our entire body of law is based on the Ten Commandments, okay? And the further we depart from respecting those things that require us to respect our bodies and to respect others, the farther into the morass, okay, of destruction of our civilization and its institutions we go. And you as senators are particularly empowered, okay, and crucially important to preventing that from happening. And so that would be, I would conclude my testimony with that. I'm happy to make notes and deliver them if you'd like. But I would certainly take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Senator. Do you have any questions, Senator Guida? Senator Abbas. Senator Guida, if you have additional notes that you'd like to give us, please email them. We will definitely get them and include them in the bill file.
Okay.
I really appreciate your comments. I think you've sat here very patiently all afternoon and you have listened to what everyone has had to say. And I think that's a skill that you used very well when you were a senator. And I appreciate your opinion and I totally respect it. And I hope we can continue to have a conversation as this bill is in our possession and it goes to Senate Finance as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. And thank you. Says we, as senators, make the work. You guys do the work.
True. Thank you. Okay, seeing that that was the last speaker. Mr. Schmidt, you're here? No. Okay. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing on House Bill 1633. Are you leaving?